Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 6 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a Prodigy half Yuki and Kaguya. Let the tale begin. Chapter 121. Zabuza. You son of a. Juzo shouted, feeling Zabuza pull his sword out from his body, quickly taking a step back to avoid Juzo's desperate swing with his own blade. You should have seen this coming, Juzo. The time of the old seven swordsman is over. Zabuza shouted, quickly closing the distance between them and kicking Juzo in the chest, sending him flying into a tree. Juzo's back hit the tree trunk hard, knocking the wind from him and causing him to spit blood up from his mouth, feeling the wound in his chest bleeding more and more. Darn it all. I didn't think I would go out like this. Juzo said to himself as his vision was starting to blur, feeling that his heart had been damaged by the strike. With the last of his strength, Juzo looked to his sword that was stuck in the ground, watching as Zabuza grabbed the hilt and pulled it out, claiming it as his own. Such is the nature of the bloody mist. Juzo said to himself, knowing his time was up. There is only one way for this sword to truly become mine, Zabuza said, looking over to Juzo, who had already accepted his fate. With one smooth motion, Zabuza suddenly appeared next to Juzo and with a single swing of his arm he took Juzo's head off, making the motion of his attack effortless as he took him out, letting his blood soak the blade and ground below. Kujiro watched the whole thing from a distance, unsure what was happening. Both of them had been wearing the same black cloak with red clouds. However, they had started fighting among themselves for whatever reason, giving Kujiro time to rush over to his teammates and make sure they were okay. "Chika, Rokuro!" he shouted as he rushed to their side. Both of them were still alive for the time being, however, they had been injured by Juzo and were in bad condition. Kujiro looked over to Zabuza as he cut Juzo's head from his shoulders, laughing as he did it. "I have been waiting a long time for this, and finally the time has come," Zabuza said as he watched his old mentor's body drop to the ground, remembering all of the blood and sweat it had taken to get to this point. It all started once Zabuza had come face to face with Fuyona again, after encountering the three brats and their sensei, Kage, who had easily been dealt with. His arch-rival Fuyona had turned up to save the day, showing him just how outclassed he was again. For whatever reason Fuyona had allowed Zabuza to live and get away, seeming to spare him, rather than destroy him with his overwhelming power. After that last encounter, he had sworn he would do whatever it takes to become strong enough to defeat him, doing everything within his own power to achieve more strength. "Arg!" Zabuza roared as he punched the wall with all of his might. "How does he keep getting stronger? Always surpassing me and leaving me in the dust," he said, clenching his fist in rage. Zabuza was alone now, seeing that his men had been defeated and captured by Fuyona. "All of this was for nothing. All of my training wasted," he said, sitting down on one of the chairs inside his base, staring at the ceiling as he tried to keep his anger and disappointment in check. Slowly he leaned forwards, placing his head in his hands before he sighed, seeming to regain his composure. "I need to become stronger. By any means," he said, feeling a new surge of motivation washing over him, knowing he was prepared to do whatever it took to become stronger. The months went by for Zabuza, training as hard as he could and taking on as many Rouge A and S rank missions for whoever was hiring in the underworld of the shinobi world, giving him an infamous reputation and an S rank rating in the bingo book with a large reward. It didn't matter to him who he faced, or what the mission was, all that mattered now was becoming stronger and continuing to gain all of the power he could to achieve his goal. Time continued to pass as Zabuza traveled the world, working wherever the wind took him as he searched for a way to become stronger. Several times he had encountered trackers or hunters from other villages, being recognized for his bounty, but each time he had defeated them, proving to himself he was becoming stronger and stronger with each kill. More time passed and Zabuza had just finished an assassination mission, taking out 3 S-rank shinobi bodyguards and 5 A-rank alone, cashing in his reward and gaining even more infamy. His quest for power had led him to become strong indeed, however, he still knew in his heart it would not be enough. Suddenly his path was blocked by 3 cloaked figures standing on the road before him, with the one in the middle speaking. "You there, are you Zabuza Momochi, formerly of the Mist Village?" A man with orange hair and piercings around his face asked, seeming to have appeared in the middle of the road that Zabuza had been walking down. Zabuza was wearing a black bodysuit with his blue arm and shin protectors, keeping his face covered with bandages without his headband on, something he had forsaken a long time ago. "Who's asking?" Zabuza asked, taking in the appearance of the man, seeing that he was wearing a black cloak with red clouds on it. The man wasn't alone either, standing beside a man that Zabuza recognized as one of the Sannin of the Hidden Leaf Village. My. I can smell the bloodlust coming from this one," Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his snake-like tongue while looking Zabuza up and down. Kakuzu was also with them, taking a good look at Zabuza and then at the bingo book he was holding in his arm. "Zabuza, that's him," he said. "You have a rather large bounty on your head," Kakuzu then said, closing the book in his hand and placing it into his cloak. "I don't know who you two are, but what's one of the Leaf Sannin want with me?" Zabuza said, knowing this could turn into a fight. "We are looking for strong shinobi who have forsaken their village to join our cause," Pain said, lifting his hand ever so slightly. Zabuza snorted in response, noticing the headbands they wore with the scratch through the symbol. "The only thing I want is more power, so unless you can offer me that, I suggest you get out of my way," Zabuza said, not seeming interested. Orochimaru smiled, liking the look on his face before Pain spoke. "Our organization can offer you many things, power being one of them, if that is what you wish," Pain said with strong determination in his words. Zabuza didn't react to his words and instead dropped his bag, slowly reaching for his sword. "Prove it," he said, taking the hilt of his blade. Pain kept a straight face, looking at Kakuzu. "Defeat him and you may keep his bounty," he said, getting a smile from behind his mask. "My pleasure," Kakuzu said, stepping forwards as he got ready for a fight. Zabuza smiled and slowly drew his sword a little from its sheath that was on the back of his hips, keeping a low stance. "I'll make this quick," Kakuzu said, getting ready to place his hands together and make a hand sign. "Too slow," Zabuza said as four water clones suddenly appeared around Kakuzu, taking him by surprise as they each grabbed one of his limbs to restrain him. "What the? When did you?" Kakuzu said, surprised as he struggled to break free. Suddenly Zabuza used his sword to pierce straight through Kakuzu's heart, having appeared behind him in an instant, using a back thrust going under his armpit not even face his opponent. "Arch!" Kakuzu yelled, feeling the pain as the sword ripped through his chest before he dropped to his knees. The clones all let go at the same time and turned back to water with Zabuza standing to his full height before he flicked the blood from his sword and placed it back in its sheath. My, that was certainly quick," Orochimaru said, keeping his arms crossed over his chest while he watched in amusement. Pain also watched, not seeming worried that Zabuza had just stabbed Kakuzu through the heart, something that Zabuza clocked onto before his instincts kicked in, causing him to quickly jump into the air, avoiding a sudden attack from Kakuzu. "What in the hell?" Zabuza said, not sure what was going on. Kakuzu slowly stood back up as all of the threads in his body started to pulse through and around his body, forcing him to stand back up. "You son of a bitch," Kakuzu said as a sudden large monster was forced out of his body before it started to rot and die next to him. "What in the hell is that jutsu? I'm sure I pierced his heart," Zabuza said, holding the handle of his sword in a defensive stance as he watched the monstrous sight. Kakuzu was pissed now and was about to get serious when Pain suddenly stepped in, forcing him to stand down. "That is enough, Kakuzu," he said, not having to say anything else as Kakuzu backed down, knowing his place. What's wrong? I thought you said this would be easy," Zabuza said, taunting Kakuzu as he stepped back, joining Orochimaru on the sidelines. "My Kakuzu, I didn't think he would get the DRO on you so easily," Orochimaru said, also taunting him. "I will be your next opponent," Pain said, getting Zabuza's attention. "Is that right?" Zabuza said, clutching the hilt of his sword tight. "However, if you lose, you will join us," Pain then said. "If I lose, eh? What if I refuse?" Zabuza then said, not liking the fact this guy was acting so confident. If you still refuse, then you will meet your end. Pain said, simply and bluntly. Zabuza took a low stance, getting serious after Pain's words, not liking the fact that he thought he could threaten him and get away with it. I'll show you, Zabuza said, drawing his sword before he disappeared, moving at high speeds before he appeared behind Pain. You're mine, he said, raising his sword for the attack. A clone, Pain said, not even moving as Zabuza's body suddenly burst into water, confirming that it had been a bluff attack as 4 other water clones appeared from all sides, preparing to thrust their swords into Pain's body. Not bad, Pain said before he opened his eyes, using his almighty push to propel Zabuza's clones away with the invisible force, blasting them so hard that they burst into the water on impact. The real one is above, Pain then said, looking up as Zabuza came crashing down, slashing his sword as hard as he could. Pain took a simple step back and dodged his attack with ease, watching as Zabuza quickly dashed forwards to attack again, not wasting any time. Relentless, Pain said, slowly lifting his hand into the air, getting a smile from both Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Here it comes, Orochimaru said, having already experienced the power of Pain's Rinnegan. Almighty push, Pain said, using the power of his eyes to blast Zabuza with an impressive amount of force, knocking him flying back into the ground, crashing hard against it. It's over, Pain said, seeing Zabuza's body lead on the ground seeming to be knocked out. Suddenly his body burst into smoke, showing a broken log in his place. A substitution, Orochimaru said in surprise. I don't know what jutsu that is, but I won't give you time to use it on me, Zabuza shouted from a distance, as a thick and heavy mist started to set in around them, blurring their vision as it grew even thicker. The hidden mist jutsu, Kakuzu said, having seen it before. Pain almost smiled, seeing that even though he had only seen him use his almighty push once, he was able to adapt to it and not take the chance by attacking head-on himself. Impressive, Pain then said, using his other senses to try and track Zabuza as his Rinnegan was unable to see through the mist. Zabuza is an expert in the silent killing technique. As a former Umbu squad leader of the Hidden Mist, his technique is quite infamous in the underworld, Kakuzu said, having read up on their target in the bingo book. Still, it won't be enough against him, Orochimaru said, already knowing the outcome of this fight. Pain looked around in the mist, not being able to see a thing as it grew thicker and thicker, being boosted by Zabuza's chakra. I may not be able to see, but it will not be enough to defeat me, Pain said, waiting for Zabuza to show himself, knowing he was too impulsive not to attack. Zabuza was waiting in one of the trees nearby, using his training in the mist jutsu to track Pain's location. I don't know what jutsu he used, but he was able to repel everything around him at the same time without so much as lifting a finger. I can't get close to him without a distraction after he uses that jutsu. That's when I should attack, he thought, planning his attack in his mind before he chose to move. Water Dragon Jutsu, Zabuza said in his head again, not giving anything away as he made the hand signs, casting the jutsu to attack with from a distance. If I use the Water Dragon to blast him with, I can see if his jutsu is strong enough to stop it or not, Zabuza said, quickly moving from the spot he had launched the jutsu. Pain heard the Water Dragon coming from the distance and lifted his hand, blasting it out of the air and forcing the water to explode all around, stopping it in its tracks. A wasted effort, Pain said, not seeing the point in it. However, Zabuza had predicted this and used the water that had now spread around Pain's feet, using it to create more water clones that surrounded Pain in silence. Now, secret assassination clone technique, Zabuza said, using all 4 of his clones to attack at the same time, forcing Pain to jump into the air and avoid the attacks. I knew it, Zabuza said, seeming to have confirmed his thoughts about Pain only being able to use his jutsu once every so often. Zabuza used his clones to attack again, following him into the air as they tried to skewer him with their swords, only to be blasted away by another burst of invisible force. 5 seconds. It took him 5 seconds to use that jutsu again, Zabuza said, wanting to test his theory again before he attacked with everything he had. I grow tired of these games, Pain said as he landed back onto the ground. Is that right? Zabuza said, not revealing his location as his voice echoed. Let's see how you handle this one. Water style, triple water dragon bullet. Zabuza said, created 3 small water dragons that attacked from different sides at the same time, threatening to rip through Pain's body. However, once again Pain used his almighty push to stop the small water dragons, blasting them away as if they were nothing. Now! Zabuza said, suddenly appearing out of the surrounding water on the ground, lifting his sword as he got ready to slice clean through Pain's body. Pain was impressed that Zabuza had figured out his 5-second delay between the use of his jutsu, knowing it was not something that many people knew at all. However, that didn't matter now, as he had been forced to react with his full power, wanting to show Zabuza who he was dealing with. Your fighting style is indeed ruthless and impressive, but still, you are no match for the power of God. Pain shouted, suddenly blasting the entire area around him with what seemed like explosives. Arg! Zabuza yelled, being hit by one of the blasts and being forced to retreat. What the hell is this? Zabuza said, hearing the sounds of what seemed like more people join Pain. Time to be rid of this mist. Pain said, suddenly using his almighty push at such a strength that it was able to blast the very air around him, causing the mist in the air to vanish with it and Zabuza to be hit even from his safe distance. What is this power? Zabuza said, feeling his body be hit hard by the invisible force, sending him crashing towards the ground without being able to move. It's over, Orochimaru said, watching the battle carefully from a safe distance, seeing that all of the 6 paths of Pain now stood with Tendo, showing their full might to all that could see them. Zabuza was about to crash to the ground, when a sudden sensation gripped him, seeming to pull him through the air towards Pain without being able to do a thing about it. What is this? He shouted, feeling the grip of Pain's hand around his throat as he grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. This fight is over, Zabuza, Pain said before he released Zabuza, showing him the full power of the paths of Pain as they all stood over him. This power. This is the power I want, Zabuza said to himself before slowly giving way to the darkness as he fell unconscious, having survived a battle with Pain and not knowing how much of an achievement it actually was. Zabuza's memory skipped forwards a little after that battle, having been forced to join the ranks of the Akatsuki, where he was introduced to the rest of the group at that time, as well as being told the rules and goals of the organization. What he had not expected was that 2 of the other members were both people he already knew. Well, I'll be damned if it isn't Zabuza himself, Kisame said, giving him a sharp smile. Zabuza kept a straight face at his greeting. Didn't expect to see you here, Kisame, he said, trying to remember the last time he had seen the monster. Zabuza. That name rings a bell, Juzo said, stepping into the light and revealing himself. Juzobiwa, you too eh? Zabuza said, seeing that both the Samahana and Executioner's blade were here. Juzo smiled as his memory clicked, suddenly realizing who Zabuza was. That's right, I remember you now, Juzo said, walking over to him. It's been a long time, Demon of the Mist, Juzo said, seeming to give him a compliment. All right, this is Zabuza. He will be joining us as of today, Pain said, seeing that he already knew 2 members of their team. Juzo, you will pair with Zabuza since you seem to know him already, Pain said, getting a nod from Juzo, who didn't argue. Everyone else, you know your roles, now head out and do God's will, Pain said, dismissing them before he vanished. All right, kid, looks like you are with me, Juzo said, taking another look at Zabuza. Zabuza simply nodded his head, following Juzo without complaint. Lead the way. Zabuza's memory faded out as he looked at Juzo's head on the ground, seeing that it had stopped rolling now. My first step to getting my power has begun by taking this sword, he said, taking a good look at his new blade, soaked with the blood of its previous owner. Zabuza then turned his attention to the 3 misbrats who Juzo had been toying with long enough for him to take him out without a problem. I guess I'll finish you off, Zabuza said, giving Kajira a cold stare as he tossed his sword over his shoulder. Kajira looked at Chika and then Rakuro, seeing that neither of them could fight now, knowing it was up to him to hold Zabuza off if he wanted to save them. However, the sight of Zabuza, who had been called the Demon of the Mist, walking towards him after having so easily killed Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had caused his body to freeze, not being able to move as the fear set in. I can't do this," he said, seeing the demon aura coming from Zabuza as he slowly walked over to him. Zabuza could see that his prey was frozen in fear, also seeing that the other 2 had been hurt badly and were out of it. He stopped dead in front of Kajira, looking down at him as he towered over him. "Time to die, kid." Chapter 122, Zabuza vs. Haku and Kimaru. Zabuza stood in front of Kajira, holding his sword over his shoulder with Kajira too afraid to move, staring into the face of death in Zabuza's eyes. "It's time to die, kid," Zabuza said, taking no pity on him as he knew what it was to be a shinobi. Kajira could feel his legs shaking, knowing there was nothing he could do against a monster such as this man that stood before him. "This is it. It's all over," he said to himself, watching Zabuza lift his sword into the air. Zabuza suddenly pulled his sword down, using it to block a barrage of bone bullets and Senbon needles, quickly jumping back to gain some distance when Hattori appeared and slashed his hand using his steel style to turn it into a blade. "Interesting," Zabuza said, seeing that Hattori had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, moving at high speeds to attack him and try to take him off guard. Hattori was surprised that Zabuza had been able to block his attack, seeing how it was a surprise attack with no warning. Zabuza quickly pushed Hattori away before he swung his body around and attacked with his sword, forcing Hattori to use his swift style and retreat, only just avoiding the counterattack. "My turn!" Kimaru shouted, rushing in with his bones sticking out of his entire body, attacking with acrobatic movements and forcing Zabuza to defend himself from all sides as he clashed with him, straining his eyes to keep up with all of the oncoming attacks. "You!" Zabuza said, remembering Kimaru from their last encounter, and seeing that he had the same ability as Fuyona. "Looks like you have grown since last time," Zabuza said, smashing the side of his sword into Kimaru's ribs, and taking him off the ground with the weight of the attack. Hattori was quick to appear again, attacking Zabuza from behind with his steel-style enhanced punches, aiming for a vital spot at the back of the neck and base of the skull. However, Zabuza was too fast for him and grabbed his right wrist as he slipped the punch, twisting Hattori around with a wrist whip and lifting his sword with his free hand, getting ready to smash the blade into Hattori's stomach as he hit the ground. "Ice style, ice pillar jutsu!" Haku shouted, suddenly using his ice style to trap Zabuza in, freezing his entire body with only his hand and sword sticking out of the ice. "Now!" Kimaru shouted, giving Koyuki and Yuri the signal to unleash their jutsu from the distance. "Fire style, demon trap jutsu!" They both shouted, suddenly throwing a barrage of shuriken with wire wrapped around them, wrapping around the ice pillar and covering it in paper bombs. Koyuki flipped into the air and unleashed a large fireball from her mouth, hitting the ice pillar and causing all of the paper bombs to explode, destroying the entire area with the destructive force of the paper bombs as well as her fire style combined to create a powerful explosion. "All right, we did it!" Kimaru said, picking himself up from the powerful blow he had taken to his body, only having survived thanks to his bone defense taking the brunt of the blow. Haku also watched the smoke rise from his vantage point, not seeing any sign of Zabuza having been able to dodge the attack. "Are you all right, Kujira?" Koyuki said as she ran over to him, seeing that he and his team were in bad shape. "It's all right now, we got him," she said, looking to Yuri, who pulled out a medical bag from her weapons pouch and headed over to Chika and Rokuro to check on them. Hattori and the others also came over to him, seeing that they had done their best to stay alive against an opponent like Zabuza. "No, it's not over, he's still alive," Kujira suddenly shouted, pointing his hand over towards the treeline, causing everyone to turn around and look. "Seems you brats have gotten stronger," Zabuza said, standing without a mark on his body as he leaned his weight on his blade. "No way. How did he?" Hattori said, not sure how he survived their attack. Zabuza dropped from the tree onto the ground, lifting his sword up onto his shoulder as he looked at the brats in front of him. "Seems like Fuyona is teaching you well," he said. "Zabuza," Haku said, seeing that he had become even stronger than the last time they met. "This is Zabuza, the demon of the mist?" Koyuki said, taking in his appearance and sword. Even with a coordinated surprise attack, he was still able to see it coming and is treating us like a joke, Kimimaro said, getting pissed off, but also realizing that he was strong. "What should we do?" Koyuki asked, knowing that they had been told not to fight him by Fuyona himself. "Don't even think about running," Zabuza suddenly said, putting them on their toes. "I'm gonna have some fun with you brats, we can make a little game of it," he then said, smiling behind his bandaged face. "Now let's see. 6 of you in fighting condition," Zabuza said, counting how many of them were there. "Water clone jutsu," Zabuza said, making a simple hand sign and creating 6 clones standing before him. "Here's the game, if you can survive a battle with one of my clones and defeat it, I'll let you live," he said. "However, if you can't, well, you get the idea," Zabuza said, watching the expression on their faces, taking pleasure in their fear. Normally this was not something Zabuza would do with his prey, toying with them for sport. However, for some reason he couldn't help himself when it came to these brats. Knowing that they were Fuyona's students seemed to pique his interest in how strong they had become. "All right, let the game begin," Zabuza said, allowing his clones to get to work, charging at their targets with their swords raised. "Look out!" Kimimaro shouted, watching as the clones attacked with all of their power. "A water clone has only 1/10 of the strength of the original. We can take them out if we work together," Haku said, blocking an attack from his clone enemy using a Senbon needle, pushing back the full force of the executioner's blade. "Is that right?" Zabuza said with a smirk on his face. Suddenly the clone that Haku was fighting grabbed his wrist, stopping him from using his free hand to make hand signs, already knowing he could make them with only one hand. "Oh no!" Haku said, doing his best to break his wrist free of his grip, trying to pull it free as he felt the weight of his blade becoming too much. "These are no ordained water clones. I suggest you give it your all while fighting them," Zabuza said, watching as his clone that fought with Haku put the boy on his toes. "Haku, look out!" Kimimaro shouted, trying to rush to his aid. However, another of the Zabuza clones jumped into the air, attacking him with a powerful downward slash. Kimimaro stopped in his tracks, jumping back to avoid the attack of his sword that smashed into the ground, forcing the earth to burst from the weight of the attack. "Damn it, I can't get past him," Kimimaro said, seeing his shadow burst through the dust as it swung another attack at him. Kimimaro ducked under the slash, allowing his bones to burst out of his ribs to counterattack. "Don't think so, kid," the clone said, letting go of his sword so he could move back faster to avoid Kimimaro's attack. To Kimimaro's surprise, he dropped to his knees and spun around, swiping his legs out from under him with a spinning sweep. Kimimaro dropped to the ground, watching in shock as Zabuza grabbed his sword in midair and swung it down at him, getting ready to cleaver him in two. "It's over!" Kimimaro was forced to use as many bones as he could from his body all at once, forming a huge ladder of spikes that were just able to stop the sword in its tracks. "Impressive kid," the real Zabuza said as he watched from the distance. The other clones were also engaging in combat, giving Zabuza a good show as he watched them fight it out with the other brats. Koyuki was doing her best to avoid his attacks and took advantage of her speed. However, even while using such a large sword, Zabuza was still able to wield it as if it weighed nothing, proving that his physical strength was on a different level. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," she shouted as she unleashed the jutsu after gaining some distance. Zabuza watched as the fireball flew towards him, lifting his sword into the air as he got ready to cut it in half. "Now scatter," she said, surprising Zabuza as her fireball suddenly burst into smaller ones that were covering a bunch of shurikens she had concealed in the fire jutsu. "Impressive," Zabuza said, turning sideways as he used the flat of his blade to cover his entire body, reflecting the fire shuriken as they bounced off his blade. "He blocked it!" Koyuki said in surprise that he had made it look so simple. Oh no, I have to try something else before he attacks again. She then said, reaching for another weapon in her pouch. Allow me. The clone said as it placed its sword into the ground. Water style, water prison jutsu. Koyuki's eyes burst open as another Zabuza appeared behind her, grabbing her shoulder before water burst all around her, trapping Koyuki in a water prison jutsu. The clone used a clone. Koyuki said, holding her breath as the water inside the barrier filled up above her head, signaling that she didn't have much time left. Hattori and Yuri were also busy fighting their own clones of Zabuza, trying to work together to fight them at the same time. With Hattori taking advantage of his swift style, he was able to attack either of them at a rapid rate, while Yuri could provide support and attack from a distance or mid-range. Yuri, look out! Hattori shouted as he quickly blocked an attack from one of the Zabuzas using his forearm coated in his steel style, reflecting Zabuza's sword away. Now! He shouted, getting Yuri to dash forwards and attack with a slash to his exposed neck. Don't think so, the other clone said, quickly intervening and blocking her attack for his fellow clone, giving the other Zabuza time to push Hattori back and counterattack Yuri. Yuri was fast and flipped backwards, landing in a perfect cat pose as she avoided his attack, watching Hattori dash behind one of them to try and take him out with a slash to the back of his neck. However, both the Zabuza clones worked together and deflected each of his attacks, seeming to be able to predict where he would attack from and use each other's ability to counter and defend at the same time, pushing him back and rendering his swift style almost useless. Not good, I can't get one of them alone to take them out, Hattori said as he appeared by Yuri's side, trying to think of a plan as he watched them both. Meanwhile, Kujira was face to face with his own clone of Zabuza, doing his best in his tired state to fight him off. Come on, kid, I know you have more in you than that, the clone said, sending Kujira flying back into a tree with a powerful strike. Kujira hit the tree, feeling the wind get knocked from him as his lungs start to spasm. It's no use. I can't defeat him, even if he is a clone, Kujira said, winching as he looked up slowly in the clone's direction, knowing he had already expended too much chakra in his last battle. I grow tired of this. If you won't fight back, then I think it's time to put you out of your misery, the clone said, deciding to get serious with him. Haku twisted his arm and was able to break free from Zabuza's grasp, flipping back and throwing a set of Senbon needles to cover his retreat. The clone lifted its sword and blocked the Senbon, not stopping there as it charged at Haku, slicing the blade towards his chest. Haku was forced to think on his feet as the sword was about to cut him in half. Taking in a large breath, he exhaled it with great force, using a small wind style to push him back and avoid the attack. Not bad, kid. But let's see how you handle this, the clone said before he threw the sword, causing it to come flying towards Haku like a windmill of death. Haku ducked under the blade and watched as it hit the tree behind him, slicing clean through the thick trunk of the tree before it carried on its path, cutting a few more trees down before finally sinking into the last one, having lost its speed. You're mine, the clone said, appearing behind Haku, having used the sword as a distraction, allowing him to get close to the boy and grab his shoulder. Water prison jutsu. Haku watched as water expanded around his body, trapping him in a bubble of water that was harder than steel. It's over for you, kid. Honestly, I thought you had more potential than this, the clone said, giving him a disappointed look. Haku smiled, getting a more interesting look from the clone, wondering what he was thinking. This was my plan all along, Haku said as the water around him started to freeze, trapping the clone's arm inside of the frozen ball of water as it did. Arg! You brat! The clone said, trying to pull it free. It's no use, Haku said as he suddenly slid out of the ice and stuck a Senbon needle into the clone's neck, taking it by surprise with his escape from the ice. The real Zabuza watched as Haku had defeated the first clone, turning it back into the water before he set his sights on one of the others, going to help his teammates. Seems I was right about that one, he said, feeling a small smile form on his lips. Kimaru was locked in a ferocious battle with his clone, flipping and attacking the Zabuza from all angles as he tried to push him back. This kid is tenacious, The clone thought as he blocked another attack with his sword, feeling the power of the boy getting stronger. Something is off with this one, the real Zabuza said as he watched their battle, feeling a stronger chakra at play here. Arg! Kimaru roared as he spun around and placed his hands into the ground, flipping into a handstand and using his legs to attack before flipping back onto them and attacking with his arms again, forcing the clone to block each attack without being able to counter. That ability! He can literally use any part of his body as a weapon and attack in a never-ending cycle like a dance. The clone said to itself, ducking under a slash while lifting its left leg up to avoid a bone aimed at his shin, all while continuing to block more attacks with his sword, being forced back at an impressive rate. Just like him, Zabuza said, watching the boy's fighting style carefully. Kimaru took a heavy squat onto the ground before springing into the air, flipping around in a half-turn in the air so his back was facing Zabuza from above. What in the? The clone said, bracing itself for another attack as its back hit a dead end, leading it nowhere to go. Take this! Kimaru said, suddenly unleashing a huge amount of bones that seemed to grow continuously until they covered the entire area and crushed the clone, overwhelming him with a massive amount of razor-sharp projectiles. Kimaru flipped back onto the ground, having allowed the bones to separate from his body before looking around the battlefield, seeing that Haku had already defeated his clone and was heading over to help Koyoki. That's 2 down, he said, looking over to Hattori and Yuri. He could also see that Kajira had been trapped in a water prison like Koyoki and knew he was injured, knowing he had to help save him. With that, Kimaru charged toward Kajira, throwing a handful of bone bullets at Zabuza who held the water prison around him. The clone lifted its sword and blocked the attack, letting the bone bullets bounce off of the blade onto the ground harmlessly. Kimaru slid along the ground under his sword, kicking the clone's leg out from under it due to him taking his eyesight off of him for a second thanks to his bone bullets. Now! He shouted, allowing bones to fire out of his back, hitting the clone who was unable to move due to the water prison, turning it back to water and freeing Kajira. You alright, Kajira? Kimaru asked, watching as he got his breath back. Why yeah. I'm alright, he said, not believing how strong Kimaru had gotten. Get some rest and tend to your team, I'm gonna go and help the others, he said, getting a small nod from Kajira who watched him quickly run off. Meanwhile, Haku had rushed over to help Koyoki who was currently drowning in a water pillar and running out of time. I've had enough of this Zabuza, Haku shouted, forming a bunch of hand signs as he charged forwards. So he's finally getting serious, is he? The real Zabuza said with interest as he watched from the distance. Ice style, call of 100 blades, Haku shouted, suddenly creating 100 ice blades all around him, threatening to use all of them at once against the rest of Zabuza's clones. Haku unleashed the ice sword, sending all of them flying towards the clones who had trapped Koyoki and the ones who were fighting both Hattori and Yuri. The blades flew through the air, overwhelming the clones as they tried to defend against them. However, there were simply too many of them, providing an almost unlimited number of attacks that proved too much for them to defend against. He was holding back such a powerful jutsu all this time. Just what else is this kid capable of? The real Zabuza said as he watched Haku take out the rest of his clones, seeing that the game was over. I guess the fun's over, Zabuza said, taking a step forwards to face the brats with his full power. The others quickly regrouped, with Kimaru and Haku taking the lead as they prepared to face the real Zabuza. Just how strong is this guy? If his water clones were already that strong, then the real deal must be crazy, Hattori said, knowing this was a bad situation. However, he and Kimaru were also looking at Haku after having taken the remaining clones out by himself. They both knew he had been holding back for some time now. Just how strong has he gotten? Kimaru thought, looking to his brother for a moment before shifting his attention back to Zabuza. Can we make a run for it? Koyoki asked, looking at the others to see what they thought. No. If we try to run, he will cut us down one by one, Kimaru said, knowing they had no choice but to fight. Now I know I said I would let you live if you survived against my clones. But honestly, I didn't think you would, Zabuza said, lifting his sword up before he stuck it into the ground. So, I'm going to finish this with one jutsu, he said, suddenly performing hand signs at a rapid rate, taking all of them by surprise. Shit, we need to defend quickly, Hattori shouted, knowing whatever jutsu he was about to use would be bad. Haku watched as Zabuza made the hand signs, seeing his movements get faster and faster as he was nearing completion of them. I have no choice, he said, knowing what he had to do to stop it. I'm sorry, master, but I have to use that jutsu, he said as he slowly lifted his hand to his mouth and bit his thumb, drawing blood. Haku, what are you doing? Kimaru said, seeing that he had bitten his thumb. Water style, giant vortex jutsu, Zabuza shouted, summoning a huge amount of water around him. No way. We can't stop that, Koyuki said, knowing this could be the end. Haku quickly made his own hand signs and slammed his hand onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Chapter 123. Zabuza's giant vortex jutsu was heading towards Kimaru and the others at full pelt, threatening to wipe them all out with the powerful crushing vortex of unstoppable water. Kimaru had run out of ideas and was unsure of how he would get out of this situation, knowing there was only one way to stop this level of jutsu. However, that was easier said than done, and he had no time to even try and call upon the power of the three tails. His surprise was even greater when Haku stepped forwards, biting his thumb to draw blood. Haku, look out! He shouted, seeing that the jutsu was about to hit. Summoning jutsu! Haku yelled, slapping his hand onto the ground and creating a huge poof of smoke as well as a shockwave that knocked all of the others back. What the hell is that? Hattori said, flipping back in the air so he could land on his feet, trying to watch what was happening. Zabuza watched as his water style hit its target. However, to his surprise the water started to freeze, stopping his jutsu in its tracks, looking like it had done nothing. That brat, Zabuza said, knowing that the ice was his doing. No way he could have stopped my jutsu by himself. He then said, waiting for the smoke to clear so he could get a better view of the situation. I can't say I expected to be summoned into a situation so quickly, a deep voice said as the dust settled, revealing a huge white yeti standing with its arm, holding the frozen water style as he looked down at Haku. And by a child no less, the yeti said, not recognizing Haku. Haku was breathing a little faster from using such a large amount of chakra to summon Fuyu the Great Yeti and slowly took a knee onto the ground to catch his breath. For a brat like you to summon me, Fuyu said as he turned his head to see the situation he was in. My name is Haku Yuki, Haku said, causing Fuyu to raise an eyebrow as he heard his name. So this is the brat Fuyona told me about, he thought, feeling impressed that he was able to summon him at all. Fuyona must have had him sign a contract without me knowing about it. Well kid, it looks like you were in a bit of a bind, Fuyu said as he got a good look at Zabuza. What in the hell is that thing? Zabuza said, seeing the powerful summoning creature that Haku had brought forth. Kimaru and the other also watched as the smoke cleared, seeing the huge yeti standing before them, having stopped Zabuza's water style with only one hand. Fuyu! Kimaru shouted, remembering the yeti from when Fuyona had taken him to meet Hyoketsu, the great elder yeti, about his illness. Fuyu saw Kimaru and remembered him too, smiling as both of Fiona's brats were here, meaning that he was getting old. What the hell is that thing? Hattori said, having no idea that Haku was capable of such a jutsu. Just how strong is he? He then said under his breath, clenching his fist at the thought he could have used this when fighting him in the Chunin exams. Please Fuyu, we could use a hand, Kimaru said as he jumped down to the yeti's feet, standing next to Haku who slowly stood back up. I can see that, Fuyu said, seeing the look on Zabuza's face. This one has a strong killing instinct, he's not a guy you kids should be messing around with. Just what is Fuyona thinking? Fuyu said. But I guess there is no helping it. After all, I would never hear the end of it from Fuyona if I didn't do something about this. He then said, turning to face Zabuza. Time to fight, Fuyu said as he took a ready stance. Zabuza watched, not being able to help but smile as he drew his sword. "Looks like I can let loose a little now," he said, knowing this beast would make for a good opponent. "What a fool," Fuyu said as he suddenly punched the ice vortex in front of him, breaking it into large chunks of ice that flew towards Zabuza. Zabuza moved quick, dodging the ice as he dashed around and used his sword to block any projectiles he was unable to avoid. "Take this!" he shouted as he jumped into the air, swinging his sword with all of his might down at Fuyu's head. Fuyu lifted his arm, using a thick layer of ice to form around his arm so he could block the attack without any damage, deflecting Zabuza away before he grabbed his with his other hand, attempting to crush him. Zabuza yelled in pain before his body burst into water. "A clone," Fuyu said as he froze the water in his hand before crushing it and throwing the shards to where he sensed Zabuza. "You won't escape so easily." The force at which he threw the ice shards ripped through the tree line, obliterating the landscape, giving no cover of which to hide behind. Zabuza was quick to jump into the air to avoid the barrage of projectiles, already knowing he wouldn't be able to counter them. "Water style, water dragon!" he shouted, shooting a water dragon from the air toward Fuyu. Fuyu smiled as he watched it come towards him. "Water style is useless against me," he roared, using his breath to freeze the water before it got near him, stopping it in its tracks as it crashed into the ground. "Time to finish this," Fuyu said, growing tired of Zabuza's tricks. Suddenly Fuyu dashed forwards towards Zabuza, appearing next to him at impressive speed, taking him off guard. "How can it move so quickly?" Zabuza said, trying to lift his sword to block the punch of the yeti. However, the force was enough to send Zabuza flying through the air like a ragdoll before he crashed into the ground, bouncing off of it before he crashed into the trees and disappeared deep into the forest. "Holy! That thing is so strong!" Koyuki said in amazement as she watched Fuyu make light work of Zabuza. "I had no idea Haku could use a jutsu like this," she said to Yuri, who was also astounded by what they saw. "All right, he did it," Kimaru said to Haku, who also smiled at the result of their battle. "When did father teach you the summoning jutsu?" Kimaru then asked Haku. Haku smiled. "It was a while ago now, but he said to only use it as a last resort," Haku said, getting a nod from Kimaru. "I guess this counted as that," Kimaru said, knowing that if not for Haku summoning Fuyu, Zabuza's water style would have finished them. Zabuza had been hit hard, feeling the damage his had taken all over his body. "That monster is strong," he said as he kicked off a log from his body, feeling that some of his bones were broken. "Looks like now would be a good time to retreat," he thought, looking around for his sword. "Blast it," he said, seeing that his sword had been snapped in two. "I'll make you brats pay for this," he then said, biting his lip so hard that it bled before he picked himself up and retreated into the forest. Fuyu could feel Zabuza's chakra vanishing into the distance before it became too faint to sense. "Seems he has retreated," Fuyu said, knowing he had made a wise choice. "We did it!" Koyuki yelled, running over to Haku as she wrapped her arms around his neck tight. Fuyu watched as they all celebrated, knowing that his work here was done. "I shall take my leave then, young Yuki," he said, looking at Haku, who gave him a warm smile. "Thank you," Haku said, reminding Fuyu of Fuyona. I must be getting soft in my old age," Fuyu said before he vanished in a large puff of smoke, leaving the group alone. "This is no time to celebrate. We need to treat the others' injuries and retreat back to the village before anyone else shows up," Hattori suddenly said, snapping them all out of their momentary thoughts. "He's right," Kimaru said, agreeing with him. "Let's get the others treated and get out of here," Kimaru then said, making a move with the others as they headed over to Rokuro and Chika, seeing Kajira was already with them, having done his best to try and protect them from any harm. "It's all right now, Kajira, let's tend to their wounds," Koyuki said, seeing that he was still trying to protect them, being in such bad shape that he hadn't realized that the fighting was over. "Why yeah," Kajira said before he finally ran out of steam, falling to the ground with a smile on his face, knowing he had protected his friends to the last. "Oh no, Kajira," Koyuki said, catching him before he fell. It's all right, Koyuki, he is just exhausted, Kimaru said as he placed a hand on her shoulder. The sooner we get back, the better, Hattori said, picking up Rokuro onto his back so he could carry him. I agree, Kimaru said, doing the same with Kajira, while Haku used his ice style to create a small floating bed to carry Chika so that Koyuki and Yuri could tend to their wounds while moving. Let's get back to the village. They then said, all nodding to each other as their mission had now come to an end, knowing that the cost of such had been grave. Time had passed as the group made their way back to the village hidden in the mist, making it back in one piece and admitting the injured into the hospital before the others reported to Fuyona about their mission. Haku, Kimaru, Hattori and Yuri all stood in the Mizuki's office, standing in front of Fiona's desk as they explained what had happened during their mission, as well as presented the Kiba blades to him. Fiona sat and listened to their story, lowering his head at the news of Miyako's death at the hands of Raiga. However, he had already known the dangers of their mission, taking the responsibility upon himself for her death. Fiona sighed as he looked at the Kiba blades, wondering if it had been worth it in retrieving them at all. And you say that Zabuza killed Juzo and took the executioner's blade from himself? Fiona asked. That's right, sir, Hattori said. Kujira and his squad had done their best to fight him off, having taken heavy damage in doing so before Zabuza showed up and took out Juzo, stealing his sword and proceeding to try and finish what Juzo had started. Koyuki then said, filling in the details on the report. Fiona had to admit he had not seen this outcome coming, finding out that Zabuza had joined the Akatsuki somehow, and had now killed Juzo and taken his sword. Still, he knew that Zabuza must not have known that Kimaru was the Three-Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise he would have taken a different approach in their battle if he was working for the Akatsuki now. Fiona leaned on his desk as he interlocked his fingers, taking a good look at Haku with a smile coming to his face. And the only reason you survived your battle with the Demon of the Mist was due to summoning Fuyu? He said, getting a small nod from Haku. Impressive, I have to say, Fiona said, getting a sigh from Ao, who was also present for the meeting. I'm surprised that Big Yeti didn't give you a hard time. Fiona said before getting serious again. Anyhow, I am truly impressed by all of your abilities to survive such a battle, truly you have done your village and me proud. He said, flashing them a large smile before standing to his feet. As such, you are all awarded some time off to rest, as well as mourn the death of your comrade, Fiona said, looking to Hattori and Yuri, who were trying not to show their emotions. Yes, sir. They all said, standing to attention as they said it. Very well, you may leave. Fiona then said, getting a nod from them. Boys, make sure you head home, Swearin is waiting for you both, something about a large dinner to welcome you home, Fiona said, getting a smile from his boys. Hattori, when you are ready, come and see me about a special mission I have for you, Fiona said, getting a slow nod from the boy, as the other's eyes fell on him for a moment. I will, sir. He said, getting a look from the others before they all took their leave from the office. Fiona watched as they left, closing the doors behind them and leaving him and Ao alone. You can't feel bad for the death of the girl, Fiona. They are shinobi at the end of the day, and they know the cost of being such. Ao said, being a little colder about her death. I know, Ao. They are growing so fast before my eyes, and I know the day will come when they don't need me anymore. Fiona said as he leaned back in his chair. If anything, you should give them more training, and help them to harness their abilities. If they can go up against an opponent like Zabuza and Raiga and make it out alive, then with more training they could harness their abilities and become great weapons for the village. Ao said, speaking the truth. Fiona didn't say anything, knowing he was making sense. Perhaps you are right. I guess during this small window of peace I should complete their training while I have the chance. After all, who knows what might happen in the time to come? Fiona said, getting a strange look from Ao. What do you mean by that, Fiona? Ao asked. Nothing, Ao. Fiona suddenly said, flashing him a large smile before he stood up and created an ice mirror. Now if that is all, I have a dinner to get to, otherwise my wives will have my head. He said, rubbing the back of his head with a goofy smile. Ao also laughed, knowing that both Mei and Swearin would have his head if they found out he kept Fiona away from them. Very well, sir, Ao said, nodding his head to Fiona before he stepped into the ice mirror. Fiona stepped out of his ice mirror into the living room of his house, surprising all in it. Daddy! Shoto yelled, seeing that Fiona had returned home. Mei popped her head from the kitchen into the living room, seeing that he was also home. Ah, dear, I didn't expect you home yet, she said, walking over to give him a kiss. Fiona smiled and kissed Mei back before he picked Shoto up. Hey, little man, he said, throwing him into the air before catching him again and placing him in his shoulders, getting a giggle from the boy. Where is Asami? Fiona asked after a minute, noticing she hadn't come running over to him. Mei smiled as she headed back to the kitchen. She is outside with Swearin, she said before she checked on the food she was making. Fiona nodded and took Shoto out with him to see what they were both up to, heading to the back doors that lead to the garden. Fiona walked out to see Swearin playing with Asami. My, what's going on here? Fiona said, seeing that Asami was using her Shikatsu Miyaku as she sparred against Swearin, blocking an attack from a kunai as she jumped and twisted into the air to counter. Both Swearin and Asami noticed him and stopped, with Asami allowing her bones to return into her body before she ran over to him in excitement. Daddy! She yelled, jumping into his arms. Fiona hugged her back before he held her into the air, kissing her on the cheek. Hello, dear, Swearin said, putting her kunai away and walking over to him. Training, are we? Fiona asked, surprised that she had started Asami's training so young. It's a new game we play, Daddy, Asami said, getting excited. Is that so? Fiona said, giving her a big smile as he put her down. Welcome home, Swearin said, giving him a kiss and a hug. Fiona smiled and put Shoto down so he could play with his sister. We had better go back inside, the boys will be back any second, Fiona said, getting a nod from Swearin. Come on, you two, your brothers are back, she said, getting a sudden burst of energy from the children. Yay! They both said, running back into the house. Come on then, let's go and give them a welcome home they will remember, Swearin said as she too walked back into the house, leaving Fiona in the garden. Fiona looked into the sky as he felt the wind on his face, knowing that this would be one of the last moments the boys had to take it easy and that their road to becoming shinobi was about to become very difficult. Chapter 124. Fiona found himself sitting around the kitchen table with his family. Mei had prepared a delicious meal for them all in celebration of Kimamaru's and Haku's return from their mission, putting on a large spread of expensive foods. Fiona watched as Swearin and Mei both helped to feed Shoto and Asami, although Asami was proving to be hard work as she wanted to do it herself, once again showing even at an early age how determined she was to do everything herself. However, Kimamaru and Haku both sat quietly as they ate their food, seeming a little down from their last mission, even with the nice food before them. Is something wrong, boys? Something on your mind? Mei asked, also seeing that they were acting strange compared to usual. Neither of them flinched, and both of them looked up from their food with Haku flashing Mei a smile. Nothing is wrong, Mei. Thank you for the food, Haku said, taking a small mouthful. Kimamaru, however, said nothing. I know what you are both going through, Fiona suddenly said, getting both of their attention and seeing right through their little act. I too know what it feels like to feel weak and unable to save a comrade, Fiona said, seeming to hit the nail on the head as the look in both boys' eyes changed. Swearin looked at them both, feeling for them as she remembered the first time she had lost a comrade in battle. Is that right? Mei asked, understanding why they had been acting so glum now. That is why I have decided to start the next phase of your training, Fiona said, getting a surprised look from both of them, including Mei and Swearin. Training! Daddy, I want to train! Asami shouted as she jumped onto the table, waving her arms in the air. Everyone laughed as she did, causing Fiona to give her a big smile and pick her up off of the table before throwing her into the air. Sweet child, you will be doing some training of your own for sure, Fiona said as he kissed her on the cheek. Yay! She said, popping a bone from the back of her hand as she pulled it out like a knife. "I'm ready to get the bad guys," she said, waving the sharp bone around like a toy. "Don't worry, Asami, one day when you are big enough," Fuyona said, putting her back down before Swearin made her sit back down to finish her food. Kimaru couldn't help but notice that she had used the Shikatsumiyaku ability and looked at Fuyona in surprise. "As you can see, a lot has happened while you were away," he said, smiling at him to put him at ease. "What do you mean our next phase of training, father?" Haku asked, wanting to know more. "Don't worry about that, for now, let's eat, and tomorrow we will talk more. But only if you eat all of this food that May has worked so hard to make," Fuyona said, getting a nod from both of them before they quickly dug into their food, seeming to be in a better mood now. Meanwhile, Fuyona may have been sitting at home keeping an eye on his boys, but he had used clones to check on the others he had also sent out on the mission, knowing each of them would be taking the loss differently, and some harder than others. Kujira, Chika, and Rokuro were still in the hospital, although not in critical condition. They were still asleep and expected to make a full recovery, all thanks to Kujira's act of bravery in protecting them. Their families had been notified and already been to visit them for the night. Of course, those with shinobi families understood the risk to any mission and were simply happy that it had made it back safely. Koyuki also seemed alright and had returned home to her mother. Fuyona had sworn to Yagura that he would look after the child and keep her safe. And he would honor that promise as best he could, having something planned for her training too. Last was Hattori and Yuri. It had been their squad member who had been killed by Raiga, a man who had once trained Fuyona when he served under him as his squad captain. He had tried to contact him after he had taken power, offering him to return to the village. However, every attempt had been tossed aside, and Fuyona had been left with no choice other than to send trackers after him for the crimes he had committed. Fuyona felt a little bit of guilt towards the death of their friend, knowing if he had sent stronger shinobi, then perhaps she would have lived. However, the cost of the war was great on all sides, and he had not had the manpower for such a task. Yuri seemed to be doing okay, having returned to her home, living alone as both of her parents had been killed on a mission 5 years ago. She was a quiet girl who had come close to death herself, only being saved by Hattori, who she now swore her life to. Fuyona could see that she was alright, a little shaken, but okay as she poured some hot water into a bowl of noodles and sat to eat them. At least the girl is eating. She understands the loss that shinobi must carry and keeps her emotions in check well, Fuyona said as he watched her from afar. Now, just one more round, he said, leaving her alone for now. Fiona's clone was now heading to the last stop on his list, to see Hattori, who he knew was taking this death the hardest. Hattori already had a tragic backstory, having had both his father and sister murdered on the orders of Yagura many years ago. The boy was from a family of nobles that stretched back to the founding of the village hidden in the mist, and once Fuyona had learned of his survival, he had sworn to restore his family, also making the boy a shinobi at his own request. His current home was a manor house that had once belonged to his family before Yagura had taken it from them. Of course, Fuyona had given it back to the boy and provided it with housekeeping fit of a noble of the Land of Water. Yet Hattori spent very little time in it, feeling that the house was too big for his liking. Fuyona could see that he wasn't home and had an idea of where he might be, proceeding to go looking in the usual spots he had found the boy before. Soon enough he stumbled upon his training as he punched a large stump on one of the training grounds that was located on the outskirts of the village. Hattori was really going at it, even using his steel release to strike the post, easily chipping away the wood from the force of his punches. "It's my fault. I couldn't save her," Fuyona heard him mutter as he continued to throw his punches. "It's my fault," Hattori yelled, striking the post with all of his might, snapping the wood in half as it flew into the ground with a large thud. "I'm still not strong enough," he shouted, as he dropped to his knees and slammed his fists into the ground. "Still too weak." "Hattori," Fuyona said softly as he stepped out of the shadows, surprising the boy. Hattori spun around in surprise, already knowing whose voice the words belonged. "Lord Mizukage," he said in shock, quickly standing up. "It's all right, Hattori, you can relax," Fuyona said, giving the boy a smile. Hattori did so and slowly slumped his shoulders. "What are you doing here, sir?" he said, slowly turning his head away from Fuyona. "I came to check on you actually, see what you were up to," Fuyona said, walking over to the boy. "Well, I'm fine. You don't need to come and check on me," he said, trying to hide his emotions. "Is that so?" Fuyona said, placing his hands on his hips. Fuyona looked at the log and then back to Hattori, whistling before he walked over to it. "Looks like you were doing some intense training?" Fuyona said before looking back at Hattori. "But it would seem that the log couldn't keep up with you. So to me, it looks like you were in need of a sparring partner," Fuyona said, causing Hattori to look at him in surprise. "Sir?" he asked, not understanding. "What's wrong, Hattori? Am I not good enough of a training partner for you or something?" Fuyona said as he took a fight position. Hattori was still surprised and shook his head. "No sir, it's not that, it's just," he said, not knowing what to do. "Well, don't stand around all day, defend yourself," Fuyona said as he suddenly dashed forwards, throwing a downwards hammer fist towards Hattori's head, forcing him to react and block the strike with his forearm. "Not bad, but let's see how you handle this," Fuyona said with a large smile before he used his foot to hook around one of Hattori's, pulling it from the ground so he was off balance. Hattori stumbled as he was forced to support his weight with only one leg, trying to steady himself as he watched Fuyona jump from the ground with his other leg, spinning around and driving a spinning back kick into his stomach. "Nice block," Fuyona said, seeing that Hattori had used his steel release to reinforce his stomach and block the attack as he landed back onto the ground, getting ready to counterattack. "Now he's getting into it," Fuyona thought, watching as the boy disappeared using his swift release. Fuyona waited for only a moment before he slightly dropped his head backwards, avoiding a roundhouse kick from Hattori who had appeared in midair next to him. "Not bad, but too predictable," Fuyona said, teasing him before he vanished again. Hattori was moving quickly, appearing as only a blur before he attacked each time. However, no matter how fast he moved, he was unable to land one hit on Fuyona, who dodged each time, keeping pace with him even though he was moving almost too fast for the naked eye to even see. "Come on, Hattori, no need to hold back," Fuyona said as he grabbed the boy's arm, spinning him around before he tossed him high into the air. "How are you going to deal with this one?" Fuyona said, also getting into it now. "Water blast jutsu," Fuyona said as he made the hand signs, suddenly letting out a large blast of water style from his mouth towards Hattori as he fell right towards it. Hattori had nothing to push off in the air and couldn't use his swift style to avoid the attack, knowing he had to use his steel style to block it. "No!" Hattori suddenly said, getting a bad feeling from the jutsu that Fuyona had used. Hattori quickly pulled out a kunai and tossed it into the air, making a hand sign. "Transformation jutsu," he said, turning the kunai into a solid body of his own appearance before he kicked off of it, pushing himself out of the way as the water style made contact with the clone, freezing around it. "I knew it," Hattori said, as he flipped backwards and landed on his feet. He was able to sense that was no ordinary water style, and even used a transformation jutsu with a kunai to get out of the way. "Impressive," Fuyona said while watching to see what he would do next. Hattori maintained a low stance as he watched Fuyona carefully, seeming to have forgotten about all of his problems, having fun facing such a powerful opponent such as the Mizukage. "Alright then, how about this?" Hattori said as he started to form hand signs. Fuyona noticed the horse and dragon sign, giving him the suspicion that he was about to use a fire jutsu. "Not bad, Hattori. I didn't realize you were so well versed in ninjutsu," Fuyona said, preparing to defend against the fire style. "Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu," Hattori shouted before he released his scatter fire style. "Not bad," Fuyona said, raising his hand. Hattori wasn't done there though, and quickly disappeared, moving at incredible speed as he dashed between his fire style to blend into it and threw a barrage of shuriken, mixing them in with the fire style for cover. Fuyona used his hand to create a water wall, seeing the shuriken at the last second before he turned the water wall to ice, stopping the fire and ninja stars dead in their tracks. "I've got you now," Hattori said as he appeared behind Fuyona with his hand raised in a knife hand, mixing it with his steel release to create a powerful spear. "A great effort, Hattori. But you feel for my trap," Fuyona said with a smile on his face. Hattori was confused but felt his foot stick to the ground, looking down at it before the ice sprang to life and engulfed him in a large pillar, trapping him inside its hollow shell. "Checkmate," Fuyona said as he turned to face him, getting a nod from Hattori who acknowledged his defeat. Fuyona let the ice melt, freeing Hattori before he placed his hands on his hips. "That sure was a close call, Hattori. You should be proud of your strength. Honestly, you are so strong. I have fought jonin who would lose to you," Fuyona said, rubbing the back of his head. "Thank you, sir, but I know you are hardly trying," Hattori said, flashing a small smile. Fuyona got serious all of a sudden and let his smile fade from his lips. "Hattori, you cannot blame yourself for the death of Miyako. Your opponent was not a simple shinobi," Fuyona said, watching the expression turn on the boy's face. "I know," Hattori said, looking down at the floor. "Look, Hattori, if you don't ever want to feel like this again, then you have to become stronger. I know what you are going through, and the only way you can protect the people you care about is to become stronger. And that is something I can offer you, Hattori," Fuyona said, watching as a burning desire lit in the boy's eyes. Chapter 125, Training begins. Fuyona returned home after his small training session with Hattori, knowing that the time had come to start all of their training. So far the war had come to a halt, but Fuyona knew peace would only be temporary, with the stones still refusing to surrender. Fuyona also knew that the battles to come would be much more dangerous than they could imagine, with the rise of the Akatsuki coming, along with the growing tension and uncertainty of villages and nations. Fuyona knew that he would have to prepare them for all of it because he couldn't be everywhere at once. Fuyona found himself sitting at home with Swearin and May. Now that the kids had gone to bed, it gave them a chance for some alone time for a change. "You are sure about this?" May asked, having listened to Fiona's report about Zabuza and the Akatsuki. "I am afraid so. Their goal is to collect all of the tailed beasts and use them to take over the world," Fuyona said, deciding to withhold some of the details from them, not wanting them to panic at the mention of the 10 tails, Kaguya, or aliens just yet. "But if what you say is true, doesn't that mean that both you and Kimaru will be targeted?" Swearin asked, seeming worried about this whole thing. "It does," Fuyona said with a solemn expression. "So where are they? Can we not launch an assault against them first and wipe them out?" May asked. "I don't think it would work like that, May. They are all S-rank ninja who travel around in groups of 2, staying under the radar. It would be difficult to locate and kill them all in one go," Fuyona said, having already thought about the idea. "I see. Then how do we stop them?" May asked. "For now, we wait for them to come to us," Fuyona said, getting a surprised expression from both of them. "I estimate that they won't start making their move for another 3 years at least, giving me enough time to train the boys so they will be ready to face them," Fuyona said. "How can you be so sure they won't attack us here?" Swearin asked, feeling worried about the children. "The truth is, Swearin, I can't. But I promise you this. I have taken every precaution in the event they try to attack, making the village as safe as possible," he said. Swearin believed his words, of course, and smiled at him softly. "I trust you, my love," she said. Fuyona also smiled at her before reaching for his tea to take a sip. "So what did you have in mind for their training, Fuyona?" May asked. Fuyona formed a very small yet wicked smile as if he was planning something truly devious. Something that will push them to hell and back. The next day Fuyona summoned both Haku and Kimaru, telling them to meet him at one of the training grounds on the outskirts of the village. The boys did so, only to find Koyuki, Hattori, and Yuri there too, also waiting for Fuyona to appear. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" Koyuki asked, seeing them both walking towards her. "We were told by Lord Mizukage to meet here too," Hattori said, seeing the others arrive. Haku took a look around, not seeing Chika, Fujaira, or Rokuro. "So it's just us," he said, knowing that they must still be in the hospital recovering. "What's going on?" Koyuki asked, placing her hands behind her head. "Didn't you get the memo? We are here for training from Lord Mizukage himself," Hattori said, crossing his arms over his chest. "What other reason could you possibly need to be here?" Hattori then said, turning his back on them. Koyuki frowned and was about to say something before Haku stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder. "I wouldn't bother Koyuki, you know how he gets. Let's just wait over here," he said, giving her a soft smile. Koyuki nodded as she looked into his brown eyes, before remembering how he had used a summoning jutsu against Zabuza, saving them all from the demon of the mist, proving just how strong he had become in comparison to herself. "Yeah. Okay," she said, trying not to let it get her down. Kimimaro also waited with his arms crossed, feeling eager to begin his training as he remembered his father's words from the other day. He knew that he would become a target by having the three tails inside of him. He also knew that he would one day have to learn to control its powers, helping him to become stronger if he wanted to stand a chance. Suddenly an ice mirror appeared as the air around it grew cold, getting all of their attention before Fuyona himself stepped out onto the grass. "Ah, you all made it. Sorry I am late," he said, rubbing the back of his head while wearing a goofy smile. Fuyona took a good look at all of them, seeing their expression and the resolve on their faces, having led them to where they were right now. He could see that all of them wanted to become stronger after their last battle with Zabuza, clearly having opened their eyes to just how much further they had to go. "Very well then, straight to business," he said, seeing that none of them was in the mood for joking around. "I have asked you all here because I feel that you hold great potential for your age, meaning that with the right training and commitment, any of you could become the next great leaders of our village," Fuyona said to catch their attention. "However, the level of training I am considering putting you through is no easy task. And frankly, I'm not sure you are up to that task," he then said, changing the atmosphere. Each of them looked at Fuyona with a serious expression, not wanting him to doubt their ability or commitment to becoming stronger and training with him. "That is why I want to see what each of you is made of alone, without any help from the others around you," Fuyona said, getting a confused look from them. "But sensei, what do you mean?" Koyuki asked, not understanding. Fuyona simply smiled as he raised his right hand, making a sign with it. "You will see," he said, creating ice mirrors under their very feet, taking all of them by surprise as they fell into the mirror, disappearing from his sight before the mirrors closed and melted away, leaving him alone. "I only hope that each of you will come out of it alive," Fuyona said to himself before he turned around and took a seat on an ice stool he had made. Kimimaro fell through the ice mirror, having been taken off guard completely by his father, landing on the ground after only a small drop and taking in his surroundings as quickly as he could. "Where am I?" Kimimaro said, not recognizing his surroundings. It was a large dark hall of some kind, with clan markings on the walls that could only just be made out thanks to the candlelight around the area. Well, who the hell do we have here?" a gruff male voice said, stepping into the light of the large hall. Kimimaro turned around with his guard up, kicking himself for not realizing he was not alone. A large man wearing a white robe slowly came into view of the light, revealing himself to Kimimaro. The boy was shocked by the man's appearance, seeing that he bore the Kaguya clan markings around his eyes and forehead, along with the hairline that all members of the Kaguya clan shared. "No way," Kimimaro said, not believing his eyes. "You look like a Kaguya to me," the man said, lifting his arm and allowing a bone to grow from the palm of his hand. "Tell me, boy, have you come to challenge me in our sacred hall?" the man asked. Kimimaro had no idea what the hell he was talking about, seeing as he had never seen him or this place before. He also believed all of the other Kaguya clan members to be dead, having no idea that anyone else other than him and Fuyona shared their ability. "Now show me what you got, kid," the man yelled, quickly charging toward Kimimaro with his arm raised ready to use as a weapon. Haku felt himself drop from the ice mirror, free falling in the air as he watched the ground get closer and closer. How did I let my guard down to be fooled like that? He thought, knowing he should have known better than to fall into an ice mirror, a technique he could use himself. Haku made a hand sign and created an ice mirror of his own for him to fall into, creating another on the ground that allowed him to fall through safely as he stepped onto the fresh snow on the ground. "What is this place?" he said, taking in the view of the small village that was covered in the snow atop the mountain, feeling the fresh and gentle breeze blow through his hair. Suddenly the noise of a door opening caught Haku's attention, turning his head to see who it was. A woman with black silky hair and blue eyes stepped out of her house into the snow, seeing Haku and stopping for a moment to look at him, only to flash him a smile and carry on walking through the village. "What a pretty lady," Haku thought as he watched her, surprised before she turned around and beckoned him to follow her, waving her hand at him. Haku was surprised and took a good look around, not seeing anyone else. "I guess she wants me to follow her," he said before he made his way in her direction. Haku slowly walked through the village before coming to a hill where he could see a large shrine at the top of it. The lady reached the large wooden doors to the Shire and turned to look at Haku, waving her hand at him to follow her inside again before she disappeared. Haku did as she instructed and walked towards the Shire, reaching the doors and placing his hand on them. The doors opened and revealed the main hall of the shrine, lined with hard wooden floors. Where did she go? Haku thought as he took in the rest of the shrine, not seeing anything out of the ordinary. The sound of voices caught his attention coming from the back of the hall. Haku followed the sound and walked towards them, eventually coming to a large winter garden. "I told you already, Kachina, the boy is nothing more than a curse," a deep voice shouted. Haku didn't know what was happening and quickly hid behind a large wooden pillar as he listened to the conversation that was taking place. "No, father. He is my child, and I will protect him no matter what," she yelled back. Haku was able to sneak a peek at the man shouting at her, seeing that he wore a blue robe, had thick gray hair and was large and well built. "I don't know what is going on here, but I feel as if I have outstayed my welcome," Haku said to himself, deciding he should get out of here. Haku raised his hand and created an ice mirror out of view, preparing to step into it, knowing he would be able to return to Fuyona and get the hell out of here. However, to his shock he was unable to step into the ice mirror, feeling the cold glass not give way to his touch. "What in the world?" Haku said, not understanding why his jutsu wasn't working. "Who's there?" The man's voice suddenly boomed, having sensed Haku's jutsu as four ice spikes hit the wooden pillar where Haku's head had been, only just being able to dodge the attack and being forced to reveal himself to the group. "A child?" the man said, with the others around him also having their guard up. Haku kept his guard up, somehow surprised at the attack that had been used as ice. "What are you doing here, boy?" the man said as he stepped forwards. Haku could feel the power of his glare fall upon him, already being able to tell that he was strong. The man noticed Haku's headband and frowned. "A mist shinobi. You should know better than to spy on us in our own village." The man roared as he slid his hand along his other forearm, creating a razor-sharp ice blade along it. "I, Shimo Yuki, will send you back to the Mizukage with your tail between your legs, boy." Koyuki found herself falling out of her ice mirror onto something wet that covered her backside, having been taken completely off guard and not expecting something like this to happen at all. "Oh, for goodness sake, now I'm all wet," she said as she stood up, trying to wipe herself clean while her eyes tried to adjust to the darkness of wherever she was. However, as her eyes adjusted to the dark, she quickly realized that the wet stuff that she had landed in was not water, but blood. "Blood," she said, realizing what it was as the smell finally hit her. "Who's there?" a voice said, taking her by surprise. Koyuki jumped to attention and put her guard up as a threatening aura followed the voice. "Who's there?" Koyuki demanded, drawing a kunai as she did. "I thought I had killed everyone. But it would seem you survived," the voice said, proving hard for Koyuki to pinpoint where it was coming from. Koyuki was feeling the intense killing aura that was watching her, stalking her like a lion to its prey. A thick mist started to fall over her eyes, taking away the little vision that she had left, knowing that whoever was stalking her was getting ready to attack. "Let me see your blood," the voice suddenly shouted in her ear, screaming the hell out of her as whoever it was had taken her back with ease. "Get away from me!" she yelled, turning around and lashing out with a blind attack with her kunai. "That won't do," the voice said, coming from the side of her again, causing Koyuki to turn around trying to keep her guard up. "Where are you?" she yelled, knowing that she was starting to panic, feeling her heart beating out of her chest. "I'm right here," the voice said again from behind her, grabbing her by the throat and holding her in the air, causing Koyuki to scream. "I want to see your blood." Koyuki tried to fight it, but was powerless against the force of her attacker's grip, trying to choke the words out of her mouth as the one who was attacking her came into view of her blurry vision. Father," she said, feeling the grip around her neck loosen for just a second. Koyuki quickly took advantage of this and kicked off against his chest, breaking free of his grasp and flipping back into the air before she landed safely on the ground trying to catch her breath. The mist around them faded and Yagura himself stepped into the light, standing above her on a rock as he looked down at her. "Father?" he said, seeming confused as he looked at Koyuki. "Nice try, little girl, but I don't have a daughter," Yagura said as he placed his large club on the ground and clapped his hands together. "Father, it's me, Koyuki," she yelled, trying to get his attention. "That is enough. Your silly little game won't work on me," Yagura shouted, getting serious. "You will die like all of the rest," he then said, causing Koyuki's hair to stand on end from the killing intent he was sending her way. "No," she said, trying to make sense of all of this. "It's me, Koyuki." She already knew that her father was dead, yet here he was trying to kill her nevertheless. "It can't be. This isn't real," she said, knowing it couldn't be. "Water style, water dragon jutsu," Yagura shouted as he finished his hand signs, creating a massive water dragon from the blood on the ground. Koyuki placed her hands together, concentrating on the flow of her chakra as she did, feeling that something wasn't right. "This is a genjutsu, and you are not real," she suddenly said, looking one last time at her father's face before she forced her chakra to flare to life. "Show me your blood," Yagura shouted as his water dragon roared, getting ready to crash down upon her with the crushing weight of the blood it was made from, dripping red as its eyes glowed fiercely. "This isn't real," Koyuki screamed, forcing her chakra to burst to life, breaking the genjutsu and causing the water dragon to fade away with everything else in the room. Koyuki could feel the tears running down her cheeks before she opened her eyes, taking one last look at Yagura. "Well done, my child," Yagura said with a smile on his face before his body faded into the mist, leaving Koyuki with one final gift before he faded away into the darkness. "Father, I will never forget you." Chapter 126. Did he say, Yuki? Haku thought as he watched the older man charge in towards him, attacking with a quick slash towards his neck. Haku was quick to lean back and avoid the attack, trying his best to avoid the next attack that came quicker than he had expected. Being forced to flip back into a handspring to clear some distance, throwing a set of sunbon needles to try and give himself some cover. However, Shimo deflected the throwing needles with ease, using the ice blade along his forearm to block them. Haku quickly made a few hand signs, using the snow around them to turn into ice needles. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will not allow you to kill me here," he said, trying to reason with the elder man. Shimo kept a serious expression on his face and didn't look worried in the slightest by Haku's ice needles. "Impudent child," he said, swiping his arm through the air as he took control of the ice needles around Haku, turning them against him. Haku was shocked that he was able to control his ice jutsu, quickly raising an ice wall around him to block the frozen needles of death from skewering him. "So you can use the ice style of our clan. Who are you, boy?" Shimo asked, having his suspicion confirmed once Haku had used ice needles and an ice wall. Haku watched him from behind his ice pillar, keeping a close eye on the elder man, knowing he was dangerous, and also having many questions of his own. "My name is Haku Yuki," Haku said, causing Shimo to raise an eyebrow. "Haku Yuki?" Never heard of you, Shimo said before he placed his hands together and made a quick hand sign, causing Haku's ice pillar to suddenly grow spikes from the inside, ripping through Haku's body from all angles. Haku's body, however, turned into snow, causing Shimo to smile at the fact he was able to dodge his attack. Not bad, kid. But if you are really a member of the Yuki clan, allow me to see how strong your kage Genkai is. Shimo said, raising his hand and creating 3 ice swords around his body before sending them after Haku. Haku knew he couldn't hide and was quickly forced onto the defensive against the ice swords as they started attacking him on their own. What is this jutsu? Haku thought, having never seen it before. Haku ducked under one of the swords while using a senbon needle to stop another. However, the blades were attacking all at the same time, forcing him to move his body around as fast as he could to prevent being cut in half. Haku couldn't keep the effort up and knew there was only one way to stop the jutsu, seeing that he couldn't take control of the swords. I need to stop the user in order for the jutsu to stop, Haku said to himself, managing to see Shimo standing with his arms crossed through the attacks of the ice swords. Quickly Haku created an ice mirror behind him and slipped into it, stopping the ice swords in their tracks as the ice collided against the mirror. A crystal mirror, Shimo said with his arms crossed over his chest, watching from the center of the courtyard. Suddenly another mirror appeared behind Shimo, allowing Haku to slip out of it and attack him. But Shimo was no fool, having mastered that jutsu a long time ago. Did you really think you could use such a jutsu on me? He said, quickly countering Haku's ice mirror with another with his reflection in it, causing Haku to fall into his trap through one mirror into another before Shimo gripped him by the throat. Haku struggled but could not break his grip, feeling as the elder man lifted him from the ground. Allow me to enlighten you, boy. My name is Shimo Yuki, the leader of the Yuki clan. He said, watching Haku's expression. Clan elder. But I thought the Yuki clan had all been killed apart from father and myself. Haku said to himself, still trying to think of a way out of this situation. Your blood is weak. I can sense its dilution, Shimo said as he spat on the ground. Haku knew what he was talking about, knowing that his real father had not been a member of the Yuki clan like his mother had been, proceeding to kill her and almost him when he found out about it. You don't deserve our sacred bloodline which holds the power over the element of ice, Shimo said, increasing the pressure of his grip around his throat. Haku struggled, still trying to get free as he tried to ignore his words. That's right. Struggle. Struggle like you did when your father killed your mother, Shimo said, causing Haku's eyes to open wide. You don't deserve to live. Haku stared into Shimo's eyes, seeing the same hate that he had in his father's before he tried to kill him, bringing back all of the memories of that day. No, Haku said, trying to push those memories to the back of his mind, as he had done ever since that day. However, the memory of his father killing his mother continued to play in his mind no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. No! Stop it! Haku cried, being forced to watch it over and over again in his mind until finally, he opened his eyes, seeing the same look on Shimo's face, once again forcing the memory to play in his mind. No-oh! Haku screamed. His chakra also flared to life and the snow around them responded to his emotions, bursting from the ground as huge spikes of ice grew and threatened to rip anyone in their way to shreds. Haku could feel that Shimo's grip had been broken as he was able to catch his breath, slowly opening his eyes to see what he had done. Where am I? Haku asked, looking around at his surroundings, feeling that they were somewhat familiar. Haku. How could you? You need to die. I need to kill you. A voice shouted, causing Haku to turn his head in its direction. To his shock, Shimo's body was nowhere to be seen, with the only person left before him being his birth father who was trapped in the ice he had created, forcing Haku to realize he was back in his childhood home where his mother had been murdered by his father. You wicked child. The man said as he spat blood onto the floor. I should have killed you the moment you were born. He said, looking into Haku's eyes with a burning desire to kill him, just as he had done on that day. Father. Haku said as he dropped to his knees with tears flowing down his face. How could you? Why? Why did it have to be like this? He asked, looking up at his father's face. You will never achieve anything other than killing and harming others. You are nothing but a monster. A tool for war and destruction. No. Haku tried to say, trying to ignore his father's words. You should just die. You are nothing but a curse upon this world. Haku couldn't cope with what he was seeing right now, having pushed these memories to the furthest depths of his subconscious over the years. This can't be happening. You are dead. Haku yelled back at his father. I am. You killed me. It's your fault. The man said, suddenly breaking free from the ice he was trapped in. Haku fell back onto the ground from the sudden shock and fear, feeling like he did on that day all over again. I'll finish what I started on that day and rid this world of you forever. Haku's father shouted, snapping a piece of the sharp ice from one of the spikes to use as a weapon. Haku could feel the fear in his heart spreading throughout his entire body, frozen and powerless to do anything at that moment. No. I can't move. Haku thought, feeling the very ice he could control start to encase around him. Haku looked down to see the ice spreading up his legs, holding him in place as his father got closer and closer to him, still holding the hatred for him in his eyes. I can't do this. I can't. Please, please somebody help me. Haku shouted, feeling as if his mind was about to break from the twisted despair he was feeling. Haku. A voice said deep within the darkness, causing his mind that was on the edge of breaking to hold together for just a moment longer. Haku. The voice said again, slowly snapping him out of his fear as he opened his eyes to see who it belonged. Father. Haku said as Fuyona slowly came into view. Haku, I promise I will protect you no matter what. From this day, you are my son, and I am your father. Don't ever forget that. Fuyona said with a bright smile on his face, as he reached his hand towards Haku to help him up, melting the fear that he felt in his heart away. Father. Haku said again, feeling his spirit lift into his feet. Haku's birth father roared as he tried to drive the ice spike into his chest while Haku stood still with his eyes closed. No, Haku said, quickly grabbing the man's wrist and breaking the illusion, revealing that it was Shimo and not his father. Shimo stood over Haku with a surprised look on his face, seeing that the boy had been able to break free from his genjutsu. I see now. Our blood truly flows through your veins. He said, seeming to accept Haku. I can see now. I can see that this whole thing is nothing but an illusion, a genjutsu created to test me. Haku said, letting his chakra flare to life as he broke the chain and flow within himself. Dear clan proud, child of the Yuki, Shimo said as his body began to fade along with the genjutsu. I will. Haku said as he clutched his chest, feeling the anger and hate inside of his heart melt away like the genjutsu around him. I will become stronger. Meanwhile. Is that really all you have? The man whom Kimaru was currently facing yelled. Kimaru was pressed hard on the defensive, struggling to counter an attack as his opponent knew and predicted all of his moves as if he had seen them all before. Kimaru tried to use his bones to attack and stop a downwards thrust from the man, however, he simply used his own bones to stop Kimaru's, using more of his bones to counter and push him back before he flipped over his head, moving with grace and speed. You're mine! He yelled, quickly throwing a barrage of bone blades from his arms, placing them perfectly between Kimaru's bones that were sticking out of his bone, trapping him in place as he was unable to break free. You still fight like a child. The man said as he slowly walked over to Kimaru, wearing a sinister smirk on his face, filled with killing intent. My name is Tachi Kaguya, and I am the head of the mighty Kaguya clan. Undefeated in battle. He said, allowing another bone to grow from his arm like a sword. And you are nothing but a child, with no hope of defeating me. Tachi roared, swinging his bone sword down towards Kimaru's head with all of his strength. Kimaru was forced to act swiftly, allowing his bones to retract into his body so he was free from the prison that Tachi had made around him. With a quick leap to the right, Kimaru was able to avoid the attack by a hair's length. Where do you think you're going? Tachi said, quickly attacking him again and again, forcing Kimimaro to defend himself any way he could. Kimimaro used 2 of his own bone blades, holding one in each hand to defend against the large bone sword Tachi was swinging around. However, the weight of his attacks were strong and knocked him back through the air, sending shivers through his arms each time he blocked an attack. "I grow tired of these games, boy," Tachi said as he reached around to the back of his neck, pulling what looked like his spine out of his back, pulling it further and further until he pulled it out with a snap, flicking it against the ground with a whipping motion, causing it to hit the ground with a thunderous cracking sound. Kimimaro had no idea that he could even do such a thing, nor had he ever tried it before. "This will finish you," Tachi shouted, flicking his wrist as he used his bone whip to attack Kimimaro from a distance. He has so easily created a long-range weapon. Kimimaro thought as he tried to dodge the attacks, knowing he was unable to close the distance between them. "It's no use," Tachi said, watching as his bone whip caught Kimimaro on the back, snapping with a nasty cracking sound across his back. Kimimaro gave a scream of pain as he felt the bone whip tear the flesh from his back with only a single lash before he fell back down to the ground. "I can't take many more of those hits," Kimimaro said to himself, feeling how much damage it had done to his body, with the sensation of the pain burning throughout it. Quickly Kimimaro tossed a barrage of bone bullets at Tachi, hoping they would give him enough time to try and make a break for it. "It's no use, I can't win against him," Kimimaro said, knowing his only chance was to run away for now. "Where do you think you are going?" Tachi yelled as he easily avoided the bone bullets, counterattacking with his own. Kimimaro was forced to jump back as he landed on the side of the wall, only just avoiding the bone bullets. However, Tachi had led him into his trap, attacking once again with his bone whip. "Shit!" Kimimaro yelled, watching as the bone whip wrapped around his body, ensnaring him with its powerful grip. "It's over, kid!" Tachi yelled as he appeared above Kimimaro with a bone blade in his hand. Kimimaro was trapped by his bone whip, and no matter how hard he struggled he could not escape its grasp. With his arms and body bound, he was also unable to use ninjutsu or create hand signs, having only his body left to use as a weapon. "No! Get away from me!" Kimimaro yelled, watching in terror as Tachi flew towards him with the bone blade, about to attack him going for the neck. Kimimaro let his chakra roar to life and created as many bones around his body as he could in an effort to stop Tachi from getting close to him. Tachi smiled as he ducked his head under one that threatened to skewer his eye, while planting his foot onto another and using it to jump backwards, flipping in the air before he got clear of Kimimaro's defense. "Not bad, kid. Now you are thinking like a Kaguya," Tachi said as he tossed his bone blade to the side. "But it's not enough," Tachi said as he placed his hands together and concentrated his chakra. Suddenly a layer of bone started to grow around Tachi like a set of armor, covering every inch of his body and encasing it completely. "Kaguya-style, exoskeleton jutsu," Tachi said as the bone fully covered his body, including his head and face, leaving only a few small holes for his eyes and breathing. "What the hell is that?" Kimimaro said in shock, again having never seen anything like it. "This is the ultimate defensive jutsu of the Kaguya, nothing can break through our exoskeleton," he yelled, suddenly charging toward Kimimaro at full throttle. "Even if he is using his bones to try and protect himself, my bones are still just as strong and will skewer him," Kimimaro thought, watching as Tachi was about to charge head-on into his defense. "Arg!" Tachi roared, smashing into the large bone spikes that Kimimaro had created in order to defend himself. However, instead of them stopping Tachi in his tracks, Tachi's bone armor broke Kimimaro's bones with ease, either reflecting them or breaking them as he continued to charge towards Kimimaro, as if he were an unstoppable rhino. Tachi broke through Kimimaro's defense with ease and soon reached him, grabbing him by the throat as he lifted him into the air. "I told you, this is the ultimate Kaguya armor," Tachi said, looking at him through the small eye holes. Kimimaro slammed a bone blade of his own into the back of Tachi's skull, hoping that his defenses in that area would be weaker than the rest. However, his bone blade snapped on impact, once again proving that Tachi's defense was impenetrable. "Foolish boy!" Tachi said as he suddenly tossed him through the air like a rag doll, causing Kimimaro to smash into one of the walls with serious force, knocking the wind out of him. Arg! Even with my reinforced bones, the force of that impact wasn't normal. Kimimaro thought as he tried to pick himself up off of the ground, feeling that some of his ribs had been broken. Tachi picked Kimimaro up again by the back of the hair, lifting him into the air with ease. This exoskeleton doesn't only make us impenetrable, but it also gives us a huge strength bonus, allowing us to lift things 10 times heavier than before. Tachi said as he smashed Kimimaro into the ground face first, breaking the concrete flooring as he dug the boy's face into the ground. You will never be a true Kaguya, Tachi said, holding Kimimaro against the ground as he felt him try to struggle. Your lust for battle is weak. Your lust for blood isn't enough. You need to crave it. You must crave battle above all else, destroying any who stand in your way without feeling. Tachi said as he lifted Kimimaro up again, looking at the expression on his face. Close your heart to all emotion except for hate. You must become a warrior above all else. The Kaguya know only war and killing, and only the strongest of us survive. He roared, throwing Kimimaro across the room again, causing him to smash into the wall once more before he slowly slid down to the ground on his backside. Kimimaro couldn't move anymore. His body was battered and broken, and his chakra was running low, making it harder to mend the broken bones that Tachi continued to break for fun. I need more power. I'm still not strong enough, Kimimaro said to himself as he felt his eyes giving way to the weight of the darkness that surrounded him. If you need strength, you had only look within, a voice said before Kimimaro felt a sudden burst of chakra. Suddenly a red chakra started to leak out of the boy's body, surrounding him head to toe as the chakra formed 3 tails behind him, forcing his body back onto his feet before Kimimaro's head snapped forwards and his bones started to mend themselves. What is this? Tachi said, watching from the other side of the hall, having already thought that the battle was over. Arg! Kimimaro roared, letting out a monstrous cry before his red eyes fixed on Tachi. Show me! Show me all of your power! Tachi yelled, becoming even more excited at the sight, suddenly charging towards him, not wasting any time. Kimimaro launched forwards into the air, appearing next to Tachi in an instant with his arm raised, smashing it into the side of Tachi's head and knocking him across the room like a ragdoll. Kimimaro let out another roar as he dropped on all fours, with bones starting to grow all around his body as the chakra around him became stronger. Tachi stood back up, seeming unharmed by the attack as he dusted himself off, watching what was happening. Not bad, but I can see that you are no way near your full power. Allow me to draw all of it out for you. Chapter 127. Kimimaro could feel his chakra increasing as his body became stronger and more robust, with the 3 tails chakra cloak wrapped around him, cloaking him in the bubbling thick red chakra that had now become visible to the naked eye. Amazing! This power! Show me more! Tachi yelled as he watched Kimimaro become consumed by it before he let loose a powerful roar. That's it, show me your true power! Tachi yelled as he leapt into the air, allowing bones to sprout out around his body in almost every direction. Kimimaro dropped onto all fours, glaring at Tachi as he leapt into the air, rushing towards him to attack head-on. The two of them clashed, with both of their bones clashing and breaking against one another's hard shell, proving that neither of them could be killed so easily. However, Kimimaro had the advantage with such an increase in chakra. His strength had multiplied more than 10 times, allowing him to hit Tachi with a powerful chakra cloak punch, sending him flying through the air. Tachi winced at the power behind Kimimaro's strike, feeling that it had cracked his exoskeleton shell and damaged him badly. So much power, Tachi said, recovering in the air and flipping to his feet. Arg-hey! Kimimaro roared again, suddenly appearing behind Tachi as he got ready to deliver another powerful strike. Tachi allowed his bones to suddenly shoot out of his back with force, hitting Kimimaro but failing to pierce his skin thanks to the chakra cloak. Such a powerful defense, Tachi said as he watched another of Kimimaro's punches smash into his face, knocking him to the ground with a powerful blast. Kimimaro also landed on the ground on all fours, having lost full control of himself to the 3 tails. His eyes had turned red and the chakra around him grew more furious, forcing the bones in his body to continue growing, slowly taking the form of the three-tailed skeleton around his body. A true monster, Tachi said as he stood back up, reveling that the force of Kimamaru's punch had broken the bone armor around his face. Arg! Kimamaru roared, running along the ground towards Tachi, who simply stood still and watched. I won't let you kill me so easily, boy. You had better have more than that if you wish to defeat me. Meanwhile, inside of Kimamaru's mind, Kimamaru sat in a cold and wet dark place, not knowing where he was or what was happening right now. Where am I? He asked, trying to allow his eyes to adjust to the dark. We can defeat him, a voice suddenly said, causing Kimamaru to turn around to try and see. Who said that? He asked, waiting for the voice to speak again. If you use my power, we can win. The voice said again, this time coming into the light. 3 tails. Kimamaru said in surprise, seeing the large cage that the 3 tails sat in appear before him, taking him by surprise. What's going on here? Why can I see you? Kimamaru asked, not seeming afraid, something that the 3 tails noticed. The 3 tails remained silent as it waited to see what Kimamaru would do, feeling intrigued in the small boy, knowing that it was Saikin and Fuyona who had asked him to be sealed away in his body. So, you are the 3 tails that father told me about, Kimamaru said, standing tall as he walked over towards it. But why are you in a cage? Kimamaru asked. I am but a monster to you humans, and monsters belong in cages. The 3 tails said. I know how that feels. Kimamaru said, also having been treated the same way, imprisoned by his own clan when he was only a boy, acting as nothing other than a tool for them. Kimamaru walked over to the cage and reached his hand to it, watching the beast without fear in his eyes. This boy. He isn't afraid of me. The tailed beast said, watching him carefully. Please lend me your power so that I can defeat this man. Kimamaru then said, suddenly finding strength within himself. Isabu could see the determination within the boy's eyes, remembering the same look that he had seen within Yagura's all those years ago. Very well, I will lend you my power, for now, Isabu said, making its mind up. Kimamaru nodded and smiled at him. Thank you. Wait, what is your name? You must have one? Kimamaru suddenly asked, remembering he didn't know what to call him. My name is... Tachi watched as Kimamaru stood back up on his legs, allowing the bones around his body to slowly retract as he regained control over himself, allowing the chakra cloak around him to calm, with the 3 tails that was sprouting merging into only one. I did it! Thank you, Isabu. Kimamaru said as he clenched his fist, looking toward Tachi with determination. Sorry for the wait, he said, flashing a confident smile his way. Tachi had sworn that the boy had lost control of himself, amazed to see that he was able to so suddenly seize control of the power within him. I'm done playing around with you, Kimamaru said, quickly dashing forwards, jumping into the air and smashing a kick into Tachi's arm, who did his best to block the attack. Don't go underestimating me now, boy, he said, grabbing his leg and twisting him around before attempting to slam him into the ground. However, Kimamaru allowed bones to grow from his body, using them to cushion the impact and easily bounced back up, using his free leg to kick Tachi in the chin, forcing him to let go of his leg. Tachi wobbled backwards from the blow to his chin, becoming enraged that Kimamaru was suddenly so strong. You brat! I am Tachi Kaguya. I will not be defeated by the likes of you, he yelled, allowing his bones to grow from all over his body, letting them all merge together into a large lance head that was attached to his arm. Dance of the Clematis Flower! Tachi yelled, having completed his preparation for his jutsu, charging in with the huge amount of sheer density of compressed bone towards Kimamaru. This will end it! Tachi yelled as he moved as fast as he could, charging in toward Kimamaru as if he was about to smash through the gates of a fortress with a battering ram, and Kimamaru's chest was the gate. Kimamaru didn't have time to avoid the attack, realizing he had nowhere to go as his back hit a wall. Only one option. I have to stop it, he yelled, allowing as many bones as he could create to form into a shield on his arm, trying his best to create the ultimate defense. It's not enough, I need more. Kimimaro thought as he could feel that his bone shield wouldn't be strong enough to stop the force of Tachi's attack. Tachi slammed his lance into Kimimaro's shield, thrusting forwards as hard as he could to try to rip the boy in half. Kimimaro did his best to try and stand strong, but even with his chakra cloak, he was still struggling to hold Tachi back. Did you forget about my enhanced strength thanks to my exoskeleton jutsu? Tachi said, pushing harder as he could feel his lance start to break through Kimimaro's shield. Just give up already, Tachi said, continuing to try and break through his bone shield. No. I won't surrender, Kimimaro yelled, trying to push back as he pumped even more chakra into his bones, trying to reinforce them. Tachi could feel the resistance growing stronger and tried to push forwards even more, doing the same as both he and Kimimaro continued to clash between them, with an unbreakable shield and unstoppable lance. Kimimaro had no choice and continued to pump all of his chakra into his bone shield, resulting in his chakra cloak growing larger as Isabu gave him even more chakra, allowing him to overwhelm Tachi and snap the head of his lance. No! Tachi yelled, seeing that his attack had been stopped by Kimimaro, knowing that was his ultimate attack. It's over now, Kimimaro yelled, using his bone shield to attack, smashing it into the side of Tachi's head, once again breaking the outer layer of his exoskeleton before he slammed the shield into the center of his body, knocking him to the ground from the force. Tachi hit the ground, feeling his body give in to the force of Kimimaro's attack, with his exoskeleton crumbling away due to his chakra running low thanks to his final attack. Kimimaro, however, stood firm and tall, aided by the chakra of Isabu. Go on. Finish me, Tachi said, slowly using his arms to pull himself up. Take me out and you will become the next leader of the Kaguya clan, Tachi said. Kimimaro couldn't place it, but something felt off about this situation, as if he was missing something or had an itch that he couldn't scratch. Kimimaro allowed a bone blade to grow from his arm, holding both his sword and shield, getting ready to finish off Tachi for good now. That's it. Do it! Tachi yelled, begging him to put him out of his misery. Kimimaro lunged forwards, rising his arm with his blade stretched, about to deliver the finishing blow, watching the look on Tachi's face the whole time. Kimimaro stopped his attack at the last possible second, holding the blade not a breath away from Tachi's throat as it hit him. This isn't real, Kimimaro said, having finally realized what was going on. Tachi lowered his head and smiled at Kimimaro, seeming impressed by him before he stood upright. So, you finally figured it out, he said, pushing the bone blade away from his neck. This is a genjutsu, Kimimaro said, dropping his blade before he took a look around, confirming his thoughts. Yes. Now that you know, you have but to release it and break free, Tachi said, crossing his arms over his chest. Kimimaro allowed his body to relax and let his chakra cloak fade as he placed his hands together, doing as he had been taught in how to release a genjutsu. Thank you for the lesson, Kimimaro then said, taking one last look at Tachi. Welcome, Tachi said as his body faded and Kimimaro's reality changed, opening his eyes to see both Haku and Koyuki standing by him. He did it! Koyuki shouted, slapping him on the shoulders with a large smile on her face. Haku was also happy for his brother, seeing that he too had passed the test. What's going on? Kimimaro asked, not understanding what was happening. You did well, Kimimaro, Fuyona said, flashing a smile at the boy as he walked over towards him. The three of you. I'm a very proud father and sensei after watching you all complete my little test, Fuyona said. That was all a test? Kimimaro asked, not seeing why he would test them in such a way. I guess there is no harm in explaining it, Fuyona said as he placed his hand on his chin to think. You see, I needed to test each of you individually, without you being able to help one another. I figured that a genjutsu where I could design the test from the ground up would work best, Fuyona said, smiling at the three of them. Kimimaro nodded as he understood what he meant, also surprised that his father could use such powerful genjutsu. So, If I had killed Tachi, then I would have failed? Kimaru asked. That's right, Fuyona said, happy that he understood. Not only that, but each of you was put into a situation that pushed you to your limits, forcing each of you to come up with new ways of pushing past your own limitations without the help of your teammates. After all, you will not always have squad mates to depend upon in the real world, Fuyona said, getting a nod from the three of them. Kimaru turned his head to the others and also caught Hattori and Yuri sitting to the side, quiet and away from the others. Did we all pass? Kimaru asked after a moment of silence. You did, Fuyona said, knowing that he was worried about the others. And thanks to that, you can now all move on to the real training, Fuyona said, getting a serious look of determination from all of them, including Hattori, who seemed a little different than he had done before the test. Lord Mizukage! A voice suddenly shouted, catching all of their attention. Fuyona turned around to see who was shouting at him, seeing that it was a messenger from his office. What is it, Aboski? Fuyona asked, sensing the urgency. My lord, quickly, Lady May and Ao have summoned you, he said, trying to catch his breath. Fuyona could tell that he had rushed here as quickly as possible and nodded, clicking his fingers and summoning an ice mirror. All of you, you are dismissed for today. We will continue this once I am done, Fuyona said, giving them a quick nod before he stepped into the ice mirror, allowing Aboski to follow so he didn't have to walk back to the village. Fuyona stepped out of his mirror and into his office to see both May and Ao, along with elders of the village gathered. What's wrong? Fuyona asked, knowing that whatever it wasn't good. Sir, I'm afraid it's war, Ao said with a serious expression. Fuyona looked to May, seeing that her face also confirmed his report. With whom? Fuyona asked, not understanding. The hidden cloud has sided with the stone and just launched an attack against the Leaf Village, May said, seeming to have worse news behind what she just said. No. I thought we had stopped this, Fuyona said, not understanding. That's not all, sir. I'm afraid that the Hokage has been reported Kia, Ao said, getting a serious expression from Fuyona. What? What in the hell happened? Fuyona demanded, growing angry all of a sudden, causing the air in the room to grow cold. Ao the elders knew better than to beat around the bush with such news, and Ao handed a scroll to Fuyona. This is the report, sir, he said, causing Fuyona to calm down and open it, seeing that the details of what had happened had been witnessed and recorded by a scout team. Fuyona quickly opened the scroll, reading the first line and scanning the rest with his eyes. It was Squad Delta 5. They were tasked with keeping an eye on anything to do with each nation's kage, May said, having a sad expression on her face, knowing this news would hit Fuyona hard. Fuyona continued to read the report, seeing that the squad had recorded intel that the Reikage had requested a meeting with the Hokage for peace talks, meeting in secret with minimal manpower, recording everything that had happened from afar and from their point of view. Screen flashes into the Hokage's point of view. Hiruzen sat in his office, smoking away on his pipe as he filed more paperwork that had seemed to pile up behind his back. The day was peaceful, and the sun was shining through his office window, overlooking the whole village. Sir, a voice said as a knock came from the other side of his door. Yes, come in, the Hokage said, seeing none other than Itachi Uchiha. Ever since the death of Danzo and the avoidance of the Uchiha massacre, Itachi had continued to serve the Hokage and his clan, helping the village and his clan to come to a better understanding of one another. Itachi had also dealt with top-secret missions associated with the Umbu Black Ops during the battles with the stone and sand, becoming one of the Hokage's most useful aides. What is it, Itachi? He asked, seeing that the boy had news. A scroll from the Reikage of the Cloud, sir, Itachi said as he set it down on the Hokage's desk. Is that so? Hiruzen said, looking at it with surprise. What on earth would the Reikage want with me? He asked, taking a large puff on his pipe. Itachi waited for him to finish and watched as the Hokage opened the scroll, proceeding to read the message it contained. So, he wants to meet face to face, does he? The Hokage said as he placed the scroll down. Itachi didn't say anything, keeping his emotions in check as he waited for the Hokage to speak. Very well then, pack your bags, Itachi. We are going on a little trip. Hiruzen said, getting a nod from Itachi before he placed his pipe back into his mouth and turned his chair towards the window. I will meet with the Raikage and get this over with. Chapter 128, Hokage vs. Raikage. The Hokage had received news that the Fourth Hokage wished to meet in person to discuss a peace proposal. Hiruzen sat in his office after he had read the scroll, making his mind up and coming to a decision. Very well, Itachi, have word sent to the Raikage that I will meet with him. The Hokage said, taking a large puff on his pipe. Very well, sir, Itachi said, nodding his head. The Hokage also had an important decision to make as to who he would take as his aide. The summons had been very specific on how many men to bring from each side in order for the meeting to go ahead. After all, taking too many men would be perceived as a potential threat, and taking too little could leave oneself open to assassination. Itachi, the Hokage said before he walked out of the room, causing Itachi to turn around and look his leader in the eye. I want you to come with me to the meeting with the Raikage, Hiruzen said, taking Itachi by surprise. Me? But sir, he started. No buts, Itachi, you will join me, unless you don't want to, Hiruzen said with a smile on his face. Itachi gave in and also smiled. Very well, sir, he said, nodding his head in respect. Hiruzen watched as Itachi dismissed himself, knowing he would have to choose another to bring with him to the meeting, already having a candidate in mind. With that, Itachi headed home, signing off duties so he could prepare for his new mission as one of the Hokage's aides. Itachi walked through the village before getting to the Uchiha district, located on the outskirts. He watched the hustle of everyone there, each of them going about their business before waving to Itachi as he walked past them, heading towards his home. Big brother, a voice said coming from behind him. Itachi turned around to see his younger brother Sasuke running over to him with a happy expression. You're home early, Sasuke said, running alongside his brother to greet him. Ah, Sasuke, Itachi said, returning his smile. Yes, I finished early today, he also said, seeing the scuff marks on his brother's clothing. How was your day at the academy? Itachi then asked. It was great. First, we had shuriken practice, then we did taijutsu, he said, pointing his thumb at himself. Of course, I won, nobody can beat me, he said, acting cocky. Is that right? Itachi said with a smile, proud of his younger brother. The two turned the last corner that led them towards their house, seeing a group of the Uchiha police standing with none other than the head of the Uchiha clan and their father. Itachi didn't catch what they were talking about but could tell whatever it was, they didn't want him to hear about it. Ah, Itachi, welcome home, Fugaku said, greeting his son. Father! Sasuke said, flashing his father a smile as he ran over to him. And Sasuke too, my what a surprise, he said, looking at the others. We shall finish this conversation another day, for now, I have something to talk about with my son, Fugaku said, dismissing the others. Itachi could tell that there was still unrest among the Uchiha clan. He had hoped that with the death of Danzo and the talks of peace between the Hokage and his father, the unrest would settle, but he knew better than to believe in such trivial things as hope. Come Itachi, we need to talk, Fugaku said, turning on his heel. Itachi nodded and started to follow, seeing the look on his brother's face as he did. Don't worry, Sasuke, we can talk later, he said, poking his brother on the forehead as he usually did, getting a smile from the boy. Itachi walked into his father's office, taking a seat by the table and waiting to see what his father had to say. I'm sure you are already aware, Itachi, Fugaku started, taking a seat before he continued. But the unrest among our clan is still growing, Fugaku said, looking into his son's eyes. Itachi chose to remain silent and waited for his father to continue. I know you will be escorting the Hokage on his trip to meet with the Raikage, Fugaku said, taking Itachi by surprise that he already knew that information. And it had been decided by the clan that the time to strike is upon us. Fukaku said. Strike? Itachi asked. With Danzo dead and the village torn and between another war with the other nations. We feel that the time has come for the Uchiha to take our seat at the village's head and lead a new path towards our future. Fugaku said, seeing that Itachi hadn't given him any signs or signals yet. Don't say it, father. Itachi said after a moment of silence, causing Fugaku to give him a stern look. It's out of my hands now, Itachi, Fugaku said, seeing where his son stood in this. It has already been decided by the clan, Fugaku said. You are the head of the Uchiha clan, surely you can convince them that this is not the right path for the village, Itachi said, trying to reason with his father. Fugaku sighed as he scratched his head. You don't seem to understand the position we're in. I have done everything I can to hold them back, but now, with or without me, the men are going to act. It's either this, or it's a civil war between the Leaf and the Uchiha, Fugaku said. Itachi could tell that this was not what his father wanted. But he could also tell that he stood with the clan rather than with the village. You are the only one who can get close enough to the Hokage to get the job done without this backfiring on us, Fugaku said, crossing his arms over his chest. Once he is out of the way, I will step in as the fifth Hokage, and pave a new path for our clan and for our village. Fugaku said, seeming to have a new ambition burning within his eyes. Itachi was shocked that it had come to this, and in honesty, he did not know where he stood. Fugaku could see that he was struggling within himself as to what to do and decided to share his ideas with him. Itachi, allow me to show you the future of what could come, Fugaku said, activating his Manjikyu Sharingan and placing Itachi in his genjutsu, taking his son by surprise. Itachi saw the sudden flash of red in his father's eyes as they changed their pattern, eclipsing him under his genjutsu and showing him both paths they could take. Itachi watched as the first one fell underway with the Uchiha capturing Naruto and unleashing the Nine Tails under Fugaku's control with his Sharingan, using the power of the beast to take control of the whole village by force, starting a war which would result in the destruction of the village, leaving them open to invasion from the other nations. No! Itachi said as he watched the village he loved burn to the ground, unable to stop it. I told you! It doesn't have to be like this. His father's voice said again, showing him the other option. Itachi watched as he killed the third Hokage from a distance, watching the effects that his death would have upon the village and its people as his father took up the position as the new Hokage, bringing a brighter future to both the clan and the village by uniting them both under his rule. The genjutsu ended as quick as it had started and Itachi dropped forwards, feeling his heart racing from what he had just witnessed. When did you gain the Manjikyu Sharingan? Itachi asked slowly, not looking up from the ground. I unlocked this power during the Third Shinobi War. After I failed to save my clan members and people, I called my friends. Fugaku said, remembering the moment with a heavy heart. You have seen for yourself what can be. Now you must choose the future that will best fit your path. Fugaku said, keeping his arms crossed. My path? Itachi asked, looking at his father again, suddenly realizing what his father was hinting at. You knew. You knew all along what Danzo was planning. What I was willing to do. Itachi said in surprise. I did. But that time has passed us, and I will no longer allow that future to come to pass. Fugaku said, almost as a warning to Itachi. Itachi knew that if his father possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan, he was no longer a match for him. Don't fight me, Itachi. I want you by my side to help protect our village. Fugaku then said, lowering his head to his son, something that Itachi had never thought he would see. Together we can build upon what the past Hokage have created and put their mistakes behind us as we work together to create an even greater village, Fugaku said, begging his son to help him achieve his goals. Itachi was shocked and didn't know what to say. After seeing his options and knowing that his father was prepared to fight to achieve them, he knew there was no hope in stopping him now, leaving him with only one choice to secure a future for the village. The next day came quickly for Itachi, a little too quickly given that he had failed to sleep for most of the night thinking about what he should do. Itachi had thought about speaking to Shisui about what his father was planning, however, he was on a mission for the Hokage and out of reach, leading Itachi to make this decision alone. With that all done, Itachi reported to the Hokage's estate, where they would begin their journey to the meeting point with the Reikage. "Good morning, Itachi," Hiruzen said, greeting the young Uchiha as he titled his Hokage's hat towards him. "Good morning, sir," Itachi said, greeting him back with a bow. Itachi also noticed another standing with the Hokage, seeing that it was the commander of all of the Umbu under the Hokage. He was wearing his white cloak and black trousers with bandages tied around his right leg, arm guards, gloves, and black sandals. He also has brown, spiky hair and wears a mask with a dog motif inclusive of pointed ears, detailed eyebrows, and 3 thick stripes with 2 along either side of his cheek and 1 on his forehead. He nodded to Itachi and Itachi nodded to him back, knowing that if the Hokage was bringing him along, then he was serious about having skilled shinobi by his side during the meeting with the Reikage. "Very well then, if you are both ready, shall we make a move?" Hiruzen said as he lit his pipe with a match. "Yes, sir," the head of the Umbu said, following along before he looked over at Itachi. "I shouldn't need to tell you, but keep your guard up at all times," he spoke. "Yes, sir," Itachi said, nodding to his commander. To be at the top head of the Umbu was a top-secret position that even Itachi didn't know the name of the person in charge. He reported only to the Hokage and elders himself, and no one else knew him. He also had overall authority in regard to anything if the Hokage was not able to make a decision, meaning that he was indeed a powerful member of the village, meaning he was equally powerful in his own right, holding much influence in the ideals of the village. With that, the 3 of them left the village, keeping out of sight until they got onto the main road. That way the villagers wouldn't have to worry about knowing that the Hokage himself was leaving, meaning there would be panic over the situation. After all, the meeting with the Reikage was top secret, and a need to know that only the top brass of the village knew about. The meeting itself was set to take place on the border of the Land of Frost, a neutral nation that sat between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire, making it the perfect place for the meeting, as it was equal for each party to travel to. The 3 of them made their way towards the meeting, heading there at a steady pace as they had plenty of time before the meeting. For the most part, they traveled in silence, with the Hokage simply humming a small tune as he smoked his pipe, seeming to be at ease as he enjoyed the journey. Itachi was keeping his senses sharp and alert so that nothing would take them by surprise, as was the Umbu commander, who also kept a close eye on Itachi, something that he could feel him doing. Itachi had hoped that he would be able to have a conversation with the Hokage, perhaps telling him about his father's plan to overthrow him and take control of the village by force if he needed to. But he didn't see the time to do such a thing at the moment. He was also sure that if the Umbu commander got wind of this plan, then there would be a full-scale war between the Uchiha and the village. Itachi knew that he would have to handle this situation carefully and had decided that he would speak to the Hokage after the meeting with the Reikage, knowing that he would know what to do. "Is something on your mind, Itachi?" Hiruzen suddenly asked, taking Itachi off guard for a moment, as if he had read his mind. "No, sir," Itachi said after a small pause, trying to contain his thoughts so that his answer didn't give anything away. "Very good," Hiruzen said, taking another puff on his pipe. However, the Hokage was no fool and could indeed tell that there was something weighing heavily on the boy's mind. "Sir, we are almost at the meeting point," the Umbu commander said, noting that they had arrived at the border of the Land of Hot Water, about to cross into the Land of Frost. "Yes, it would seem so," Hiruzen said, noting that the weather had gotten much colder as they continued on their journey. "I know the leader of the village hidden in the frost agreed to this meeting to take place in their land, but keep your guard up," the Umbu commander said, knowing that even though they were only a small shinobi village, they could still try something. Now, I don't think we have anything to worry about from our friends here in the Land of Frost," the Hokage said, chuckling to himself. Both Itachi and the Umbu commander remained quiet as they continued to scout the area, seeing that there was no sign of anyone watching them. "Come now, let us press on to the final part of our journey," Hiruzen said, seeming to speed up a little, getting both of them to do the same, following his lead. Soon enough the 3 of them arrived at a large mountain that would be the setting for their meeting place. The mountain was covered in snow and ice, seeming to take on the appearance of a large dragon's head. "What is this place?" Itachi asked, having never seen it before. "This is Dragon Fong Mountain," Hiruzen said, keeping his hands wrapped behind his back as the cold air blew from the top of the mountain. Suddenly, Itachi and the Umbu commander put up their guard as they sensed someone approaching, seeing that it was a ninja from the hidden cloud. "Greetings, Lord Hokage," he said, getting a nod from the Hokage. "Please, Lord Raikage has sent me to fetch you, if you would be so kind as to follow me," he then said, extending his arm for them to follow him. The Hokage did so without question, seeming a little too trusting for Itachi's liking. The three of them soon arrived at a large opening that looked like the mouth of a dragon. The outside of the cave was decorated with the flag bearing the markings for the hidden cloud and leaf, set up to be suitable for the two kage to meet. Itachi could see two other cloud shinobi standing outside of the cave. One being Darui and the other being what looked like a member of the hidden cloud's Umbu. "Greetings, Lord Hokage," Darui said, rubbing his head as he walked over towards them. "Lord Raikage is inside the cave waiting for you," he then said, turning around as he took a step inside of the dragon's mouth. The Hokage nodded and followed him inside, turning to Itachi and the Umbu commander before he did. "Please, Itachi, come with me," Hiruzen said, surprising Itachi that he chose him to follow inside. The Umbu commander nodded and waited outside of the cave, knowing that only other was allowed to enter the cave with the Hokage as per the agreement between the two kage, and remained outside with the Cloud Umbu member. Hiruzen walked into the cave to see that seating had been arranged and that the Raikage was already sitting waiting for him to arrive. "Lord Raikage, it's a pleasure to see you again," Hiruzen said, greeting him. "Ah, Lord Hokage," said as he stood up from his seat, also greeting Hiruzen as he waited for him to sit down. Itachi had never seen the Raikage before and couldn't help noticing how strong he looked, as well as sensing his huge chakra. "I do apologize if you have been waiting long, Lord Raikage," Hiruzen said, making conversation. "Not at all," said, looking at Hiruzen and then at Itachi. "Shall we move on to business then?" the Raikage suddenly said, giving Hiruzen the sense that he didn't want to waste time. "Very well, let us talk peace," Hiruzen said, feeling a sudden seriousness form in the atmosphere. "Yes, peace," the Raikage said as he slowly leaned forwards, interlocking his hands with a serious look forming on his face. "I have taken a step back during this war so far, feeling as if my nation has no need for the petty squabbling that brought this all about." The Raikage started. "However, after witnessing the combined strength between the leaf and the mist, I can no longer stand by and wait for you to eclipse us in power. That is why I summoned you here to meet with me, Lord Hokage." "What is it you are asking, Raikage?" Hiruzen asked, not liking where he was going with this. "I am demanding that you break off your alliance with the Mizukage," said, leaning back into his chair as he watched the Hokage carefully. "And why would I want to do that?" the Hokage asked, already knowing the answer. "If you do not, I will not sit by and wait for you both to grow in power. Your alliance has already thrown the power balance in our world off, and it is time to be set straight." Hiruzen sighed and slowly reached for his pipe, causing Dowie's eye to flinch a little before he realized it was just a smoking pipe. "This is not something I wanted to hear today," Hiruzen said, lighting the pipe and taking a puff. "Here I thought I had traveled all this way to barter peace between our two nations, yet instead you stand before me with only threats. I take it if I am to say no, then that would mean you will be joining the war against myself and the Mizukage?" Hiruzen asked. "That's right," said, not backing down. Hiruzen blew out a large puff of smoke, giving a large sigh as he weighed up his options. Sometimes the toughest decisions bring severe consequences, yet although the easier option may seem presentable in those situations, that does not mean it is the right one, Hiruzen said, seeming to tug at Itachi as he said them. "That is something that even in my old age I am still learning," Hiruzen said, looking the Raikage in the eye. "I am afraid that the alliance between the leaf and the mist will stand. We will not back down to your threats," Hiruzen said, getting an angry glare from the Raikage. "Do you really think that the Mizukage will honor your alliance as you have?" to risk war and death upon your people for another who could betray you on a whim?" The Reikage shouted, growing more enraged that Hiruzen was not budging. "I can see you are a man of action, just as your father was before you, Lord Reikage. However, my alliance with the Mizukage means more to me and my village than to let others try to bully us away from our goals for peace, even if that means we risk your wrath," Hiruzen said, feeling the Reikage getting angrier. "Do not forget, Reikage, that it was your nation that caused so much bloodshed for my own. You and your father before you have made many efforts to indulge in war with the Leaf, and I can see no reason now as to why you would want peace at all." "The Mizukage! That bastard! If you will not accept my terms, then you shall see my wrath and you will have war," I yelled as he suddenly slammed his fist into the table that sat between the two kage, breaking it in two with ease. Itachi didn't like the situation and had already activated his Sharingan, seeing that Darui was also reaching for his sword. Hiruzen slowly stood to his feet, looking down at the Reikage as he blew another puff of smoke from his mouth. "You disappoint me, Lord Reikage. I had hoped for a better outcome to this meeting other than you making one-sided demands." His eyebrows suddenly lifted as his face flashed with anger and his chakra suddenly burst to life. "To hell with the armistices. I will end this now," the Reikage yelled, allowing his anger to get the better of him as he burst into life, jumping across the room as he went to attack the Hokage, causing both Itachi and Darui to react. Hiruzen had a bad feeling that this would happen from the start and was already prepared as he clicked his teeth together, creating a spark that suddenly ignited the smoke in the air. "Burning ash jutsu," he said, watching as the smoke exploded in a burst of flames, forcing both the Reikage and Darui to jump back to avoid being caught in the jutsu. "Ah! Kill the Hokage and don't let him escape," the Reikage yelled, causing Darui to sigh, knowing that it would come to this. "If you say so, boss. Itachi, this will not be an easy battle. In the event of my death, you must escape and report back to the village. Your strength will be needed in what is to come," Hiruzen said as he suddenly pulled his kage robes off, revealing his battle attire underneath. The explosion shook the cave from the outside, giving both of the Umbu that were waiting a bad feeling as they looked at each other, knowing what it meant. Without a word of warning, the Cloud Umbu suddenly charged at the lead Umbu commander, attacking with a kunai in each hand aiming for his vitals. "Darn it! What the hell is going on?" the Leaf Umbu commander thought as he blocked the attacks, quickly countering with his own as he pulled a sword from his back to block the barrage of kunai. "You Hokage have always acted high and mighty compared to the other Kage. I will show you the might of the Reikage. And finish you off for good," said as he pulled his white robe off and suddenly allowed his lightning chakra cloak to flare to life, sending his chakra levels through the roof. Hiruzen knew all about his lightning chakra cloak as he had witnessed it firsthand from the third Reikage, knowing that he was going to be in for the fight of his life. "I have no choice, summoning jutsu," Hiruzen said as he quickly made the hand signs and placed his hand onto the ground, summoning Monkey King Enma into the battle. "Quickly, Enma! Adamantine staff!" Hiruzen shouted, showing that he was indeed desperate to stop the Reikage's advance. Itachi watched the Reikage with his Sharingan but lost track of him in an instant as he disappeared, moving too fast for him to see. "How did he?" Itachi asked, watching as he reappeared slamming a powerful punch into a square prison of adamantine staffs that the Hokage had created around himself so that it couldn't get to him. "Just in time," the Hokage said as he quickly made more hand signs. This won't stop me," the Reikage said as he struck the ground, causing the very earth below them to shatter with lightning chakra, sending both the Hokage and Itachi flying with the debris. "You could have said you were fighting against the Reikage, Hiruzen," Enma said as his eyes opened from a part of the staff, taking a look around the battlefield. Hiruzen had finished his hand signs and slapped his hands together before he landed on the ground. "Earth style, Great Mud River," Hiruzen yelled as the entire floor of the cave turned into a raging mud river in a matter of seconds, threatening to flood the entire cave as it rushed towards the Reikage and Darui. "Well, I didn't have time to explain," Hiruzen then said back to Enma, who was watching what was going on from his staff transformation. "Darui, you deal with the Uchiha," said as he watched the mud river rage towards them both. Yeah, I got it, Darui said, quickly making his own hand signs before he disappeared in a burst of speed, leaving only a flashing of lightning behind him. Now, fire style, dragon flame bullet. Hiruzen said as he shot out a barrage of flame bombs into the mud, causing it to set on fire and create a huge explosion that covered the whole area of the cave, leaving no gaps and nowhere to hide. Water style, water wall. Darui shouted as he expelled a large amount of water from his mouth to protect himself from the explosion that came his way, effectively wrapping himself in a huge water bubble to stop the explosion and mud river that mixed into the water, turning it brown. That should keep them busy. Quickly, Itachi, get out of this cave, Hiruzen said, watching as Itachi's face turned into shock as he saw the Raikage appear behind him with his fists pulled back ready to strike. Lightning punch. The Raikage yelled as he let his first rip, hitting right through Hiruzen's body with a powerful punch that boomed like thunder. However, the Hokage's body turned into a pile of mud, showing that he had used a substitution. Itachi followed suit and made a break for it, heading towards what was left of the exit of the cave, knowing he would have to get clear of their fight for the time being. Where are you going? Darui suddenly said as a large burst of water blocked Itachi's escape, picking him off of his feet with the force of its current. Lightning style, wave of inspiration. Darui then said as he allowed his lightning style to flow into the water, creating a strong combined jutsu, then zapped Itachi with a powerful force while the water crushed him. However, Itachi's body burst into white smoke, causing Darui to panic a little as he was sure he had trapped him. Darn it, a shadow clone, he said, knowing his guard would have to be up. Suddenly 4 blasts of water burst from the ground in the shape of drills, pulling Darui into his own water style that had flooded part of the cave. What the? Darui said as he became submerged in the water, trying to fight the jutsu before he was able to let loose a small burst of lightning-style chakra that freed him from the grip of the water. However, in doing so had shocked himself at the same time. Darui pulled himself back onto the water, taking a breath of fresh air before he stood onto the water and drew his sword, blocking a sudden attack from Itachi as he tried to clear the muddy water from his eyes. Darui looked into Itachi's eyes, seeing the red tint in them before he was pushed back by him, quickly wiping his brow with his sleeve. Damn this guy, he's only a kid and he's already this strong, he thought, gaining his balance back before he raised his sword and clapped his hands together. Storm style, laser circus, he said, allowing what looked like beams of concentrated light to form and rush towards Itachi. There is no getting away from this jutsu, Darui said with a smile on his face, watching as the light beams were about to make contact with Itachi. You may want to rethink that attack before it's too late, Itachi's voice suddenly said inside Darui's mind, causing him to realize he was inside a genjutsu. No way, he said before his own jutsu blasted into him, bursting off of his body as they exploded one at a time and sent him flying to the ground with a hard crash as his body smoked from the burns on his skin. Itachi stood on the water as he watched his handiwork before he heard another explosion come from further inside of the cave, knowing that he needed to try and help the Hokage. Hiruzen was currently trying to fight the Raikage, however, his speed was simply too much, and he was being forced to defend himself more than attack, knowing that if the Raikage could land a direct blow he would be done for. Hiruzen flipped over another of A's attacks, narrowly avoiding the punch before the Raikage vanished again, forcing Hiruzen to use a combination of Enma and Shadow clones to form the adamantine prison around him to stop the Raikage from being able to reach him with one of his strikes. You really think this cage can protect you? I yelled as he grabbed one of the bars and tried to break it away with brute force, letting his chakra flare to life. However, Enma himself suddenly grew from part of the staff and grabbed the Raikage around his waist and back, putting him in a full Nelson and holding him still. Now Hiruzen, finish him, Enma shouted, holding the Raikage tight as he tried to break free of the monkey's grip. The rest of the staffs burst into smoke as they turned into giant shuriken that surrounded the Hokage while he quickly made the hand signs, causing them to start turning at a rapid rate. Your lighting cloak is impressive indeed, Raikage, but if you cannot move, you will be unable to dodge this attack, Hiruzen said as he embodied the giant shuriken wind-style chakra, knowing that lightning style was weak to wind. Agherg. roared as he let his chakra explode, causing Enma to almost lose his grip around him, knowing he would not be able to hold onto him for long. Quickly, Hiruzen, I can't hold him for long. He roared, doing his best to not let go. Go! Hiruzen said as he threw the giant shuriken, watching as they whistled through the air with the razor-sharp boost of the wind-style chakra, cutting through anything in their path as they headed towards the wreckage. I don't think so. Roared as he suddenly burst full of power, letting his lightning-style chakra cloak burst even larger, allowing him to even break free of Enma's powerful grip, forcing him back and allowing him to charge forwards. Arg! The wreckage bellowed as he hit the wind-style shuriken head-on, shattering them one after the other to prove that his strength was beyond what the Hokage would be able to handle. Lariat! Roared as he smashed the last shuriken and extended his arm, moving so fast that Hiruzen couldn't even track him with his eyes. Hiruzen was shocked that even his wind-style jutsu had failed to stop the wreckage, remembering the insane durability that his father also had while in this state. Hiruzen was called the Professor. A god of shinobi, master of over 1,000 jutsu and all of the jutsu within the Hidden Leaf. He had lived through not 3 but 4 wars now and served as the Hokage through 3 of them. But even with all of those titles and jutsu, he knew that in his old age he was no longer a match for someone like the wreckage. There is only one way to end this. It has to be that jutsu. Hiruzen said as he quickly snapped his eyes open, dropping to the ground and avoiding the wreckage's final attack, causing him to crash into the cave wall and burst out into the blizzard outside. Enma, quickly! Hiruzen said, quickly grabbing his staff as Enma jumped to his side. How are we going to deal with this guy, Hiruzen? He is way too powerful and fast. Enma said, trying to sense if the wreckage was coming back. Meanwhile, Itachi had been successful in defeating Dori, leaving him injured on the ground after he had hit himself with his own jutsu. Itachi had done as the Hokage had told him, quickly making him way out of the cave to see the Umbu commander struggling in his battle with the Cloud Umbu. Itachi could see that he still had the element of surprise, and pulled out a handful of kunai, throwing them into the air before he jumped into action. Fire style, Scarlet Claw, he said, throwing more shuriken that he art on fire towards the Umbu member. The Leaf Umbu commander blocked another assault and ducked under a swift kick, doing his beat to get clear so he could use ninjutsu. However, his opponent was quick, and clearly more suited to close combat, wanting to keep the fight in his lane. Suddenly the fire shuriken caught Umbuza's attention, causing him to take his focus off of the lead Umbu and jump high into the air to avoid them. However, Itachi had already seen this outcome, planning ahead for it with the kunai he had thrown into the air, colliding off one another to delay their trajectory and hit the Umbu as he jumped into the air at the perfect time, giving him no time to block the attack. Arg! He yelled, being stuck by 2 of the throwing knives that he couldn't avoid and falling to the ground. The Leaf Umbu commander was impressed and quickly took advantage of the situation and finished off the Cloud Umbu member, leaving his corpse lying on the ground. Where is Lord Hokage? The commander quickly asked, seeing that Itachi was standing with him and had escaped the cave. He is inside fighting against the wreckage. He told me to get out of the way, Itachi said. The commander nodded. That sounds like the Hokage, the commander said before an explosion that shook the mountain caught their attention. A battle between 2 Kage-level fighters. I'm not surprised Lord Hokage told you to get out of the way. But we need to find a way to help if we can. He spoke. Itachi agreed, looking over to where the explosion had come from. Dealing with someone like the wreckage is beyond our ability, Itachi said, already knowing he didn't have any other way than genjutsu to stop the hulking man, but given his speed, he was struggling to come up with a way to trap him, having never seen anyone move so fast before. Hiruzen was still standing in the cave, watching as the cold air from outside blew, and thanks to the hole the wreckage had smashed through the cave wall. This whole place is unstable. We need to get out of here, Enma said, feeling that the cave was about to collapse around them. However, Hiruzen knew that fighting the wreckage in the open would be much more difficult than in a cave where he could make use of the environment. Alright, let's move, he then said, coming up with an idea as he dashed towards the exit and avoided the cave-in as the mountain tried to swallow him whole. As soon as Hiruzen jumped out onto the mountain, the Reikage was on him, having been waiting for him to come out from the cover of the cave, allowing him to attack him at full force. "You're mine now, Hokage!" shouted, gripping the Hokage by his neck before he lifted him into the air and choke slammed him to the ground. Hiruzen was slammed into the ground hard, knowing that he would not be able to overpower the Reikage with taijutsu as he was pinned into the ground by his neck. "Don't count me out just yet!" Hiruzen yelled, quickly kicking his legs up around the Reikage's arm, locking them in place as he attempted to snap the Reikage's elbow joint. However, A's muscles were far too strong for the Hokage to break his arm, simply holding him in place with pure strength. "Did you think that would work on me?" A yelled, lifting his arm into the air with Hiruzen still wrapped around it, smashing him into the ground again. But this time, the Hokage's body burst into smoke, transforming into Enma, who growled with a sinister smirk on his face. "How about me? Am I strong enough?" Enma roared, suddenly gripping the Reikage with his claws as he pulled down on his arm, breaking the joint at the elbow and holding the Reikage in place. "Arg!" The Reikage yelled, doing his best to control the pain as his eyes glared at the Monkey King. "Why you?" A yelled, lifting his other arm into a knife hand position, letting it become enhanced with lighting-style chakra, clearly planning on killing Enma in one blow. "Hiruzen, hurry up!" Enma yelled, knowing he would have to release the summoning contract in order to avoid the Reikage's blow. "I'm on it!" Hiruzen shouted, forming a hand sign to create shadow clones around the Reikage in the shape of a pentagon. The Reikage watched confused as to what the Hokage was planning on doing, still fighting with Enma who held him in place. "Now Enma!" Hiruzen said, watching as Enma burst into smoke, taking the Reikage off guard as he turned into an unbreakable adamantine staff prison around him, trapping the Reikage inside. "Do you really think this jutsu will hold me?" the Reikage said, growing angry that the Hokage continued to underestimate him. "On the contrary, Lord Reikage, the fact I am forced to use this technique is a testament to your strength. Now, 5-style massive combo jutsu," Hiruzen said as he and his shadow clones all formed different hand signs, each of them building up a large amount of chakra to create a powerful A-rank jutsu in the form of each element, something unseen by almost all shinobi. The Reikage knew his lighting chakra cloak offered him great defensive ability, however, he also knew that a combined jutsu that used all 5 elements of chakra nature would be no joke and didn't want to risk it. Quickly concentrating all of his power into his good arm, a burst forwards at light speed, smashing into the wall of staffs that trapped him. All of the jutsu that the Hokage used collided with one another, bursting into a high tornado of light that became engulfed by flames. Both Itachi and the Umbu commander watched from the distance, amazed at the combination of jutsu, knowing how amazing it was to see all 5 chakra natures be used with such mastery. "Amazing," Itachi said as he watched with his Sharingan, knowing even with his eyes he would not be able to copy such a level of jutsu. Hiruzen watched as the dust settled, knowing that everything other than Enma should have been turned to dust thanks to that jutsu, only having survived thanks to having a density equal to that of diamonds. However, the Reikage was nowhere to be seen, leaving Hiruzen stunned as he tried to catch his breath for expelling such a large amount of chakra. "Lord Hokage, look out!" Itachi shouted, catching movement with his Sharingan. Hiruzen only noticed the hole in his staff prison at the last second, watching as Enma transformed back into his form, badly injured with his arm extended, trying to warn the Hokage. "Arg! Liger Bomb!" The Reikage roared, appearing behind Hiruzen, having figured out which was the real one. Hiruzen was taken by complete surprise as the Reikage picked him up over his shoulder, leaving him helpless in the air before he dived towards the ground, about to finish him with the powerful taijutsu move. "Earth-style, mud bath jutsu!" The Umbu commander shouted, making his hand signs with incredible reaction time, quickly turning the ground under both Kaguya to soft mud, allowing the impact for the Hokage to be softened just enough for him to survive the attack. "Lord Hokage!" the commander yelled as he jumped to try and help him, pulling out his sword and enhancing the blade with wind style. The Reikage was confused as to why the Hokage was still alive, seeing that the ground had gone all soft. "Darn it!" he yelled, getting angry before he turned around to block an attack from the Umbu commander, feeling the wind-style sword sink into his flesh a little. The The Reikage pushed the Umbu commander away, about to charge at him, feeling his leg gets trapped as he looked down to see the Hokage holding onto his ankle. "I won't let you," Hiruzen said, biting through the pain in his body. Itachi could see that this was his chance, quickly jumping in to attack the Reikage with his own sword, knowing he would block it with ease. "Fool!" I yelled, blocking Itachi's attack and punching him with his broken arm, sending him flying through the air before he hit the ground and rolled to his feet. Suddenly the Reikage stopped moving, seeming to lose the will to fight as he slumped down to his knees, surprising the Hokage and Umbu commander. "Genjutsu success," Itachi said as he stood up, having placed the Reikage in the strongest genjutsu that he could. "Not even you will be able to break free from this genjutsu so easily," Itachi said as he walked over to the kage, looking down at Hiruzen, who did his best to get back up to his feet. "Lord Hokage, are you alright?" the Umbu commander said as he rushed to his aid. "I'm alright, thanks to Itachi," he said, impressed that he was able to trap someone like the Reikage in a genjutsu strong enough to hold him. "We don't have long though. I'm not sure how long it will take him to break free from my jutsu," Itachi said, knowing that the Reikage was too strong to hold for long. "We should finish him off, Lord Hokage, quickly before he has a chance to counter us," the Umbu commander said, getting his sword ready. Itachi watched both of them, seeing the perfect opportunity to carry out the task his father had given him. Knowing that this would be the only moment he would get to kill someone as strong as the Hokage. The only question that remained was, could he bring himself to do it? On one hand, Itachi trusted the Hokage, knowing that he would try his best to quell the uprising and anguish that the Uchiha felt towards the village. But he also knew that they had run out of time and that despite all of the Hokage's efforts, it would no longer be enough to stop a civil war. Itachi had been prepared to even kill his whole clan for the greater good of the village, being willing to go so far for his nation. But now, would he be prepared to do the same thing to the Hokage if it meant the same result? After all, the future that his father had shown him was now up to him to create, knowing that nothing else he did would result in anything different. Itachi lowered his head, feeling the weight of the whole village fall upon him before he looked into the Hokage's eyes. "Forgive me, Lord Hokage," Itachi said, getting a surprised expression from the Umbu commander as he sensed what he was about to do. "Itachi! Why you?" he shouted, quickly trying to make a move on him and attacking with his sword. However, Itachi simply burst into crows, surprising the Umbu commander before they swarmed him, causing him to realize he was also in a genjutsu. "No! When?" he said, trying to think when he had been placed under genjutsu. Suddenly he remembered when Itachi had helped him defeat the Cloud Umbu, having seen that his Sharingan was active, knowing that must have been the moment he had cast it. "Curse you!" he said before he fell onto the ground, falling unconscious and leaving only Hiruzen and Itachi. Hiruzen was impressed by Itachi once more, seeing how effectively he used his Sharingan and his sharp mind. "So, it has come to this?" Hiruzen said, having known that something was going to happen sooner or later. "I wish I could do this another way. I had hoped for more time," Itachi said, getting a slow nod from Hiruzen. "Yes. Time is the one thing that escapes us all." Itachi could see that Hiruzen wasn't going to fight him, and was a little confused as to why. "I understand, Itachi. You truly are a kind child and a true shinobi," Hiruzen said, even going as far as to praise him. "Even at such a young age, you were able to place the needs of the village above the needs of one's own emotions, truly inheriting the will of fire and acting like a kage would. That is why, if my death will bring peace to the Uchiha and allow the village to grow stronger, then I welcome it like an old friend," he said, extending his arms to Itachi. "Just promise me one thing," he said, getting a nod from Itachi. "Promise me that you will keep the village safe, no matter who it is that threatens it. Even if that person is of your own blood, promise me you will protect the leaf and her people," the Hokage said, looking into Itachi's eyes with a burning flame in his own. "If you can promise me that, then I will gladly give you my life," he then said, causing tears to flow from Itachi's eyes. "Do not fear it, Itachi," For this is the path you have the choice to bring peace to our village," Hiruzen said, placing his hand on the boy's shoulder to help put him at ease. Suddenly Hiruzen pushed Itachi back, taking him off guard as he watched the Raikage appear with his Sharingan, knowing that his attack would have killed him if not for the Hokage. "Die!" roared at the top of his lungs, smashing his arm with a powerful lariat into the Hokage's chest, ripping his chest open from the force of it. "Lord Hokage!" Itachi yelled at the top of his lungs, watching the small smile that formed on his face, whispering something with the last of his breath, knowing that Itachi would be able to read his lips with his eyes. "In the end, I'm glad it wasn't you that had to bear this burden. Live well, Itachi, when the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew," he whispered in his final moment, knowing that Itachi would understand his words. Hiruzen's body smashed into the ground as the Raikage burst through him, skidding to a halt from the force he had put into his attack, looking down at his handiwork. "That attack was meant for you, Uchiha brat," he said, wiping the blood from his arm. "But the Hokage's death is just as good." Itachi looked at the body of the Hokage, feeling the twisting of such intense emotions that he didn't know how to come with it. "That was a powerful genjutsu, I have to hand it to you. It took me a while to escape that little jutsu of yours, brat. But it won't work on me again." Itachi could feel the pain in his heart at what had happened. Even after he was about to kill the Hokage, he had still sacrificed himself for Itachi, proving that his love for the village came above everything else, including his own life. Watched as Itachi opened his eyes, seeing that the pattern of his Sharingan had changed. "What is that?" he asked, having never seen anything like that before. "Lord Raikage!" Darui shouted, landing next to his leader, looking to be in bad shape. "So, you're still alive," said, not impressed that he had been defeated. "Yeah, kid caught me in a genjutsu," Darui said, feeling embarrassed as he held his arm with his good side. "Me too," the Raikage said, letting Darui know he wasn't the only one. "Don't look into his eyes," the Raikage said. Itachi could feel the power that his eyes had unlocked, knowing that this could be only one thing. "The Manjikyu Sharingan," he said, suddenly activating his right eye. Sensed something coming his way and suddenly dashed out of the way, using his speed to avoid a burst of black flames that hit the mountainside behind him, also causing Dori to also be shocked at what happened. "What the hell is that?" Dori asked, quickly jumping out of the way of the fire. Quickly appeared next to Itachi with his arm raised over his head, about to slam a hammer fist down onto him and finish the fight once and for all. However, both of Itachi's eyes glowed to life, forming a red skeleton around his body that grabbed the Raikage's fist, blocking the attack even at full power. "What is this?" said, watching as the skeleton grew larger and even started to form muscles and then what looked like skin over its body. Darui also watched, not understanding what was going on. "No way. I'm not letting you get away with this," he said, quickly making some hand signs as he generated lightning around his body, turning it black with his final hand sign. "Lighting style, double Black Panther." Dori yelled over the thunder of his jutsu, watching as the lighting formed into two Black Panthers, gripping Itachi's Sasano by the neck as they tried to pin it to the ground. "So, this is the Susanoo," Itachi said, feeling blood run from his right eye as he allowed it to grow even more, watching as it became cased in armor, breaking free from the Black Lightning Jutsu. "No way!" Dori said, watching as Itachi broke free from his most powerful jutsu with ease. The Raikage was also shocked, knowing how strong the Black Lightning Jutsu was. "What the hell is that thing?" he said, knowing he would need to use all of his power to try and defeat it. Itachi allowed his Susanoo to create what looked like beads in its hands, throwing them at Darui knowing he would not be able to avoid the attack. "Look out!" said, quickly appearing as he moved Darui out of the way, watching as the Asaka beads exploded against the mountain. "Lord Raikage, we should retreat," Darui said, knowing that he was no match for the Uchiha and would only slow the Raikage down. "Darn it," said, knowing that he was right. "All right, let's get out of here." We did what we came here to do, he said, settling for the death of the Hokage. This battle isn't over, Uchiha. I yelled, watching the boy carefully as he stood inside of his Susanoo, watching both of them. With that, the Reikage and Darui retreated, leaving Itachi alone on the mountain in the snowstorm, allowing him to let his Susanoo fade and rest his eyes before he dropped to the ground, feeling pain radiate throughout his entire body. Fuyona finished reading the report that the scouts had given, seeing that it was the Reikage that had killed the Hokage and declared war upon them. Fuyona placed the scroll down onto the table, trying to hold his anger in at what the Reikage had done, knowing that if he had killed him, this wouldn't have happened. Fuyona, are you okay? Mei asked, seeing that he wasn't. I'm fine. If it is a war that the Reikage wants, then a war he shall get, Fuyona said as he stood up tall, making his mind up and giving the order to begin the preparation. Chapter 129. The news had spread quickly that the Hokage had been killed at the hands of the Reikage. The Hidden Leaf and Land of Fire were in an uproar with the whole thing, with war looming on the horizon. With both Hiruzen and Danzo dead, the elders of the village were the last of a generation, finding that the choice of whom to appoint as the next Hokage fell upon their shoulders. Itachi had been the only one to return to the village, which certainly raised suspicion regarding his survival. However, once the Reikage took credit for the Hokage's death, the village quickly believed Itachi's story and released him from holding, without further questioning. Fugaku was waiting for his son to return home, knowing that he had been released from questioning and having heard the story of what had happened from his subordinates. Now that the Hokage was out of the way, he could set his plan into motion. Fugaku knew that the only others who would make a suitable Hokage at the moment were Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade, both of who had seemed to have no interest in the position and were currently away from the village. "Come in, son," Fugaku said, sensing his son's presence coming from outside of the room. Itachi did as his father asked and opened the door to enter the room. Fugaku watched him and waited for him to sit down, not sensing any ill will from the boy. "I see your mission was a success, even if it didn't go to plan," Fugaku said, getting a slow nod from Itachi. Fugaku could feel that his son was different now, seeming to have changed in some way. "What happened? Tell me everything, Itachi," Fugaku said, getting the sense he had unlocked a new power. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the mist, Fuyona had first received the news from his spies about what had transpired between the Reikage and the Hokage, resulting in the death of the Hokage. Later, the statement had come from the Reikage himself, declaring that the Hidden Cloud would be joining the Hidden Stone to face the Leaf and the Mist, starting with the death of the Hokage. Fuyona couldn't help but worry, now that the Cloud had joined the war against them would mean an even greater army to battle against. But Fuyona also knew that with the death of the Hokage, there would be the question of who would become the fifth, and would they uphold the alliance that he had created with the third. "Are you all right, dear?" Mei asked, noticing that Fuyona was still awake as she rolled over to hold him, distracting him from his train of thought. Swearing was fast asleep on the other side of Fuyona while Mei rolled over to cuddle with him, noticing he was still awake. Fuyona flashed a small smile at her, stroking her hair with his free hand. "I'm fine, Mei, just a lot on my mind is all," he said, trying not to worry her. Mei nodded and placed her head on his chest, stroking it with her nails. Fuyona smiled and relaxed, continuing to stroke her hair with his hand as he tried to relax and allow his mind to rest somewhat. Morning came quickly and Fuyona knew that there would be plenty of work already waiting for him. The village had taken a hit to its manpower in the last conflict between the sand and the stone, and Fuyona knew he would be forced to use more now that the Cloud were involved. He was worried this might happen. After the events with the Three Tails and his battle against the Reikage, he knew something like this would be a possibility. Still, worrying about that now would get him nowhere, and instead he decided to focus on the task at hand. Once Fuyona had breakfast with his family, he headed to the office, where he could start making preparations for the war. The war had tenacity never ended, with the stone refusing to surrender, whereas the sand had done so, especially once they found out that Pakura, the fifth Kazekage, had been under the influence of a powerful genjutsu. Once again, however, Fuyona would be forced to place the village on high alert and utilize everyone that was available to keep it safe. He had spies running around the world keeping tabs on other nations, just as they did on him. He had tracker ninja out trying to hunt down any deserters, which thankfully had been very few once he had taken leadership. He had patrols, escorts for trades, messengers, and the normal shinobi out on missions trying to keep what was a large part of the economy of the village alive. All of it added up and he was running short on manpower. He had also started the training for Haku, Kimaru, and the others, knowing that their skills and abilities once honed would become essential to boosting the village's power. Haku having a razor-sharp intellect and the ice release. Kimaru, who was a taijutsu genius, was gifted with the shikatsumiyaku and also possessed the three tails inside of him, meaning once he mastered its power, he would become a very powerful shinobi indeed. Then there was Koyuki, the daughter of Yagura, the former Mizukage. She was also a gifted shinobi and would prove to become a significant one just like her father. Next was Hattori, gifted with not one but two kage genkai, just like himself. He is the last heir to his family, a noble of the land of water and a talented fighter for his age, giving both Haku and Kimaru a serious run for their money during the Chunin exams. The others in their class such as Kajira, Chika, and many more that had survived the Chunin exams were also talented in their own right, proving to be strong enough to be the next generation of shinobi that would run this village. For now, Fuyona would prioritize their training and try to keep them away from the war front as best he could. Still, he was sure that their time to fight would come soon enough, no matter what he did. Not only that, but Fuyona also had more and more Jonin that were being trained up, requiring more and more Chunin and Jonin to be placed in charge of them, further taking away from his manpower as he wished to keep them out of combat for as long as possible. Ao suddenly walked into Fiona's office, snapping him out of his thoughts as he spoke. "Sir, we have a message from the Leaf regarding their choice for the next Hokage," Ao said, handing Fuyona the scroll. Fuyona picked up the scroll, reading it and seeing that he had been requested to attend the meeting, something that had never happened before in the history of the Leaf. "Why would they want me there?" he asked, not sure of the reason. Ao also questioned it, not sure of what to say. "Do you think it's a trap?" Ao asked, crossing his arms over his chest. "I would hope not," Fuyona said, showing a goofy smile as he leaned back in his chair. "If the Leaf would stoop so low as to betray us after the death of the third Hokage, then they are not worth saving from the other nations," Fuyona said, growing serious again. "So what are you going to do?" Ao asked, knowing that look on his face. "Well, I'm going to attend the meeting of course," he simply said, tapping on the desk. "I thought as much," Ao said, not impressed. "I take it you're going alone too?" he then asked, already knowing the answer. "Wait, let me guess. It will be easier that way?" Ao then said, taking the words out of Fiona's mouth. "You read my mind," he said with a large grin, causing Ao to sigh. "Mei and Swearin won't be happy about that, you know," Ao then said, knowing he would be getting an earful from Fiona's wives. "Leave them to me, Ao," Fuyona then said, also chuckling nervously. Back in the Leaf. The village elders were currently preparing the funeral of the third Hokage, while also trying to come up with a list of who they could appoint as the next Hokage. As per the three RDS will and instructions upon his death, he had requested their ally, the Mizukage, be present during the meeting so that he could meet the new Hokage and help keep their alliance alive. "Hiruzen, you fool," one of the elders said as she read his will. "He places too much trust in the Mizukage," she then said, looking to the other elder, who also read a copy. "I agree. However, he has proven to be very useful, not only helping to boost our village's economy with trade but also help prevent a civil war with the Uchiha and bring the war to a halt," he said, seeming to weigh up his feats. The female elder remained quiet as she couldn't argue with the facts. "He also killed Danzo," she said, not looking happy about it. "Yes, the death of Danzo was a shame. Although he didn't go about it in the best way, he always did everything he could for the village, no matter how dark. Yes. I wonder what he would do if he were still alive now," the female elder said, knowing he would not want the Mizukage in the meeting. "I agreed with him when he opposed the alliance," she also said, getting a surprised look from her partner. Are you saying what I think you are? He asked. I'm only saying that we could have avoided all of this if we had not joined with the mist, she said, getting a small nod from the other. A small moment of silence passed before either of them spoke again. Anyway, let us send the information for the meeting, she said after a moment, knowing they would have to honor the Hokage's will. The news had now spread, and the elders of the village had placed the time of the meeting. The daimyo of the Land of Fire would also be attending, along with the other elders and heads of clans of the village. After all, it was a very serious thing, electing a new Hokage, and given they were also at war, they would be taking no chances. The day of the Hokage's funeral had arrived, and Fuyona was ready to head out, showing that he and the village of the mist were also paying their respects. Fuyona slipped out of an ice mirror that led him to the office of one of the elders, allowing him to knock on the door. Yes, come in, the voice said. Fuyona did just that and got a surprising jolt as the elder realized who it was. Lord Mizukage, he said, not expecting him to arrive at his office. Yes, sorry for the intrusion, but I thought it would be best to turn up here rather than at the village gates, Fuyona said, watching as the elder calmed down. I see, he said, understanding what he meant. Very well. I was just about to leave myself if you would like to accompany me, he said, inviting Fuyona to come with him. Fuyona nodded and followed the elder out of his office, also surprising more of the Jonin guard that had been guarding the building, clearly clueless to his arrival. Fuyona walked out onto the roof of the Hokage's mansion, seeing that the whole village was starting to line up so that they could pay their respects to the former Hokage. Fuyona could make out everyone who was important, such as all of the heads of the clans, including Fugaku, who stood with Itachi at the head of the Uchiha clan. His presence was not so unusual considering their alliance and Fiona's efforts in the war, helping to save many Lee shinobi. The elder stepped forwards as he gained everyone's attention, speaking a few words to the village and honoring the memory of the third Hokage, causing everyone to become emotional. Fuyona kept his sight on the village, looking at its people as they sobbed and mourned for their leader, wondering if his own would do the same for him. Fuyona remained there as he waited for the whole village to pay their respects, being the last of the village leaders to remain, showing his respect above all else, something that did not go unnoticed by the village. 1 week later. Now that the village had mourned the death of the Hokage, the meeting to elect the next one had arrived, meaning that Fuyona would be traveling back to the Leaf Village once again. Over the last week, he had spent his time training Kimaru and the others, helping them to control their abilities and setting them new goals to which they would have to aspire to. Fuyona appointed Mei, Kaga and Gonryu to oversee their training while he was gone, knowing that they would be more than ruthless with them, as he had asked them to be. With his affairs in order, and leaving Ao to tend to the rest, Fuyona had prepared to attend the meeting to elect a new Hokage. Do you have everything with you? Are you sure you don't want to take someone with you? Mei said, knowing that he should at least take an Umbu guard with him. Please, Mei, I will be fine, Fuyona said, reassuring her for the 10th time that he would be all right. But what if it's a trap? Swearin also said, crossing her arms as she leaned onto the desk. Ao was also present in his office but chose to remain silent, having already had this conversation with him. Please, Swearin. Like I said, even if it is a trap, it would be better if I am alone, he said with a smile, trying to put both of his wives at ease. Mei sighed, knowing that there was no arguing with him over this. Fine. But if anything happens, you get out of there, she said, taking his hand, seeming worried about him. Don't worry about me, like I said, we can trust the leaf, he said, trying to push the small amount of doubt he had to the back of his mind. All right, wish me luck, Fuyona said as he kissed both Swearin and Mei on the forehead before looking at Ao. Be careful, Ao finally said, giving Fuyona a nod. You know me, I always make it out alive, Fuyona said, flashing them all a smile before he clicked his fingers to create an ice mirror. See you all soon, he then said, walking into the mirror, leaving the three of them inside the office alone, waiting for his return. Fuyona stepped out of his ice mirror, leading him just a little outside of the village gates, this time deciding to enter the village in disguise, deciding he would scope the place out first to see what feeling he got from it. Since Fiona had used his ice mirror to enter inside the barrier that was placed around the village, he had already passed through undetected, allowing him to transform into a hidden leaf chunin. Fiona walked into the crowd that was passing into the village, mixing among the traders and other civilians that were going about their business before he caught the eye of one of the gate guards. "Evening, you back from a mission?" he asked. "Yeah, just finished now," he said, flashing a smile. "Good, well get some rest," the gate guard said, turning his attention back to the others. "See ya," Fiona said, entering the village with relative ease as he placed his hands into his pockets. "Well, that was easy. I guess I should head to the meeting, but I still have an hour to kill yet," he thought as he tried to think what he should do. I guess I'll just wander and see what happens," he said to himself, wondering if he would bump into anyone interesting before he skipped alone and hummed a tune to himself. Chapter 130, Enter the Toad Sage. Fiona had snuck into the hidden leaf village under the disguise of an ordinary chunin-level ninja, easily slipping through the main gate of the village without detection. That was too easy. I guess now, the only question is what should I do first? He asked himself, looking around the streets at the different people that were going about their business, feeling excited that he was able to explore the hidden leaf village again. No one suspected anything out of the ordinary as Fiona made his way around, stopping to look at the odd shops, trinkets, and wares. Even the Umbu Black Ops that kept an eye on the daily innings of the village had been fooled by him, seeing no reason to suspect his transformation jutsu as they monitored the village with their cameras. Fiona headed down another street looking at some of the unique things that one could only find here in the Land of Fire, before his nose caught a whiff of some amazing-smelling food, deciding to follow his nose like a dog. Following his nose, he turned down another street, getting a strange look from some girls as he seemed to be walking strangely while following the scent, sniffing the air as he did so. Soon enough, Fiona found himself outside of the famous Ichiraku ramen shop, amazed at how it looked in person, realizing he had never seen it since being in this world. "No way," he said, looking at it in all of its glory. Fiona slowly walked towards the curtains and brushed his hand into them, pushing them out of the way as he entered the shop. "Welcome," a friendly voice said, greeting Fiona. Fiona could see that it was the man himself, busy cooking his noodles as he was usually doing in the anime. Hello," Fiona said, taking a seat, not being able to resist the draw of the food. "How can I help you, friend? Here for some food?" the man asked, looking at Fiona with a smile. "One bowl of ramen, please," Fiona suddenly said, getting a nod from the owner of the store. "Of course, coming right up," he said, flipping the noodles before he started to cook the food, slicing and dicing everything with great skill and care. Fiona licked his lips as his mouth watered, thinking about all the times he had watched this moment and dreamed of experiencing it, knowing it was a childhood dream of his as his stomach growled at him. Some time passed as Fiona continued to wait for his food, thinking about the meeting that he would be going to soon. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded in his ears as a blonde-haired boy ran into the shop, seeming short of breath. "Give me one bowl, old man," he shouted, slapping his money down onto the table looking excited. Fiona instantly recognized the boy, knowing him all too well. "Ah, Naruto. One bowl coming right up," the owner of the store said again, showing no animosity towards him as the other villagers would have. Fiona looked over at Naruto, seeing that he had grown a little since the last time he had seen him, knowing that he wouldn't recognize him while he was in disguise. "Hey mister, what you are looking at?" Naruto suddenly said, seeing that Fiona was looking at him. "Oh, nothing," Fiona said, flashing him a smile, trying to bat it off as nothing. "Come here often?" Fiona then asked, getting a questioning look from the boy. "Why yeah," Naruto said, surprised that somebody would speak to him. Fiona smiled at him before the owner placed down both of their bowls. "There you go, enjoy," he said, distracting them both with the amazing-looking bowl of ramen. "Oh boy, it looks amazing," Naruto said, quickly breaking his chopsticks and tucking into his food. Fiona watched and smiled before he did the same, looking at the perfectly presented food before taking his first bite of the famous Ikarake ramen, feeling his taste buds explode with flavor. It's as good as I imagined, Fuyona thought, quickly taking another bite and another until he finished off the whole bowl in a matter of moments. "Ardman, that was good," he said, placing the empty bowl back down on the table. Naruto did the same, licking his lips as he slammed the bowl down before taking a huge breath. Fuyona could see why he loved this place so much, enjoying the food very much. Suddenly, Fuyona listened to a loud growling sound that seemed to come from Naruto's stomach, signaling that he was still hungry. Naruto looked a little embarrassed as he checked his little frog wallet, seeing that he didn't have enough money for another bowl, looking more than sad about it. "Here, another bowl for the kid," Fuyona said to the owner, placing the money down for him. "Are really?" Naruto asked, surprised that he would pay for his food. "But why?" "Hey, don't sweat it, kid. My treat, alright?" Fuyona said, not taking no for an answer, watching as the kid's face lit up with happiness. The owner placed another bowl for Naruto, also smiling at him, giving Fuyona a small nod in gratitude. With that, Fuyona slowly stood to his feet and waved at the two of them. "I have to go, but thanks for the food," he said, getting a surprised look from Naruto as he even stopped eating. "Thanks," Naruto then shouted, tucking back into the ramen after he waved goodbye. Fuyona walked off down the street, feeling very satisfied with his food, and also happy that he had seen Naruto again. "I should defiantly speak to him about opening a shop in my village," Fuyona thought, laughing to himself about the idea. "And sure it would be a huge hit," he then said, laughing out loud. Suddenly, Fuyona felt a powerful presence coming from not far ahead of where he was, feeling that somebody was indeed watching him. Fuyona turned the corner, feeling that whoever it was only around the other side of it, knowing he would come face to face with whoever it was in a second. "Has someone clocked onto me already?" he thought, finally turning and getting a good look at the man who had been watching him. Fuyona was very surprised once he got a good look at who it was, instantly recognizing the waist-length, spiky white hair that was tied back in a ponytail, with two shoulder-length bangs framing his face, complete with the custom forehead protector with the kanji for oil on it. "Jiraiya," Fuyona thought, trying to keep his surprise to himself. "Hey, you," Jiraiya said, standing in front of Fuyona as he crossed his arms over his chest. Fuyona stopped in his tracks as he looked at Jiraiya, seeing that he was not going to let him pass. "Can I help you, Master Jiraiya?" Fuyona said, trying to blend. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, surprised that he knew who he was. "Ah, so you know who I am?" he said, taking a good look at Fuyona as he looked him up and down. "And as to answer your question, yes, you can help me," he said. "In fact, you can tell me why you have such an interest in Naruto," Jiraiya suddenly said with a serious expression. Fuyona smiled nervously, waving his hands in the air. He looked hungry. I felt bad for the lad was all, seeing as he couldn't afford another bowl of that delicious ramen, Fuyona said, trying to dodge the question. "I think it's time you released your transformation jutsu," Jiraiya suddenly said, not buying his story and having already seen through his jutsu. Fuyona sighed and slowly lifted his arms. "I guess the gig is up then," he then said, slowly raising his hand so as not to cause any unwanted reaction as he released his jutsu, bursting into smoke. "You," Jiraiya said in surprise, seeing Fiona's true form. "The Mizukage?" he then said, watching as Fuyona nodded to him, giving him a reassuring smile. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Jiraiya," Fuyona said, also getting a smile from the Toad Sage. "Well, I've certainly heard a lot about you, Lord Mizukage." "A lot indeed." Chapter 131, The Fifth Hokage is? Both Fuyona and Jiraiya stared at one another, seeming to have entered an unwilling showdown as they each weighed one another up. "I take it you are here for the selection of the next Hokage?" Jiraiya then asked, seeming to break the silence, already knowing that he was expected. Fuyona was glad he did as he was falling short of jokes he could use to try and break the ice between them. "That's right, I am," Fuyona said with a smile. Then why the need for a disguise? You know full well you can enter the village without one, as per the alliance agreement. If anything, it makes it seem as if you are up to no good, Jiraiya said, keeping his arms crossed over his chest. Please, I simply wanted to take a small stroll through the village and eat without drawing any attention. Is that a crime? Fiona asked, playing the innocent card. No. But why the interest in Naruto? Jiraiya then asked, not missing a thing. Fiona could tell right away that the boy meant a lot to him, even though they had yet to meet. Fiona sighed before he pointed down to his stomach. I think you know why. He then said, getting a questioning look. It's simple really, we Jinchuriki tend to look out for our own, Fiona said, seeming to give him an appropriate answer. Is that right? Jiraiya said, sensing no ill will in his words. Alright then, how about we head to the meeting together? Jiraiya then asked, meaning it not so he could keep an eye on him, but so they could chat a little. Fiona picked up on that right away, nodding to him. Of course, it would be my pleasure, Fiona said in response, extending his hand for the Toad Sage to lead the way. With that, both of the sages, unknowing to Jiraiya of course, headed towards where the secret meeting would be taking place to decide the next Hokage. Fiona could tell that he had questions regarding the alliance, and what he planned to do about the war with the stone and cloud. You must know that the only reason we are at war is because of the alliance that you and the third Hokage entered into, he said, stating the obvious. Fiona sighed, nodding his head. I am. Both I and Hiruzen had discussed the issue many times over, however, neither of us was willing to break the alliance due to the disagreement or views of others. However, with his death now I am not so sure it could be for the best, Fiona said bluntly. Jiraiya was impressed by Fiona's honesty and seemed to relax a little, coming to understand that he was the man that the third had said he was, having a small flashback to when his teacher had told him about it. Flashback. Jiraiya had returned to the village after the first battle against the Sand, having only found out about the war on one of his adventures traveling around the world. He had naturally returned to the Leaf Village, hoping that he would be able to help and see his old master. Well, looks like you've certainly aged, Sensei, Jiraiya said, sitting on the windowsill with his arms crossed as the third Hokage sat smoking his pipe. The Hokage had known he was there the whole time and simply smiled. To what do I owe the pleasure? I didn't think I would see you back so soon, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said, turning to face his old student. Well, I simply thought I would pop in for a visit. After all, it had been quite a few years, the Toad Sage said, coming through the window and into the office. It has indeed, Hiruzen said, turning to look at his old student, feeling proud of him. I'm glad you stopped by, Jiraiya. In fact, there are some things I would like to discuss with you, he said, offering Jiraiya a seat. Well, I gathered that by what's going on, he said, suddenly getting serious. Another war. And forming an alliance with the Mist. What exactly has been going on while I have been away? Hiruzen chuckled a little, seeming to let the seriousness of the conversation disappear before he took a seat. Listen carefully, Jiraiya. There are some things I need you to do for me if anything should happen. End of flashback. Given that, I believe that it is too late for that now. I highly doubt that even if you did break your alliance with us that the Stone and Cloud would cease their war effort, Jiraiya said, scratching his chin. Fiona had to agree, knowing that they had wanted an excuse for war for some time, knowing that it only generated income and wealth for the already wealthy of their nation. The two of them continued to chat about the political views of their villages, seeming to come to a better understanding of one another, as they both walked towards the meeting. Soon enough they had arrived, seeming to have lost track of time with their chatting. Well, looks as if we have arrived, Jiraiya said, seeing the Umbu guard around the perimeter, even though they did their best to conceal themselves. It would appear so, Fiona said, also clocking the amount of security. Please, after you, Jiraiya said, extending his hand for Fiona to go first. Fiona accepted, not getting any sense of danger from him or his surroundings, and walked towards the entrance. Once inside, they were greeted by more guards, members of the Federal Lord's personal squad, called the 12 Guardian Ninja, made apparent thanks to the sash of cloth they each wore bearing the kanji for fire on it. "Welcome, Lord Mizuki and Master Jiraiya," one of them said. Fuyona didn't recognize either of them but greeted them all the same. "Please come inside," they then said after verifying their identity. Fuyona did just that, walking into the main meeting room to see that many of the members had already arrived, including the feudal lord, the head of the Nara and Yamanaka clan, the Aburame clan, the Akimichi clan and members of the elders and the head of the Umbu Black Ops. "Well, it looks like almost everyone is here," Jiraiya said, greeting everyone that was worth greeting. Fuyona couldn't help but notice the dirty looks he was getting. However, he proceeded to his seat at one of the heads of the table with the feudal lord, being the only kage in the room, of course. Soon enough, the head of the Hyuga clan entered the room, also taking his seat along with a few of the final elders who had arrived after him, leaving only one person left. Suddenly the door opened and everyone in the room was alerted to the presence of one man, all of their eyes being drawn to him. "Ah! Fugaku, glad you could make it," Hamura, one of the head elders, said, greeting him. "Thank you, I do apologize that I am late," Fugaku then said, walking into the room, being accompanied by his son, Itachi, who took his place, standing behind his father. Fuyona and Itachi's eyes meet, with Fuyona nodding his head ever so slightly to the young Uchiha, getting a small greeting back. "Very well. Now that everyone is here, we can start the meeting to select the next Hokage," Koharu, the other head elder, said as she stood beside Hamura. All of the heads of the village and their clans were now present in the meeting, along with the Fire Daimyo, and one of the legendary Saiyajin, the Toad Sage himself, who all agreed that they could start the meeting. "First off, I would like to welcome the Mizuki to this meeting, seeing that it was the wish of the third Hokage that he be here today as we select the next Hokage," Hamura said, trying to clear the air a little. Everyone remained silent but greeted him with a small bow of their heads, knowing his reputation and power, demanding respect in its own right, even if he had been requested by the late Hokage. "I would also like to welcome each of you personally, as you know. The death of the third Hokage at the hands of the Raikage was a shock to us all," he went on to say, flashing a quick glance over to Itachi before he took a breather. "However, you are here today because you are the leaders of our great village, giving our people a voice and helping to guide it. Therefore, the choice and candidates of who will become the next Hokage is ultimately down to you," he said, finishing his piece before he allowed Koharu to say her part. "With that said, I am sure that each of you will have your own opinion on who you would like to put forwards as the next candidate, so let us not waste any time," she then said, leaving the floor open for them to speak. "Before we start, is it really all right that the Mizuki be here? I understand the third wished it so, but to have a foreign kage present in this meeting," Inoichi Yamanaka said, keeping his arms crossed. "That's enough, Inoichi," Shikaku Nara said, keeping his arms crossed over his chest. "It's a drag, but the will of the Hokage is not something for us to deny," Shikaku then said, seeming to bring the argument to a close with one sentence. Fuyona agreed with him, knowing that Ao and the others would feel the same if the situation was reversed. However, Fuyona simply sat and remained quiet, deciding it would be best if he said nothing for now. Inoichi sat back against his chair and frowned, keeping quiet now that Shikaku had said his piece about it. "Very well. On to the matter at hand," Koharu then said, seeing that no one else had anything to say about the matter. The daimyo was busy fanning himself, paying no notice to the small bickering that had been taking place before he closed his fan and placed it down. "Yes, let us move on to business then. Who are the candidates for the next Hokage?" he asked, seeming to want to hurry things along. Shikaku slowly stood from his seat, being the Jonin commander of the village. "I put forwards Master Jiraiya for the position of Hokage," he said, seeming to get many who agreed with him. "Yes, the student of the third Hokage, and master of the fourth. An excellent choice," the daimyo said, looking at him. "I'm afraid I have to decline the offer," Jiraiya suddenly said, getting a strange look from everyone. "I'm not really cut out to be Hokage." he simply said, waving his hand as he seemed to bat the idea off. But Master Jiraiya, if not you then who? Inoichi said, also agreeing he was best suited for the role of Hokage. Jiraiya looked over towards the elders and then back to the heads of clans who sat around the table. There is only one man here who is strong enough to lead the village through another war, Jiraiya said, looking over to Fugaku, who remained quiet, knowing that his name would have been brought up. I nominate Fugaku Uchiha. Jiraiya then said, getting a small gasp from the elders. Ah yes, Fugaku Uchiha. I do believe your name was brought up when trying to decide on who the fourth Hokage would be. The daimyo said, his memory clicking. Everyone in the room knew that Fugaku was the only other person in the room that was on the same level as Jiraiya, and for his recommendation to come from the Toad Sage himself, well, no one could argue with that. What about Lady Tsunade? Surely she should be considered. Koharu said, knowing that Danzo would be turning in his grave if one of the Uchiha became the next Hokage. However, Jiraiya sighed. Tsunade could be a good pick to become the next Hokage. But like me, she currently has no interest in this war or the position of Hokage. That is the reason that I nominate Fugaku. Jiraiya said, placing his counter-argument. Well, you will find no argument from me. The daimyo said, happy to make the decision. What do you think, Lord Mizukage? Jiraiya then asked, seeming to surprise everyone else in the room. Fuyona could feel all eyes on him as they waited for a response. He had been watching carefully, trying to sense if anything felt off, or afoot. Knowing that Danzo had used genjutsu to get his way in the 5 Kage summit, hoping that Fugaku wouldn't try the same thing. I was asked by the third Hokage to be here today, not only to honor our friendship and alliance but to also ensure that the next Hokage and I would see eye to eye. Therefore, I would be honored to recommend Fugaku Uchiha to become the 5th Hokage, just as Jiraiya has. Fuyona said. Very well, it's settled then. The daimyo said as he clapped his hands together. Unless anyone has anything else to add? He then said, seeing that not everyone seemed happy about the decision. No sir, I think I speak for all of us in welcoming Fugaku as the next Hokage. Shikaku suddenly said, getting a slow nod from the others, not waiting to argue amongst themselves in front of the daimyo, including the elders. Very well. I shall see you on the day of his coronation. The daimyo then said with a cheerful tone, standing to his feet, causing everyone else in the room to stand and pay their respects to him. Once the daimyo left, everyone else in the room sat back down, looking over to Fugaku as he stood. Before any of you say anything, I already understand the history between the village and the Uchiha clan. Please, allow me to reassure you that I will do everything in my power to protect this village, our village. The village that we all work so hard to build together, from anyone that threatens it, by any means necessary. Fugaku said, causing everyone in the room to listen to his inspiring words. I understand that the clan and village have not always seen eye to eye, but as one of the founding clans of our village, and the first Uchiha to take the title of Hokage, I will let nothing stand in my way to obtain peace, no matter what. He then said, looking into Fiona's eyes for a moment. No one dared to say anything back, knowing that they could not argue with his devotion to the village. Doing so would only make them look jealous of wanting the position for themselves. Very well. It is decided then. Hamura said, getting a nod from the other elders in the room. Fugaku Uchiha. You will be the 5th Hokage. Chapter 132. Fugaku Uchiha. You will become the 5th Hokage. Hamura said, getting an agreed nod from the rest of the elders. No one else had any objections, also agreeing with the decision. Very well, I thank you for your consideration, Fugaku said, keeping his arms crossed over his chest, trying not to give away any emotion. It's settled then. Jiraiya then said, seeming happy with the decision. Fuyona was also pleased, not being able to think of anyone else who would be better suited to the job, as it was way too early for Tsunade to take the mantle. Very well, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Koharu then said, causing everyone to stand up and bow their heads in respect towards the new Hokage. Fuyona watched as everyone started to leave, feeling that his time in the Leaf Village was over. Lord Mizuki, do you have a minute? Fugaku of all people suddenly asked. Fuyona was a little surprised but agreed nonetheless. Of course, he said. You too, if you wouldn't mind, Lord Jiraiya. Fugaku then said, looking over at the Toad Sage. Jiraiya simply nodded and waited for everyone else to leave the room, leaving only Fugaku, Itachi, Jiraiya, and Fuyona. Fugaku waited until they were alone before he spoke, looking into Fiona's eyes. I wanted to discuss our alliance, he suddenly said, being blunt. What of it? Fiona asked, raising an eyebrow. The mist and the leaf are allies, sworn to defend one another from threats, are they not? Fugaku asked. Fiona waited for him to finish, trying to see where Fugaku was going with this. Now that the Reikage has taken credit for the death of Lord Third, I feel that it is only right for us to launch an all-out assault against the Cloud and the Reikage. And I want your support to do it. An all-out assault? Jiraiya asked, not liking the idea. Yes. I want to put on a show of force and take out the Cloud for what they did, Fugaku said, interlocking his fingers. But father, wouldn't that only cause more unnecessary causalities? Itachi asked. Fiona could see that Itachi seemed to lean towards the side of Jiraiya, not liking the idea of committing troops to such a cause, knowing that the outcome would result in many of them dead. Are you saying that you would rather sit by and let the Reikage get away with killing our Hokage? Fugaku asked, seeing the look on their faces. I agree, Fiona suddenly said, breaking the silence. We should show the other nations why they should fear us. Fiona then said, seeming to take a darker approach to the situation. Perhaps the Third and I took too soft an approach to this war. He then said, getting a questioning look from Jiraiya. But Lord Mizuki, launching such a full-scale assault against the Cloud will only result in an all-out war. He spoke. Fiona sighed, looking into the Toad Sage's eyes. Look around you, Master Jiraiya. We are already at war, he countered, getting a slow nod from Fugaku. It is settled then. Once I am appointed as the Fifth Hokage, we shall set the plans in motion. Until then, this information does not leave this room, Fugaku said, looking at the others as he said it. Itachi didn't like the idea, but he knew that there was no other way now, knowing that even if the alliance between the Leaf and the Mist was ended, the other nations would not stop and only press forwards until they were destroyed. Very well. I will return to my village and start the slow preparations for war, Fiona said, slowly standing to his feet. Fugaku and the others also did the same, showing their respect to him as he stood. Very well, Fugaku then said, giving Fiona a nod before he watched him leave the room. Jiraiya also bid farewell to Fugaku and Itachi before he left the room, seeming to follow after Fiona, leaving the two Uchiha alone. What are you planning, father? Itachi asked, having a sense that something was off. For now, nothing. But I want you to be ready, son, he said, turning to face Itachi. Soon, everything will change, Fugaku then said, placing his hand on Itachi's shoulder as he looked into his eyes. Lord Mizuki, wait up, Jiraiya said, catching Fiona's attention as he walked back out into the sunlight. Fiona turned around, surprised to see that he had followed him, knowing that there must be more that he wished to discuss. Can I help you? Fiona asked, giving him a small smile. Let's talk, but someplace else, Jiraiya suddenly said, hinting at the unwanted attention that they were getting from the Umbu. Very well, Fiona agreed before he started to walk with him into the village. What is it that you wish to speak about? Fiona asked, sensing that they were no longer being watched. You may be the kage of another village, but the old geezer trusted you, Jiraiya suddenly said. And your point is? Fiona asked, not knowing where he was going with this. I want you to be careful, Jiraiya suddenly said, giving Fiona a stern look. I'm not sure what it is yet, but something feels off about Fugaku's plan, Jiraiya suddenly said. You are worried about Fugaku? Fiona asked, surprised. But you just vouched for him to become the next Hokage, did you not? Yes, But not for the reasons you might think, Jiraiya suddenly said before he crossed his arms. What do you mean? Fuyona asked, seeing that there was something weighing heavily upon his mind. For now, it is only a hunch, but I believe that there is more to this war than simply our alliance, Jiraiya said, looking Fuyona in the eye. Anyway, for now just be careful, he suddenly said, seeming to relax a little before turning his back to the Mizukage. Fuyona was surprised, however, he too felt as if something was afoot, even if he wasn't able to put his finger on it just yet. Very well, you too, Jiraiya, he then said, bidding the Toad Sage farewell as he watched him walk off into the village. Looks like my time in the leaf has come to an end for now, Fuyona said as he took one last look around. Time to go home, he then said, creating an ice mirror and slipping into it. Fuyona stepped out of the other ice mirror into his office back in the village hidden in the mist, seeing Ao and Mei running through paperwork and strategic placement for troops along their borders. Fuyona! Mei suddenly shouted as she saw him, jumping into his arms. Hey, I wasn't gone that long, Fuyona said as he caught her, returning her long hug and kiss before putting her down. Ao said as he cleared his throat, waiting for them to finish. Glad to see you're back safe, he then said, having had a bad feeling about the meeting. So how was it? Did they come to a decision? Mei asked, not wasting any time. Yes. Fugaku Uchiha will become the 5th Hokage, Fuyona said. But? Ao said, picking up on the expression on his face. Fuyona sighed as he leaned back onto the desk, taking a seat and crossing his arms over his chest. You don't miss anything with that of yours, do you, Ao? Fuyona said jokingly, causing Ao to laugh a little. Fuyona took a deep breath before getting serious again, looking at both of them. I and Fugaku agreed that perhaps we have been too soft on the war front. And so, we have come to an agreement to punish the Cloud and Rakage for what he has done, putting on a show of force and marching to war with the Land of Lightning. Mei looked at her husband in surprise. You really want to launch a full-scale attack? She asked. Ao also seemed surprised but seemed to agree. I have to say, Fuyona, I agree. No. Think about this for a moment, Mei said, not liking the idea. What is there to think about, Mei? We let the stone and sand get away with this in the first place. If Fuyona had put a stop to this right away and not been so soft, we could have avoided this war altogether. Ao suddenly said, causing Mei to get angry. What are you trying to say, Ao? Are you implying that Fuyona is soft? She suddenly yelled, getting angry. Not at all. I am simply saying that we should have taken action far sooner, he said, trying to defend himself. Fuyona sighed, knowing this would happen. All right, you two, that's enough, he said, getting them to go quiet as his voice was cold and deep. No, I will be launching a full-scale attack against the village hidden in the clouds, and a personal attack against the Rakage for the death of the 3rd Hokage, Fuyona suddenly said, becoming deadly serious. This time, I will show the other nations why they should fear me. Chapter 133. Fuyona hadn't been able to get much sleep that night, feeling his mind run wild with possible outcomes and decisions that he would have to make. He knew how badly he had already upset the original timeline and that he wouldn't be able to count on certain events happening now, knowing that from here on out, everything that was yet to happen was foreign territory that he could only react to. However, that also gave him more room to act, knowing that if the timeline was already so distorted, then anything that he did wouldn't have as large an effect as he had first thought. Almost everything he had done had been planned out, acting accordingly from his knowledge of the Naruto verse. But now that had changed, everything was fair game in his vision for the future. Daddy! Wake up, Daddy! Both Shoto and Asami shouted as they ran into the room, jumping on the bed and waking him up. Arg! What is this? I'm under attack, he yelled, playing along with his children as he wrestled with them, causing them to giggle with excitement. Good morning, honey, Swearin said as she walked into the room, placing a mug of coffee down on the table for him. Thanks, Fuyona said, sitting up as both of the children sat to either side of him. "Did I sleep in?" he asked, not knowing what time it was. "Only a little, but me and May thought it best to let you sleep," she said with a smile. Fiona also smiled, taking a sip of his coffee. "Thank you," he said, also smiling before he placed the coffee back down. "All right, you two, how about we get some breakfast?" he said to the kids, watching both of their faces light up. "But Daddy, we already had breakfast," Asami said, causing Fiona to laugh. "Well, how about a second breakfast?" he then said, picking her up and tickling her belly, causing her to laugh and squirm around trying to get free of his grasp. "All right, kids, let your father get up," Swearin said after a moment, watching as Fiona put Asami down. "Okay, Mummy," they both said, hopping off the bed and following her out of the room, leaving Fiona alone for a moment to get up. Fiona watched them walk out of the room, smiling as he did. "No matter what, I will make this world a safer place for them," he thought, knowing he would do anything he could to keep them safe. With that, Fiona got up and dressed before heading downstairs into the kitchen, still holding his coffee mug in his hand. "Good morning, Father," Haku said, greeting him from the kitchen table. Fiona could see both Haku and Kimaru sitting also drinking some tea, while May was cooking and Asami played with the children. "Good morning, everyone," he said, greeting them all as he walked over to Swearin and gave her a kiss on the cheek before doing the same to May. "Good morning, sleepyhead," May said, returning his kiss, causing Fiona to laugh a little. "Here, grab a seat, dear, food will be ready for you in a moment," May then said, turning her attention back to the cooking. Fiona nodded and sat down, joining Kimaru and Haku. "Good morning, boys, how are we both?" he asked, knowing that they had begun their training with the others. "Good, thank you, Father," Kimaru said, taking a sip of his tea. "And how is your training going?" he then asked. Both Kimaru and Haku looked at each other before looking back to Fiona, seeming a little nervous as they remembered the events from the previous day. The previous day. Haku, Kimaru, Koyuki and the others had all reported to one of the training grounds as they had been instructed to do so in order to continue their training while Fiona was away on business. "I wonder who will be training with us," Haku said as the three of them waited. "It doesn't matter who it is, my goal is to get stronger no matter what," Hattori said, causing the others to remain quiet as they thought about their own goals. "If your goal is to become stronger, then you must be willing to work for it," a voice suddenly said, giving off a killing aura before Hattori quickly drew his sword, only just stopping an attack from none other than Ganryu. "Not bad, but how will you handle this?" Ganryu said, allowing his shibuki to ignite some of its paper bombs, causing Hattori's eyes to open wide in shock before the sword exploded. Haku and the others also jumped back out of the way as the sword exploded, causing Ganryu to flip back into the air from the force of the attack before landing on the ground. "Hattori!" Yuri yelled, getting ready to attack Ganryu if she needed to. "Not bad, kid," he said as he placed his blade onto his shoulder, watching as the dust settled. Hattori had activated his steel release, being able to tank the explosion from the attack from the shibuki, only taking a small amount of damage. "That jutsu is certainly strong," another voice said, revealing Kaga and Mei, who had been watching from the sidelines. "Kaga-sensei, and Lady Mei," Koyuki said, surprised that they had arrived without being able to detect them. "What the hell, that could have killed me!" Hattori suddenly shouted, not impressed by the sudden surprise attack. "Yeah, I was hoping it would have too. But you surprised me, kid," Ganryu said, not seeming bothered in the slightest. Now, everyone just settle down," Mei said, trying to calm the situation. "We're here because Fiona asked us here to help with your training," she then said, getting a surprised reaction from them. "You will be training us, Lady Mei?" Koyuki asked, seeming to like the idea. "Some of you, yes," Mei said, flashing her a smile. "As agreed, I'll take Koyuki and Yuri," Kaga said, looking at the others. Mei nodded, crossing her arms over her chest. "Make sure to do your best, girls," she said, watching as they both slowly walked over towards Kaga. You're with me. Gonryu suddenly said, pointing his blast sword at Hattori. Fine with me, Hattori said, not complaining about the matchup. And that leaves the two of you with me. Mei then said, looking at both Haku and Kimaru, getting a slow nod from both of them. Each of you will undergo training specific to what we believe your strengths are, as well as to improve upon what you are lacking in. Mei then said, getting everyone's attention before they all followed their new teachers to where they would start their training. Once everyone had left, both Haku and Kimaru were left standing with Mei in the middle of the training ground. Very well then, boys, why don't you start by showing me what you've got, Mei said, keeping her arms crossed over her chest. Oh, and make sure to give it everything you have, otherwise, you might die. She then added. Both of the boys quickly took a fighting stance as they knew Mei was being serious, already knowing how strong she was. Here I come. Water style, water dragon bullet. Mei suddenly said, quickly creating the hand signs before she shot 2 dragon bullets out from her mouth. Look out! Haku said, quickly dashing in front of Kimaru, quickly forming his own hand signs and creating an ice wall in front of them. Both of the water dragon bullets smashed into the ice wall, freezing on impact and bursting into ice. Now Kimaru. Haku shouted, quickly creating more hand signs as the ice in front of him burst into thousands of tiny ice needles. I got it! Kimaru shouted as he quickly charged forwards, allowing bones to cover his body as he prepared to attack. Not bad, but will you be able to get past this? Mei said, creating more hand signs and slapping her hand down onto the ground, creating a large earth pillar trap around Kimaru, stopping him in his tracks. What is this? He asked, trying to escape the jutsu, but to no avail. Ha! Haku yelled, commanding the ice needles to fly forwards, targeting the earth pillars, doing enough damage to them to free Kimaru, who burst out towards Mei, spinning through the air and shooting out bones from all over his body. Mei was surprised at their teamwork, feeling impressed as she quickly flipped back to get clear of the bones. However, Kimaru was on her faster than she had predicted and slammed his heel down onto her head, smashing her into the ground. Look out! Haku yelled, seeing that it was a water clone. Substitution! Kimaru shouted, feeling a sudden jolt come from behind him. Water style, water wall. Mei yelled, unleashing a large blast of water that crashed into Kimaru, knocking him back and dragging him to the ground. Now, lightning style, Mei said, clapping her hands together as she was about to combine both of the chakra natures together. Ice style, ice pillar jutsu, Haku said, creating a large ice pillar that suddenly burst up from Mei's feet, almost trapping her in it as she jumped out of the way. Mei was quick to jump back, watching as another ice pillar shot out from the water trying to trap her inside, this time catching her foot. Got you, Haku said, raising his hand as he allowed the ice to suddenly spread up her leg and around her body, trapping her. Wow! He actually got me! Mei thought, looking at the ice that encased her body. We did it! Both Haku and Kimaru shouted, seeming pleased that they had managed to trap her. I guess I should try from here on out. Mei then thought, smiling before she opened her eyes. Oh, boys! She said, getting their attention. This fight isn't over yet. She then said, blowing some acid mist onto the ice around her body, melting it with ease. No way! Haku said, not understanding how she was able to melt his ice. What is that jutsu? Kimaru asked, also not knowing what it was. Vapor style. And now, lava style. Mei said, forming the hand signs as she suddenly expelled a large wave of lava from her mouth, creating a large sheet that threatened to cover both of them. Look out! Haku yelled, quickly putting up a large dome of ice to try and block the jutsu. The ice and lava mixed and connected, trying to repel one another as it formed a kind of molten crystal material. However, Mei wasn't finished with only that attack, quickly appearing behind both of them from under the ground using her earth style. In a real battle, one must use everything they have to win. Mei said, clapping her hands together as she raised a large earth-style dome around them, trapping all of them inside together. What is she doing? Haku thought as he placed his own hands together, preparing a jutsu. It's over. Vapor style. Mei said, simply blowing out the acid air from her mouth. And that's pretty much how that day ended. Haku said, finishing telling his father the story. Fuyona couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the expression on both of their faces. Oh boy, it sounds as if you have both had a pretty rough time. After all, I know just how scary Mei can be. He then said, winking at the two of them. I heard that. Mei suddenly said, appearing behind him holding the frying pan in her hand, causing all three of them to panic. Quick run for it. Chapter 134, Start of the Invasion of the Waterfall Arc. More time seemed to pass as the threat of war grew larger, with skirmishes between the nations breaking out across the world. All of the nations, large and small, had seemed to become dragged into what had started as a petty squabble, as if a pebble that had created a small ripple had resulted in a tidal wave. Fuyona had his hands full as he tried to deal with the outbreak of battles that his troops had become engaged in. Even simple missions had turned into life and death, not that everyone was out for their own gain. Another pressing concern was that the sand had also rejoined the war, taking the side of the stone and cloud, also seeming to draw in other smaller nations such as the rain, grass, rivers, rock, hot water, and frost, joining the cloud and stone, leaving only the mist, leaf, waterfall, and snow against the rest of the world. Battles had been breaking out all across the land, and Fuyona along with Fugaku, the fifth Hokage, were trying their best to contain the smaller skirmishes across their land, knowing that a full-scale battle could arrive any day. Fuyona sat in his office, trying to decipher reports flooding in from scouts and squads from all over the place at the constant warfare taking place. It had now been 1 whole month since his meeting with Fugaku and Jiraiya at the meeting for the new Hokage. Fugaku had been chosen and his coronation had taken place a few days later, which of course, Fuyona attended with both Mei and Swearin. Sir, I have more reports coming in that an assault force from the hidden grass and stone are trying to lay siege to the hidden waterfall. Kogetsu, Fiona's personal head of his Umbu guard and next head of the Ozuki clan, said, appearing before him dressed in his Umbu robes. What? Is the Hokage aware of this? Fuyona asked. I am not sure, sir, Kogetsu spoke. Ao, dispatch a message to the leaf at once, Fuyona said as he looked over to him. Yes, Ao said, not wasting any time before he exited the office. The waterfall placed their trust in both me and the Hokage by joining us in this war. The least we can do is try to support them from our enemies, Mei said, knowing that they were surrounded by the rest of the nations, making them an easy target. Fuyona read the rest of the report, seeing that a strike force of at least 300 shinobi had been sent to try and take out the waterfall, knowing that if they attacked from all sides, they would spread their forces thin and wipe them out. The shinobi from the waterfall are no pushovers, but they will still need help, Mei said, having battled against them before in the last war, knowing firsthand that their small nation had produced some powerful shinobi. Sir, I have a message from the Hokage, Ao said, having used one of Fiona's ice mirrors to directly hand the message over to Shikaku Nara, the lead advisor to the Hokage. Go ahead, Ao. The Hokage has been made aware of the situation and is preparing to send a unit of skilled shinobi to deal with the assault. He is, however, asking that we too send a unit to assist with the battle, Ao said. Very well. Kogetsu, I want you and Ganryu to lead a force of 50 chunin to help in the battle, Fuyona said, knowing that was all he could spare. Of course, sir, Kogetsu said, lowering his head before he vanished, not wasting any time. I know what you are thinking, dear, Mei said after a moment. But you can't do everything yourself. You are needed in the village for the time being. She then said, placing her hand on his. Fuyona sighed, knowing that she was right, having no choice but to place his faith in his men. I know, Mei. I just wish it didn't have to come to this, he said, leaning back in his chair. Kogetsu had wasted no time in finding Ganryu, who was currently busy training Hattori on one of the training fields on the outskirts of the village. Not bad, brat. But can you handle this? Ganryu shouted as he swung his blast sword down at Hattori. Hattori was using his steel release and swift release in combination as he avoided the attack and attacked with his hardened arms like blades. Ganryu in his experience was able to predict the direction of attack, even though Hattori's swift release was indeed quick and caused him to disappear from his eyesight. Ganryu blocked one of Hattori's attacks with his sword, triggering the explosion tags, acting as a simultaneous defense and attack, one that blasted Hattori back, even with his steel release protecting him. "Come on, is that all you have?" Ganryu said as he placed the head of his sword on the ground. Hattori was breathing hard now, having used much of his chakra to simply maintain the steel release around his body to protect him from the explosions. "I'm not done yet," he said, biting his lip as he placed his hands together. "Oh, another ninjutsu, eh?" Ganryu questioned, keeping the same expression on his face as he always had. "I'm afraid I must ask you both to hold your battle for now," Kogetsu suddenly said as he appeared in the middle of them both, causing Hattori to stop his hand signs halfway through. "Ah!" And just when things were getting good. Ganryu spoke before he spat on the floor and put his sword away. "Well, what is it?" he then said, knowing it would be something important if Fuyona's head Guard had come to speak with him. "We have a mission from Lord Mizukage," Kogetsu said before he took his mask off. "Is that right?" Ganryu said, smiling for the first time all day. "And here I was thinking I would be stuck on babysitting duty for the whole war." Kogetsu turned around to look at Hattori, seeing that he had become stronger from his training so far, not being able to help but wonder how strong the others in his class had also become. "So go on, what's the mission?" Ganryu then asked after a moment, growing impatient. "Yes. Our allies of the waterfall are under attack from the stone and grass. We and the Leaf are sending a combined force to help assist them in the fight, and Lord Mizukage has requested that you lead a squad of 50 chunin, including myself, to help in the battle," Kogetsu explained. "The hidden waterfall, eh?" Ganryu said as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, taking a large puff before he blew out the smoke. "Sounds fun," he then said, looking over to Hattori. "Pack your things, kid, this will be the perfect opportunity to test out your training." He spoke. Hattori didn't show any hesitation and simply nodded. "Wait, Ganryu. I don't think that Lord Mizukage will approve of you taking him on this mission," Kogetsu said, not liking it. "Oh, don't worry about that, all of these brats are coming, they are chunin after all, aren't they?" he said, blowing out more smoke towards Kogetsu. "Besides, what the hell is the point of all this training if they don't get to experience real combat?" he then said. Kogetsu knew there was no arguing with him, and he also knew that he outranked him, leaving him with no other choice other than to obey his orders. "Very well, I will make the preparations. We will be leaving for the Leaf tomorrow," Kogetsu said before he vanished, leaving Hattori and Ganryu alone again. "Well, kid, you ready to get stuck into this war?" Ganryu asked, turning back to Hattori as he took the cigarette from his mouth and held it in his fingers, blowing another large puff of smoke into the air. "Yeah," Hattori said with no emotion, leaving Ganryu impressed. "Well, I guess we had better finish your training," he then said, dropping the cigarette onto the ground before he crushed it with his foot. "Now, show me what you have learned," Ganryu said as he drew his blast sword before pointing it at Hattori. "Yes, sir," Hattori yelled as he allowed his steel release to cover his entire body, taking a fight stance. "Arg!" Chapter 135. He wants to what? Fuyona asked, looking at Kogetsu after listening to his report. "Is that a bad thing?" Ao then asked, keeping his arms crossed as he spoke. "Honestly, they are already strong enough and would be a huge help with our forces already stretched so far," Kogetsu then said, speaking his thoughts. Mei and Ao seemed to agree before they all looked to Fuyona to see what he had to say. "I guess I have no choice. They are all chunin now, and who am I to deny them a critical mission and pass it off to someone else?" Fuyona reluctantly said, knowing he couldn't say no to Ganryu's request to take them, but also knowing the danger that could threaten Kimimaro with the Akatsuki looming. "Very well, it's settled. Now on to the next matter," he then said, knowing he couldn't hold him in the village forever. "Our reports say that there are at least 200 enemy shinobi from the stone and grass trying to lay siege against the waterfall," Ao said. Yes, our scouts report that the main bulk of the force is located from the west side, along their border with the hidden grass, May said, looking at the map that was laid out on the war table, as she placed pointers into the locations. Well, I say good luck to them. We all know that the hidden waterfall has never been invaded. Mangetsu scoffed with a smirk, crossing his arms as he said it. That may be so, but with that many shinobi blocking their borders, it will be no easy feat for them to move trade, units or their own citizens in and out of their nation, Fuyona said, interlocking his fingers as he spoke. We can only spare about 50 men at a push, and the Hokage said he could do the same, meaning with the forces that the waterfall already have we should be able to push them back with relative ease. May then said, "Doesn't this all seem a little strange?" Ao said after a moment, not having a good feeling about the whole thing. "What do you mean, Ao?" Fuyona asked. "Why would the waterfall request help from us and the Leaf to only deal with a small force such as 200? He spoke. "Surely Shibuki can manage the situation alone?" Ao said, seeming to make sense to the others in the room. "I understand your concern, Ao. But do not threat." Fuyona then said, "Shibuki is no pushover, but the enemy is simply not giving them a fair fight. Instead, they are planning to cut off the waterfall from the rest of the world and slowly infiltrate using small units to cause maximum damage." Fuyona explained. "Once the waterfall commits to one area with a large force, smaller units that are spread out will circle and infiltrate the mainland. It's a very well thought out strategy." May also said, agreeing with Fuyona. "So, what? We send help and push back the enemy forces, only to have them continue to assault them in the same way when we leave?" Mangetsu asked, also making sense. "I guess we will find out once we send our troops." Fuyona then said, knowing that Ao was right. "I see." "Very well then," Ao said, seeming to drop the issue, realizing that Fuyona was already aware of the situation. "Kogetsu, have Gonryu make the preparations," Fuyona said after a moment, getting a nod before the Umbu captain vanished. "All we can do is wait and see what Gonryu and Kogetsu report back to us. Until then, we will do our best to help our ally," Fuyona said, leaning his chin on his hands as he rested his elbows on his desk. Haku and Kimaru had finished their training for the day, having been training for a whole month now with May, and having improved a whole lot already. Both of the boys had been giving it their all in a sparring match against one another, with the result being a tie since they were using only taijutsu. Now they were both enjoying some water and wiping the sweat away before Haku noticed Koyuki appear from the tree line. "Oh, hey look, it's Koyuki," Haku said, getting Kimaru to look up from where he was lying on the ground. "Hey, you too," Koyuki said as she approached them, seeing that they had been working hard. "Is everything all right?" Haku asked, not sure why she was stopping by when he knew she had her own training. "Well, you could say that. But I'm here because Lord Mizukage asked me to tell you something," she said, taking a slight pause. "Father did?" Kimaru said, waiting for her to continue. "We have a mission," she said, with a serious expression on her face, getting both of their attention. "Yeah. We are being assigned to a large unit that is being taken to help the hidden waterfall in the war," she said. Haku and Kimaru realized the seriousness of the mission, knowing that they would be heading to the front lines of the war effort. "If that is what Father requires of me, then I will do my best to be of use," Haku said with a simple smile on his face. "This is what we have been training for after all," Kimaru then said, not seeming bothered. "We are shinobi. This day was always going to come." Koyuki nodded, suddenly expressing a large smile on her face. "I'm glad you both feel the same way about this, because for me personally, I can't wait to put my new training to the test," Koyuki suddenly said as she punched her hand, getting excited. Both Haku and Kimaru stood up and also smiled as they nodded their heads in agreement. "So, when do we leave?" Haku then asked, putting his hands behind his head. "Tomorrow," Koyuki replied as she crossed her hands behind her waist and turned around. "So, make sure you have everything you need because, from the sounds of it, we could be there for a while," she then said before she walked off, leaving both of the boys alone. If I'm not mistaken, the waterfall is located between the grass and the stone, meaning it's pretty much surrounded on all sides, Haku said. All that matters is that we do our best so that we can make father proud, Kimaru said, seeming to get fired up about it. Haku simply nodded in agreement before he picked up his towel off the ground. All right, let's call it a day. Besides, it's probably best if we rest up and prepare for tomorrow. Kimaru nodded and grabbed his own belongings before the two of them started heading back towards their home. Meanwhile, back in Fiona's office, Kaga, Mei and Ganryu were standing in the office with Fiona. Each of them was there so he could ask how their training was going. I can report that both of them have progressed further than I had expected, but then again I expected nothing less from them, Mei said, seeming very confident in their abilities. Fiona nodded, seeming happy with her report. And what about Koyuki and Yuri? He then asked, looking at Kaga. They also improved at a good rate, Koyuki especially, she certainly lives up to her father's name. He said, seeming happy with their progress. And what about Hattori? Fiona then asked, looking at Ganryu. Well, he managed not to die, Ganryu said, not seeming bothered at all. I guess that is an achievement in its own right since you were overseeing his training, Fiona said, chuckling a little to himself. Anyway, back to business. Fiona then said, becoming serious again. The 50 Chunin have been selected for this mission, being led by Ganryu and Kogetsu. I wish we had more manpower to spear, but Chunin is all we have for the time being. Fiona said, knowing that he did not want to use Genin if he could help it. Ganryu nodded, not really showing any sign of emotion, knowing that he would take whoever he was given. The aim of your mission is to provide relief to the waterfall's forces, helping to deal with the ambushes and small squads that continue to raid their land and borders, Fiona said, explaining his goal. I also don't expect this mission to be over anytime soon, and you could be stationed there for some time. He also added. Of course, Lord Mizukage, your will be done, Ganryu said, lowering his head in respect. Very well then, you move out tomorrow. Ao then said. You will also be meeting with the Leaf's forces tomorrow, heading to the waterfall together as a full unit, Fiona said, letting Ganryu know all of the details. Understood. He simply replied. Very well, good luck with your mission. Fiona, Mei and Ao all said, wishing him all the luck they could muster together. With that, Ganryu left the office, leaving Mei, Ao and Fiona alone to continue talking about their strategy for the ongoing war. The details of the mission had been sent out to everyone who would be going, including Kimaru and the others, who were now resting up at home and making preparations for their new mission. Swearin had already started making dinner and both of the children were playing in the living room with one another. Since you are both going out on an important in the morning, I am cooking you both a large meal, with plenty left over for you to take with you tomorrow. After all, you are both growing boys and need your food. She said to the pair with a large smile. Haku and Kimaru both nodded, happy to hear that they would be able to feast tonight when suddenly the sound of the front door opening caught everyone's attention. Mummy, Daddy! Both Shoto and Asami yelled as they ran over to greet their parents, diving into Fiona's arms. Hello, children! He yelled back, scooping both of them in his arms and giving them a large squeeze, causing they both to yell playfully. Fiona put them both down and they both ran over to Mei, giggling as they jumped on her too, leaving Fiona to turn his attention towards Haku and Kimaru. I see you are prepared for tomorrow? Fiona asked. Yes, father, Haku said without hesitation. Good. He said, turning his attention to Swearin, who walked over to him and gave him a kiss. Nice of you to use the front door for a change, she said jokingly. Well, I fancy to walk through the village this time, he said as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, you got here just in time for dinner, she said before heading back over to the oven to check on the final details. Father, can I ask, what is the hidden waterfall like? Kimaru asked suddenly. What is it like, he said as pulled a chair out and sat down, taking a moment to think about it. I'm honestly not sure, he then said with a goofy smile. May sighed with a smile at his goofiness while sitting down next to him, having already for both of the children sat down in their seats. I can tell you what the hidden waterfall is like, boys. She then said, getting both of their attention as well as Fiona's. I didn't know you had been to the hidden waterfall, May? Swearin also said, turning around from what she was doing. Yes, actually it was around the time that you disappeared from the village, Fiona. She said, teasing him a little. Fiona laughed a little as he remembered back to that time. Anyway, I believe I was tasked on mission to assassinate a target from the hidden grass. It wasn't until I got there that I learned he was hiding out in the remote land of the Waterfall Nation. Long story short, the Waterfall Ninja were not too happy to find me in their land, and of course, we ended up fighting. May explained, with a small wave of her hand. What are their shinobi like? Haku asked, remembering the squad that had competed in the Chunin exams in the Leaf Village. The Waterfall is a small nation, but they produce very strong shinobi, and always have, May said, seeming to give them credit where credit was due. Still, it is good to have them as an ally this time around. She then said before Swearin placed the dinner plate down. All right, let's eat. Swearin then said, getting a cheer from everyone as they tucked into their food, giving both of the boys a good send-off before their mission tomorrow. Chapter 136. The next morning came quickly, and the time had come for Haku and Kimaru to deploy with the unit towards the Hidden Leaf, where they would meet another unit and then head out towards the Hidden Waterfall Village together. Good luck on your mission, boys. Be safe, Swearin said, watching as they both prepared to leave the house. We will be, Haku said before he looked at Fiona. Do your best. Fiona simply said as he pulled them both in for a hug, knowing the danger that they could face. Don't put yourselves in any unnecessary danger, Fiona added as he let them go, keeping a hand on each of their shoulders. We won't, Kimaru said, nodding to him with a confident smile. My, both of you have grown so much. May then said, also giving both of them a hug. Remember to watch each other's backs. She also added. Big brother, don't go. Little Shoto suddenly said, pulling on Haku's leg as he hugged it. I'm sorry, but I have to, Haku said, patting his head as he knelt down, so they were the same height. But don't worry, I will be back before you know it. Haku then said, flashing him a soft smile. You promise? Shoto asked. I do, Haku said, reassuring the child. Asami on the other hand wasn't as bothered and liked to act more grown up about these things, seeming more like Kimaru in her personality. Time to get moving, boys. Fiona then said, reminding them that Gonryu didn't like to be kept waiting. Yes, sir. They both said as they took their bags and headed out of the door, leaving their family and home as everyone waved their goodbyes. Both of them started walking through the village as they made their way towards the rendezvous point. Hey! A familiar voice said from the distance, revealing Koyuki, who was walking the same way as them. Good morning, you two, she said, seeming excited. Morning, Kimaru said as he carried on walking, leading Haku to greet her as normal. So today is the day. Our first mission in the war. Koyuki then said, stopping for a moment. What's wrong? Haku asked. This is real. We are really going to be fighting in the war. She spoke. That's right, and this is our chance to prove ourselves. Kimaru then said, getting a serious look from the others. That's right. They both said, agreeing with him before they all started walking again. This is what we've been training for. No matter what we face, we will face it together. They all said as they headed through the village towards the meeting point. Soon enough they arrived at the location, meeting up with the large squad who were waiting for the remainder of the troops to arrive. Haku took a good look around as he tried to scoop out everyone there and determine their strength, something he always did no matter where he was. Looks like you guys made the cut after all. Hattori suddenly said, appearing behind the group and getting their attention. Of course, we did. We have been training just as hard as you, Koyuki said, also looking at Yuri who was standing next to him. Isn't that right, Yuri? Yuri simply nodded as her face was half hidden behind her scarf as usual before she pulled it a little further up, being as antisocial as always. Is it just us or have any of the others made the cut? Koyuki then asked, taking a look around to see if she could see them. Hey! Another voice also shouted, making their way through the crowd of shinobi. Well, if it isn't Kajira, Kimimaro said, giving him a nod of acceptance as the two of them locked eyes. Kimimaro, he said back, also nodding his head. I see your wounds have healed. Haku also said with a smile, knowing that he had been hurt badly in the battle against Juzo and Zabuza. Aw man, I can't believe you guys also got an invite, another voice then said, revealing Chika Ozuki and Rokuro. Don't be like that, Chika, if not for them we would all be dead, Rokuro said, nodding to Haku, who returned his greeting with a smile. Whoopee, looks like the gang is back together, Hattori suddenly said, sounding very sarcastic. Just remember that this isn't a picnic we're going on, this is war. So, stop playing so nicey nice, and start acting like shinobi, Hattori suddenly said. Some things never change, Rokuro then said, causing the others to all laugh and ignore him. Alright you lot, listen up, a tough voice then said, getting all of their attention as they turned to see Gonryu standing at the center of the unit. Now that everyone is here, I want you all to make one final check on your equipment, making sure you are ready for the road ahead, he said, giving them a moment to do so. Now, if no one has any complaints, we will make our move, he then said as he tossed a scroll onto the ground, allowing it to roll open. What's that? Chika asked, not being able to contain her curiosity. Gonryu made a few hand signs and suddenly an ice mirror formed from the scroll, freezing the very air around it and creating one large ice mirror. This is a transport ice mirror, courteous of Lord Mizukichi himself, Gonryu replied, hearing Chika's question. Thanks to this, we can head to the Leaf Village in a matter of seconds, rather than having to cross the ocean like usual, he then said. Now, follow me, you runts, Gonryu finally said before he stepped through the ice mirror, disappearing from everyone's view. Everyone did as they were told, having seen Fiona's jutsu at least once, and knowing what it could do. Man, this sure beats getting on a boat, someone said. Can't complain about a transportation jutsu like this one, man, what would we do without Lord Fifth? Another also said, praising Fiona. Let's move, Hattori said, taking the lead as he pressed forwards towards the ice mirror. The others all agreed and followed, each of them walking through the ice mirror one at a time before they came through the other side. Haku and the others could see that they had arrived just outside of the hidden Leaf Village, spotting the large wall that surrounded it. This never gets old, Kimimaro said, knowing how useful and time-saving his jutsu was. Hey, can't you use this jutsu, Haku? Chika suddenly asked, standing behind him. Kind of, but it's not as simple as that. Father. I mean Lord Mizukichi can use it much better than I can, he explained. Don't be so humble, Haku. We both know you can use the jutsu just as well, Kimimaro then said, not seeing why he would put himself down like that. Well, you know, he simply said, rubbing the back of his head with a smile. Hattori listened to the conversation with his arms crossed, pretending to pay no attention but knowing that Haku was certainly downplaying his abilities, especially since he had experienced them firsthand. All right everyone, wait here while I go and speak to the Leafs units, Gonryu said, ordering everyone to stay put. Kogetsu, you are in charge while I am gone, he then said, getting a nod from the Umbu commander. With that, Gonryu headed towards the Leaf Village gates that had 4 Chunin-level shinobi on as security. Hold! One of them said, seeing that he was a mist shinobi. I am Gonryu of the Mist, here are my papers, he then said, announcing himself and showing the special ID that the Leaf and Mist had come up with to allow passage into one another's village. The Chunin ninja took the ID and applied his chakra to it, confirming that it was real after a moment. Yes, welcome to the Leaf, he then said, already expecting him. Wait here and we will send word that you have arrived, the Chunin guard then said, getting a nod from Ganryu before he leaned back against one of the large open gates. "Mind if I have a smoke?" Ganryu also asked, getting a confused look from the young shinobi before he nodded. Why yeah, sure." Chapter 137. Ganryu found himself still waiting at the gates of the village hidden in the leaves, having finished not one but two smokes now, not being able to help but wonder what was taking so long. "Sorry to keep you waiting," a voice suddenly said, as its owner appeared from behind the gate. "Kakashi," Ganryu said, recognizing who he was. "You arrived here faster than we expected. So, it took us a little time to gather our forces," the silver-haired man said. "Whatever, just let me know when you are ready to move," Ganryu said, kicking himself up from the gate he had been leaning on with his foot. "I can see that you have been waiting a while," Kakashi said, seeing that Ganryu had a short fuse already. "Like I said, whatever," he said again, this time walking away as he was speaking. "He sure is impatient," Kakashi said as he rubbed the back of his head, watching as he walked away. "Time to move out then," he then said, not having to look behind him to know that his unit was ready. Haku and the others had been waiting for a while for Ganryu to come back, wondering what was taking so long. "Alright, you sorry lot, get ready to move." Ganryu's voice suddenly boomed, catching everyone's attention. Everyone did as they were told, grabbing their belongings and preparing to move as they watched the Hidden Leaf's forces follow behind their commander. "Alright, we will be making our way towards the land of waterfalls from here out. But, I need everyone to be on high alert, as the possibility of an enemy attack is extremely high," Ganryu said. "I think it best if we have our forces divided into units and travel in a staggered formation. That way we will be less presentable to a large-scale attack or ambush." Kakashi suddenly spoke up, giving his input as the leader of the Leaf's forces. "I agree," Ganryu said, turning to face Kakashi as he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket. "Kogetsu, I'll leave it to you," he then said, lighting his fag and taking a large breath of smoke. "Of course, sir," Kogetsu said, knowing that he simply could not be bothered to do it himself. "Okay everyone, please form 6-man teams. Once done we will be heading out keeping a distance of 50 meters apart from each squad as we move in a staggered formation," Kogetsu said, giving the order. Everyone nodded and started moving as they formed their own squads. Haku, Kimaru, and Koyuki joined squads with Kajira and his squad as they prepared to move out. Kakashi and Kogetsu could see that everyone was ready and soon gave the order to start moving, with Kakashi leading the first squad and Kogetsu not far behind. Ganryu had chosen to remain closer to the back so he could keep an eye on the rear guard units, knowing that if they faced an attack from there, they would have the leadership to help keep them in formation. "Let's move out," Kakashi said, giving the order now that everyone was ready. "Make sure your guard is up, there could be enemies anywhere," Kimaru said, getting a nod from the others who had also put their guard up. After all, the war had spread into all lands between the major nations, and units of enemy shinobi had been spread out across them, having orders to either gain intel or sabotage anything they could as a means of guerrilla warfare. It was also at least a full day's journey to the land of waterfalls with so many men, meaning they would have to be extra careful. "How are you feeling now, Kajira? Have all of your wounds healed?" Haku asked after a while, making small talk with his classmate. "That Zabuza guy really did a number on me. But I'm fine now, and raring to go," Kajira said after a moment, flexing his bicep as the group jumped through the trees, making their way through the land of fire, following the other squads. "Anyway, what about you guys? Rumor was that you were all doing some intense training while I was in the hospital," Kajira then asked, having heard the news from Chika. "Yeah, you could say that," Haku said, not really saying anything else about it before he turned his attention back to his front. Rokuro and Chika regularly visited the hospital to visit their teammate, Kajira. And even though Haku and the others had been receiving special training on Fiona's orders, he had also made sure to have the others do training of their own with their own sensei, making sure that he kept the next generation of the village hidden in the mist on top form. "So how far is it until we reach the land of waterfalls?" Rokuro asked, being able to see the squad in front of them in the distance of the trees. It should only take a day at the rate we are moving, maybe even less, Haku said, having studied the maps of the land during his tracker ninja training. Pay attention to our surroundings rather than asking how long this will take. Kimaru suddenly said. Don't forget, we are at war and the enemy could be anywhere. He then added, causing Rokuro to go quiet knowing he was right. The others all agreed and paid their attention back to the journey, knowing that this wasn't just another stroll through the woods. Hey. Can anyone else see the squad that should be in front of us? Rokuro suddenly asked, causing the others to stop, each landing on a different branch as they strained their eyes to try and see into the distance. Were we going too slow or something? Chika then asked. Kimaru quickly stood up and pulled out a flare, and he shot it into the air. What the hell? Rokuro asked. We are under attack. Kimaru then yelled, knowing that hopefully, his flare signal would alert the other squads to the danger. Look out! Haku suddenly shouted as he threw a Senbon needle, deflecting a kunai that was about to hit Rokuro in the back of the head. Attack! A sudden roar and battle cry could be heard coming from the darkness of the forest as enemy shinobi from the land of stone and cloud jumped out, each of them ready to attack. Shit, how did they manage to surround us so easily? Kimaru yelled, counting 15 of them, already knowing that they were Chunin level at the minimum. A storm of kunai was launched towards the group from all angles, not giving them any time to react thanks to their ambush tactics. Ice style, ice dome. Haku said as he quickly formed a large ice dome around everyone apart from Chika, who was standing a little too far away for him to reach. The kunai simply bounced off of the ice dome, with its defenses proving to be too great for mere kunai. However, Chika was hit from all angles, getting shredded by the metal projectiles before she dropped out of the tree towards the ground. Chika! Kujira yelled, not understanding why she would be hurt by the kunai. It's alright, Kujira. She's fine. Haku said, already knowing her plan before he made a few more hand signs. Time to counterattack. He then said as he clasped his hands together, finishing his jutsu. Ice style, 1,000 needles of death. He said, allowing the ice dome to suddenly burst and scatter 1,000 tiny needles of ice towards the enemy shinobi, taking them off guard. Look out! One of them yelled as they did their best to either dodge or deflect the ice needles, with only those who had skill in combat being able to do so, while the others were ripped to shreds. Ice style! One of them yelled, knowing that the ice was the jutsu of the famous Mizukage. Now! Kimaru yelled as he quickly disappeared from where he had been standing, alone with Haku and Koyoki. Each of them quickly pushed on the counterattack while the enemy was still trying to recover. Man, they are fast. Rokuro said, not even having been able to react to the ambush. Take this! Kimaru yelled, having dashed over to 5 stone shinobi who had been able to deflect the ice needles. Don't let this brat get away. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Kimaru shouted, allowing his bones to suddenly protrude from his skin, catching the shinobi off guard. What the hell is this freak? One of them said before Kimaru slit his throat with one of his bone blades, making light work of him. Why you? Another of them shouted, lifting his sword before swinging it down with all of his strength. However, Kimaru was too fast and simply stepped to the side without altering his direction of movement, allowing him to dodge the attack as he made it look easy. Agar! The man yelled as Kimaru plunged his bone blade down through his shoulder, feeling it pierce his heart, not stopping his advance as he left the bone blade in his body and carried on his assault towards the others. Time to finish the rest of you. Chapter 138. Kakashi leads the front of the platoon, leading the way towards the land of waterfalls as the head of the Hidden Leaf's forces. So far he had not noticed anything out of the ordinary and had kept moving forwards at a steady rate. Sir! Another Leaf Shinobi suddenly yelled, catching his attention as he quickly stopped. Kakashi turned around and instantly saw the smoke from the flare that Kimaru had released. An enemy attack, he said, quickly scanning the area. Madara, can you see anything? Kakashi quickly asked, looking at a member of the Hyuga clan who was with him. Mugata quickly activated his eyes and started scanning back to see what was going on. I can see several small units of enemy shinobi that have attacked our platoon's middle and rear units. He yelled, causing Kakashi and the others to tense. Darn it. They must have known that by attacking the middle and center ranks the front would notice quickly enough to help them. What should we do, Kakashi? Another leaf shinobi asked. We have no choice, we have to press forwards and trust that the others can hold their own. After all, Ganryu is at the rear, and I'm sure he can handle it. Kakashi said, knowing it would only make things worse if they circled back to help now, knowing it was better for half of their forces to arrive at the hidden waterfall than none at all. But sir? Another asked. That's an order. Make sure to alert all the squads who are not under attack to keep moving forwards. Kakashi then said to a member of the Yamanaka clan, who quickly nodded as he sat cross-legged on the ground as he started to focus. Meanwhile, Ganryu, who had positioned himself at the rear of the platoon with his own squad, had also noticed the smoke from the flare, instantly knowing what it meant. We are under attack, make yourselves ready, men. He yelled before he drew his sword. Arg! The battle cries of the enemy shinobi could be heard as they realized that their ambush had failed, trying to make the most of it as they attacked all at once. Ganryu could see that these were a mix of cloud and grass shinobi, weighing up that their ranks were merely high chunin level at best. Kill the leader! Two of them yelled, quickly dashing towards Ganryu as they both drew their weapons. Fools! Ganryu simply said as he raised his sword, allowing a strip of blast bombs to move onto the blade, watching as the two of them quickly dashed in a zigzag line between each other trying to confuse him. Double water bullet jutsu! Kogetsu suddenly yelled, hitting both of the ninja dead center of their chest, dropping them to the ground with ease. Ganryu simply sighed as he lowered his sword. Are you alright, Ganryu? Kogetsu said as he landed on the ground, having used his aerial assault to take them both off guard. You idiot, of course, I'm alright, Ganryu said, simply pulling out a cigarette from his pocket as he placed his sword over his shoulder. The enemy forces have attacked the center and rear of our platoon, Kogetsu said, relaying the information. And what of the front? Ganryu asked as he lit his cigarette. Our recon team has reported that the front squads have carried on moving, under the orders of Kakashi, Kogetsu said. Ganryu took a large puff from his cigarette before he spoke. Good, we will handle this attack ourselves, let the leaf run along and leave this to us. Time to finish the rest of you. Kimaru yelled as he charged toward three more stone shinobi, letting his bones reap out of his body, and giving him a menacing look. What the hell is this kid? One of them shouted as he held his sword tight, clutching it towards his body in fear. I don't know, but he's dangerous up close, so let's keep him at a distance. One of the others said, quickly taking action and not letting his emotion get the better of him. Earth style, earth bullet jutsu! The man shouted, finishing his hand signs before the earth around him and the others started to dislodge itself and float into the air. Kimaru could see what was happening but carried on his assault regardless. Take this! The stone shinobi said as he unleashed his jutsu, letting the small chunks of rock and mud fly through the air with serious speed, creating enough force to rip apart the trees and other terrains it made contact with. Kimaru quickly realized he wouldn't be able to charge through head first without cover, and quickly dashed from side to side as he did his best to avoid the earth bullets. I've got him cornered now. One of you, finish him off quickly. The stone ninja shouted over to his allies, already locked in place as he continued his rain of rocks and mud. Right! Just keep him still for long enough. The other said as he quickly formed the hand signs before slapping his hands together. Earth style, sandwich technique! He yelled. Kimaru was busy dodging the projectiles and was struggling to press forward on the advance because of them, knowing he would have to do something about the user of the jutsu. Suddenly the ground around him started to shake as two large pillars of mud and rock burst from the earth, flying right toward him from both sides as they intended to crush him between them. I've got you now! The stone shinobi shouted, watching as his jutsu was about to crush Kimaru, certain of his victory. Meanwhile, Haku and the others were busy dealing with the threats from the other enemy shinobi that had managed to survive against Haku's ice needles, leaving only 4 cloud shinobi left to face off against Haku, Koyoki, Kujira, and Rokuro. "Looks like your ambush failed," Koyoki yelled as she wasted no time in pressing on her counterattack, targeting the largest cloud shinobi she could see. "You damn brats!" the man yelled as he blocked her attack with his own kunai, allowing the metal to clash against one another, flicking up sparks against each of their faces. Miyuki could feel he was stronger than her and was pushed back, flipping through the air before she landed in a cat-like pose. "Darn brat!" the man yelled, knowing he was stronger than her as he was about to press on the counterattack. "Die!" Koyoki suddenly said, slowly raising her hand to make a seal that ignited a paper bomb that she had placed onto his arm. "When did she?" he yelled, trying to pull it off in alarm. Boom! The paper bomb exploded, kicking up a large amount of dust while killing the enemy shinobi at the same time. "We can't let them do all the work, we have to attack as well," Kujira said, having watched Koyoki, Kimaru, and Haku take the lead. "All right," Rokuro agreed before he set his sights on one of the remaining enemy shinobi. However, Rokuro's words were more bark than bite, as the cloud shinobi charged forwards, drawing her sword as she prepared to cut him down with a single strike. Rokuro's legs had already started shaking as he held his kunai in both hands, trying to find his will to fight. "Look out!" Kujira shouted, quickly dashing in front of him with his arm raised to block the sword attack. The cloud shinobi looked surprised that he had stopped her sword with his bare arm, not understanding how he had done it. However, she quickly pushed away with a swift kick to his chest, using the force to push clear from counter range. "Get it together, Rokuro," Kujira said, not looking back at him as he focused on his enemy. "We can't beat them like this, we need to retreat," the girl said after a moment, having taken in her surroundings and seeing that almost all of the others had been defeated or killed. "I agree," the other surviving cloud ninja said, having watched his teammate be killed thanks to Koyoki's paper bomb. "These guys are no ordinary shinobi. We need to get this intel back to base," the male shinobi then said, seeing his opening to escape. "Where do you think you are going?" a voice suddenly said, taking both him and the girl off guard. "Who said that?" the male cloud ninja asked, even as he was falling through the air, landing on a tree branch. "Did you really think you killed me?" the voice said, this time taking shape in the form of Chika. "You! But we killed you!" he said, not understanding how she had survived their first surprise attack, having watched her go down himself. "Idiot! Normal attacks don't work on me," Chika said before allowing her body to burst into water around both of the remaining cloud shinobi, trapping them in a water prison jutsu. "Nice!" Koyoki said, watching her handiwork from the ground below. "All right, Chika!" Kujira also shouted, slapping his bicep proud of his squad mate. Suddenly a powerful explosion caught all of their attention, diverting their eyes over to where Kimaru was still fighting the other stone shinobi. "Is he still fighting them? I thought he would have dealt with them by now?" Koyoki asked, placing her hands on her hips. Kimaru watched as both the large pieces of rock came crashing towards him, threatening to squash him in the middle of them. At the last second, Kimaru jumped into the air, kicking his foot off of one of the earth walls coming towards him before pushing off of it, allowing him to jump high enough into the air that he avoided being crushed. Both the pillars smashed into each other, kicking up a massive amount of debris and spraying chunks of rocks and mud all over the place, making it seem as if Kimaru had indeed been trapped in the jutsu. "Did you get him?" the other stone shinobi asked, keeping his eyes peeled while trying to see through the dust cloud. "I think so," the jutsu caster said, also trying to keep an eye out for him just in case. Stab! A bone blade suddenly burst through the jutsu caster's chest, taking him completely off guard and horrifying the other shinobi. "How?" the stone shinobi asked as he coughed blood out of his mouth. "It's simple really. I'm just better than you," Kimaru said before he pulled his blade from the man's chest, allowing him to drop to the ground into a pool of blood. "No! No!" I'm out of here. The other stone shinobi yelled as he tried to scramble away, falling over before picking himself up and making a break for it. It would seem we have a runaway, Haku said as he appeared behind Kimaru, watching the stone shinobi try and get away. Shouldn't we stop him? Koyuki then added, crossing her arms over her chest. I guess we could get some intel into the enemy's plans if we did. Haku then said as he flashed his senbon needles between his hands. Yeah, let's do that. Chapter 139. Haku and the others all stood around the last surviving stone shinobi that they had captured. Haku of course had stuck him with a senbon needle in the back of the neck, causing all of his body to go limp from his neck down. What the hell is this? I won't talk no matter what, you can't make me, you missed bastards. He said, turning his head so he could see what was going on. Tell us what you know and we will let you live. Kimaru simply said, not wasting any time. Ha! You think I would believe that? Perhaps a little pain will break his will? Koyuki said, a smile forming on her face as she said it. Or genjutsu? Rokuro said, butting in. I don't think any of us know genjutsu of that level, Haku said, getting a small nod from the rest of the group in agreement. Pain it is. Koyuki then said, punching her open palm as she stepped forwards, getting a nervous expression on the stone shinobi's face. Meanwhile, how did these bastards manage to get one up on us like this? Hattori shouted, seeing that he and his squad had been surrounded on all sides by grass, stone, and cloud shinobi. So many of them too. A shinobi from the hidden leaf who had been placed on Hattori's squad said. Yuri also stood with her guard up, having deflected a flurry of shuriken that had been aimed at her and the others, proving she had grown stronger thanks to her training. Leave this to me, Hattori said as he drew his sword, and kept a kunai in the other hand. All right men, let's finish them off. One of the cloud shinobi yelled, wanting to press their advance even more. However, as he was about to finish his sentence, a blade shot right through his mouth, splattering blood everywhere and shocking the others. Who? What in the? The others yelled as they watched their comrade drop to the ground, only seeing a blur left behind as Hattori used his swift style to quickly disappear behind another enemy, slicing his sword down across his back and throwing his kunai at another in an instant. Who the hell is this guy? How is he moving so fast? Hattori was moving way too quickly for them to keep up with his speed, taking all of them out in a matter of seconds without breaking a sweat. Wow, who the hell is this guy? One of the leaf shinobi asked, seeing that he was indeed impressive. His name is Hattori. And he's not the only one who has gotten stronger. Another said as he activated his eyes, allowing them to turn red. Sharingan. And now, fire style, fireball jutsu. A large fireball was suddenly flung across the battlefield, smashing right into where a unit of grass shinobi had been standing, forcing them all to jump into the air to avoid the fire style. Hattori watched the leaf ninja attack once he had finished with the enemy ninja from his side, already knowing who it was. Aisito Uchiha. Look out! One of the grass shinobi shouted before they all jumped into the air. We should press on the attack a little more and get out of here. Clearly, our ambush has failed. One of the grass ninja yelled as they all landed, knowing they didn't need to take any more casualties. Agreed. Another of them said, who appeared to be the leader. I don't think so. Aisito suddenly yelled as he appeared in the middle of the group, sweeping down with his right leg and using his left arm to support his weight on the ground. What in the? One of the grass shinobi yelled before he felt his legs get swept from under him thanks to Aisito's kick. Aisito wasn't finished there either as he took two more down to the ground before going for the kill with the kunai in his hand, only to be stopped at the last second by another of the grass shinobi who quickly countered by throwing a handful of shuriken at him, forcing Aisito to deflect them and jump out of the way from another grass ninja's punch. Change of plans, retreat! The grass shinobi leader yelled, quickly tossing a smoke bomb onto the ground as he and his men retreated back into the forest. Hattori had taken care of his side, clearly being too much for the low-level enemy shinobi that had been sent to ambush them. Looks like we aren't the only ones. One of the surviving leaf shinobi said, pointing out the smoke from Kimamaru's flare. "So, what now?" Aiseto asked, putting his kunai away and letting his Sharingan revert back to his normal eyes. "I just received a message from squad leader Kakashi." Another said. "Well, go on." Hattori then said, growing impatient as he waited to hear it. "Right." He said that the middle and rear sections are under attack and that the front of the platoon has continued on their path towards the land of waterfall. Hattori raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" "No. We are to regroup with as many survivors as possible and deal with the threat. Once that is complete, we can continue towards the land of waterfalls." The lead shinobi finished. "All right then. Let's get a move on." Hattori then said, taking charge of the squad without a care in the world. "So, that was their plan all along," Koyuki said slowly as she wiped the blood from her kunai. "Geez, Koyuki. Did you have to do it like that?" Rokuro said, trying not to gag at the sight of the stone ninja's body. "I got our information, didn't I?" she countered, not seeming fazed in the slightest. "I forget how much you enjoy violence sometimes." Haku then said, not seeming to care either as it was part of the mission. "Regardless of our methods, we have our intel. And we should get this to Ganryu as fast as we can." Kimamaru then said, getting everyone's attention. "Right," they all said, gathering their thoughts. "Ganryu's unit is at the rear of our platoon. So we should start heading south and help any other squads that we come across." Kimamaru said, laying out the new plan. "Roger that." Everyone else said, especially Kajira, who was still eager to show the others that he refused to be left in the dust. "Okay then, let's move out." Kimamaru then said, getting a nod from the others as they all dashed into the trees, heading south towards the sounds of battle. "Sir, we can confirm that's the last of the enemy shinobi here." A Miss Chunin spoke to Kogetsu. "Yes, good work, men." Kogetsu then said, making sure that the rest of his squad could also hear his praise. "What next, Ganryu?" Kogetsu then asked, looking over to their leader. Ganryu, of course, was sitting on the dead body of a cloud shinobi as he finished his smoke, not having a care in the world as usual. "Next. Isn't that clear?" he said, taking another puff of his smoke before speaking again. "We head north as planned, taking down every enemy we come across and gathering our allies. Once that is done, we will head to the land of waterfalls as planned," he said, laying out the plan to the others. "All right then, let's move out," Kogetsu said, giving the order to move. Suddenly Ganryu felt a chill run down his spine, forcing him to lead back as far as he could until he was led flat on the ground. The sudden swipe of a sword flashed over his face, causing his eyes to open wide before he flipped over backwards, drawing his own sword as he blocked a downward slash, forcing him to use all of his strength to hold his own sword, feeling the back of it press down into his shoulder. "Ganryu!" Kogetsu shouted, cursing himself for not noticing more enemies sooner before he quickly rushed forwards to help. "You!" Ganryu said, getting a good look at the man who had suddenly tried to kill him, realizing that his cigarette had been cut in half, knowing he was almost a goner there. "Long time no see, Ganryu," the man said in his deep voice. "Zabuza Momochi," Ganryu also said, feeling the strength behind his attack as he faced the demon of the mist himself. Chapter 140, Ganryu vs. Zabuza. Ganryu could feel the pressure from Zabuza's sword pressing down on him, sinking his knees into the soil below. "Zabuza," Ganryu said, glaring at him in an effort to resist. "You've improved, Ganryu. I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that first attack," Zabuza said as he put even more weight into his blade, trying to crush Ganryu completely. "A lot has changed since you left the village, demon," Ganryu shouted before letting the paper bombs channel to the edge of his blast sword, causing Zabuza to raise an eyebrow. Boom! The blast sword exploded, creating a large cloud of black smoke before both of them burst off from either side, sliding along the ground until they came to a halt. "I see you now wield the executioner's blade. I take it Juzo is dead then," Ganryu said as he took his sword in both hands, getting ready for a tough fight. Quick as always, Ganryu, Zabuza said as he lifted his sword and dropped it onto his shoulder to rest it. Ganryu! Kogetsu shouted as he dashed to his side, instantly knowing who Zabuza was. Why is he here? Kogetsu asked as he watched Zabuza carefully, also making sure that Ganryu was unharmed. I'm not sure, but whatever his reason, he clearly means to kill me, Ganryu said, knowing that much. Let me take him, his physical ability will be no match for my jutsu, Kogetsu said, knowing that his body was immune to physical attacks. Ganryu also knew that was true, but something told him that this was something he would have to do by himself. No. You help the others, Ganryu said while standing tall. But. No buts, Kogetsu. I will handle this myself. What's the matter? Can't decide who wants to die first? Zabuza said, wearing a large smirk beneath his bandaged face. I will be your opponent, Zabuza. And unlike Lord Mizukage, I will not spare your life. Ganryu shouted, taking a fighting stance as he gathered his chakra into the soles of his feet. Zabuza snarled at Ganryu's words and lifted his huge sword, pointing it at Ganryu with a single arm as if it was nothing. I'm going to make light work you. Kogetsu didn't like it, but Ganryu was the boss, so he had no choice other than to respect his wishes and leave him to fight alone, heading off to help the other Chunin who were still fighting against some stone shinobi. Both swordsmen stared at each other, with neither of them blinking once, circling one another like a shark would its prey. Arg! Zabuza yelled, not being able to wait any longer to attack, confirming Ganryu's thoughts as he had already planned ahead. Impatient as ever, Zabuza! Ganryu said as he blocked the overhead strike, letting his blast sword make contact with the paper bombs before it exploded. Zabuza was quick to dash back and avoid the explosion on impact, seeing that there was no damage to his blade before he attacked again. You think that weak sword stands a chance against me? Zabuza yelled, swinging his sword like a wild animal, smashing blow after blow against Ganryu's blade. Ganryu could tell what he was doing, knowing that he was trying to use the blast sword's own strength against him. Darn it, with this many paper bombs going off, I can't keep my footing. Ganryu thought, knowing that Zabuza had used the blast sword before, and therefore must have come up with a way to counter it. You're mine! Zabuza yelled, kicking out Ganryu's legs and knocking him off balance, leaving a gap in his defense. Ganryu watched as Zabuza swung his sword over his head, almost hearing the veins in his arm and shoulder expand due to the strength required of the executioner's blade. However, Ganryu had already seen this coming 2 steps ago and had decided to let Zabuza think he was winning. By letting him gain the upper hand and take him off balance, Zabuza had forgotten to watch what he was doing with his hands, and now, Ganryu was another step ahead. Suddenly the paper bombs on the blast sword ignited, posing a rather large problem for Zabuza since the blade was between his legs. When did he? Zabuza thought, hearing the sound of the paper about to explode and knowing he would be hurt badly from the position of such an explosion. At the last second, Zabuza was able to switch his stance and jump backwards, pulling the blade back as he used the length of it to cover his body and shield himself from the large explosion. Zabuza landed hard on the ground, taking a kneeling position as he watched the smoke carefully, knowing that Ganryu wouldn't have allowed himself to be caught in his own attack. Behind me! Zabuza yelled, pulling his sword around his body as he blocked a blow that was aimed for the back of his neck. Ganryu had pulled a fast one on him, having drawn his old clever sword from a scroll he kept it in on his hip, using the blast sword as a distraction while trying to take him out with his old sword. You crafty bastard! Zabuza said as he pushed Ganryu back before spinning in a 180 and using the rotation to smash his sword into Ganryu's. Ganryu was still in the air as Zabuza counterattacked, using his leg and free arm to take the weight of the blow before being sent flying. He's as strong as ever, Ganryu said to himself, flipping around in the air before doing a back handspring and picking up the blast sword that had been wedged in the ground from its own explosion. Looks like you have gotten stronger, Ganryu, Zabuza said, seeming to acknowledge Ganryu's ability. I could say the same about you, Demon of the Mist, Ganryu said as he placed his clever sword onto his back and took the blast sword in both hands. I think that is enough playing around, Ganryu, Zabuza said after a moment, growing tired of their banter. With that, Zabuza stuck his sword into the ground and placed his hands together, forming a hand sign before lifting his arm into the air. Hidden Mist Jutsu. Really? Ganryu asked, also being quite skilled in the use of hiding in the mist technique. Let's see who is better, shall we? After all, only one of us will be making it out of this mist alive. Zabuza said before he disappeared into the mist, causing Ganryu to frown, knowing this wasn't going to be easy. Meanwhile, Haku, Kimaru and the others were making their way south, back the way they had come from as they rushed towards Ganryu's squad. After they had defeated the cloud and stone shinobi that tried to ambush them, they managed to capture one alive, letting Koyuki work some of her magic on him to reveal their plan. We have to get there as quickly as we can and warn Captain Ganryu, Koyuki said, knowing that things could get bad otherwise. I can't believe that the stone would resort to such tactics. Haku also said, knowing that this mission was growing more serious. The fact that we are at war should lead to no surprise. Kimaru then said as they dashed from tree to tree, using their chakra control to dash across the terrain at an impressive rate. But hiring him to do their dirty work. Him of all people. Koyuki said, remembering their last encounter. Zabuza. The demon of the mist. Kujira said, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he too remembered his last encounter with the monster. Come on, we need to up the pace and warn Ganryu as quickly as possible, Kimaru said after a moment, quickly upping his pace, forcing the others to do the same. How is he so fast? Kujira thought as he tried his best to match his pace but soon realized that he wouldn't be able to. Maybe we should slow down a little, Kimaru. The others can't handle this speed. Haku said to his brother, seeming to have no trouble in keeping up with Kimaru. Alright. Kimaru said, noticing that the others were falling behind before he slowed his pace so they could catch up. Geez. When did they get so fast? Rokuro asked, looking to Chika as he tried to catch his breath. Unlike us, the three of them have been training non-stop. I guess we have no choice but to step it up if we wish to not fall behind. Chika said, also noticing that Koyuki had had no trouble keeping pace with Haku and Kimaru. I for one refuse to be left in their dust. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 7. Peace.